Rolling. So how long have you been following Overwatch League for?
I've been following since the start, 2018. I even left the Twitch Sunday.
And do you love it?
I love it. I usually just stand it whenever I'm at SCC chat.
All right. What does Overwatch mean to you?
So Overwatch means to me is not just a game, it's a way of communicating with other community members in the Overwatch community. And you get to see it in person at this moment. This is why I'm here, and it shows how much bonds we've made and strong connections we have forged with each other. Yep. That is, yeah.
That's good. How long have you been playing Overwatch, and do you love it?
Only started playing only got the game a year after it came out, so I haven't played as long as anyone else. But I like the game. It's very fast paced compared to other shooters and or other games I'm used to. So it's fun.
What was the question, sorry?
What is Overwatch? You know, let's just go with this. How you enjoying the event so far?
Bro, it's super lit. I can't lie. It's super nice seeing, the whole gang. People I've been typing with for a year and a half, Finally good to put faces to it. I've seen the homie Mac right here. I've been talking to this guy for a year and a half. Seeing him in person first time, it's good because these people are a second family, So it's really good to meet them in person, It's nice, very nice.
That was awesome. All right, so tell me about you and the Defiant. What do they mean to you?
So I've been a long-term Overwatch fan. I remember watching some of the Alienware monthly tournaments back in 2016. And it was really great when Toronto finally got their own Overwatch team. Been a huge fan. I live several hours away, so it's always very difficult to eventually meet people.
Missioning out.
Fantastic. With this event to see everyone, bring everyone together. It's been a huge part of the esports community, which is something that's growing. And it's fantastic to see so many people here today having fun.
Okay, awesome. Okay, how are you enjoying the event?
I'm having a really good time. It's really good to see people after so long of not having social interaction, and it's really good to see Defiant fans especially because so far for the past couple of years we've been talking over Discord, right? So a bunch of these people I'm meeting for the first time in person. It's really cool. Really cool.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, what does the Overwatch community mean to you?
Yeah, it's basically a second family because I've been a part of the Defiant community specifically for 2 or 3 years, almost 4. And it's almost I've grown up with these people in a way, and just seeing each other again after COVID has meant a lot to me. And yeah, these are really special people. We have a special connection, and it's a connection. It's a lifetime connection that you hope to sustain over the years. So yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Rolling. So how long have you been
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome back to day 2 of the Toronto Defiant Holiday Bash. My name is Warren Juggle God Hammond, and today I am joined on the mic again by Lord Thethan. How are you today, my friend?
Well, I am. Well, my voice doesn't sound like I'm doing good, but the fact is that the energy from me is absolutely there. Not only is this day 2 of the Toronto Defiant tournament, it's also playoffs day. This is these are the
Yes.
finals. You've had your second chances. If you are one of the teams that ended up dropping into that losers bracket, you get second. You get, I mean, every chance is a second chance if you continue to rack up wins in that lower bracket and possibly inch your way towards those grand finals. But man, oh man, is the competition been so fierce these last couple of days? I am really excited. I think that the stakes, when they get high, the games always elevate themselves.
Yeah, that they do. And today, and going into the playoff stage is going to be that much more exciting. To give you a little recap of kind of how this tournament was structured and how things have gone before, and correct me if I get any of these details wrong, Lord Ethan, but
I
we
got you.
started off with a seeding round, which was just done on one control map. And teams weren't eliminated then. That was purely for seeding. After that seeding round, we went into the group stages. So the players, or the teams rather, were divided into groups, and then they played it out there. And that leads us to today, the playoff stage, where we've got a winners bracket and a losers bracket. So if during the group stage, you were one of the top 2 teams in your group, you make it to today, you make it to the playoff stage. But if you took a loss during that group stage, then you go into the losers bracket. If you only took dubs, then you're in the winners bracket today. So that's how this is going to work. We're going to get a winner from each of those brackets, and then they are going to face off in the grand finals later this afternoon or evening.
Yeah, and a quick recap of the games that we were able to watch yesterday as well. You had the collegiate Cat Boys go up against Cattle Man for our first Cattle Men for our first game in the tournament that we broadcasted. It was a really fun showdown. It ended up being really close actually, and that's exactly the kind of Overwatch that we want to see. We ended up moving on to eventually to Shikigami versus Huna's LFT. I actually got to cast that one with Will English the
Yes.
fourth, and that was an extremely close match. Very very. It's like both teams had to be constantly waking up and adapting to each other's strategies, and that's exactly the kind of Overwatch that we're going to be watching today. As these teams are playing for to win, they're playing for the notoriety and for the prize pool. Ultimately, the broadcast concluded. I'm missing one game in there, but the broadcast ended up concluding with a DK fan club versus the worst Overwatch team to ever be drafted. It's a whole spiel, that team name is, but ultimately they ended up forfeiting 2 rounds to DK fan club, and DK fan club advances to the winners bracket. So these matches today for the lower bracket, they're playing for that continued second chance after second chance after second chance, and for the winners, they're playing to continue to win. And that's exactly what we're gonna. That's the kind of ferocity that we're gonna see from teams like Shikigami and DK Fan Club. I'm just really excited.
As am I. And, a quick reminder too about the prize money at stake here as well. So, if you make it as one of the top 8 teams, you are guaranteed $250, I believe, prize money. That's going to ramp all the way up to 2,000 Canadian for the winners of the grand finals. Um, but there's going to be plenty of, and then plenty more prizes given out in between those two areas. It's I believe between 4th and 8th is 250, and then the grand prize is 2,000. I forget exactly what it is for second and third, but there's going to be prize money there as well. So all of these teams definitely gunning for that. Not only the prize money, but the notoriety, like you said.
Yeah.
Now we are getting ready to go into our next match, but we're still waiting on a couple of teams to get ready. So we are going to throw it to a short break. And once we have those teams ready to go, we're going to come back here and jump straight into the action. But for now, we're going to take a short break. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
rolling. So how long have you been following Overwatch League for?
I've been following since the start, 2018. I even left the Twitch Sunday.
And do you love it?
I love it. I usually just stand it whenever I'm at XCC chat.
All right. What does Overwatch mean to you?
So Overwatch means to me is not just a game, it's a way of communicating with other community members in the Overwatch community. And you get to see it in person at this moment. This is why I'm here, and it shows how much bonds we've made and strong connections we have forged with each other. Yep. That is, yeah.
That's good. How long have you been playing Overwatch, and do you love it?
Only started playing only got the game like a year after it came out, so I haven't played as long as anyone else. But I like the game. It's very fast paced compared to other shooters and or other games I'm used to. So it's fun.
What was the question, sorry?
What is Overwatch? You know, let's just go with this. How you enjoying the event so far?
Bro, it's super lit. I can't lie. It's super nice seeing, the whole gang. People I've been typing with for a year and a half, Finally good to put faces to it. I've seen the homie Mac right here. I've been talking to this guy for a year and a half. It's good because these people are a second family, So it's really good to meet them in person, It's nice. Very nice.
That was awesome. All right, so tell me about you and the Defiant. What do they mean to you?
So I've been a long-term Overwatch fan. I remember watching some of the Alienware monthly tournaments back in 2016. And it was really great when Toronto finally got their own Overwatch team. Been a huge fan. I live several hours away, so it's always very difficult to eventually meet people.
Missioning out.
Fantastic with this event to see everyone, bring everyone together. It's been a huge part of the esports community, which is something that's growing, and it's fantastic to see so many people here today having fun.
Okay, awesome. Okay, how you enjoying the event?
I'm having a really good time. It's really good to see people after so long of not having social interaction, and it's really good to see Defiant fans especially because so far for the past couple of years we've been talking over Discord, right? So a bunch of these people I'm meeting for the first time in person. It's really cool. Really cool.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, what does the Overwatch community mean to you?
Yeah, it's basically like a second family because I've been a part of the Defiant community specifically for 2 or 3 years, almost 4. And it's almost like I've grown up with these people in a way, and just seeing each other again after COVID has meant a lot to me. And yeah, these are really special people. We have a special connection, and it's a connection. It's like a lifetime connection that you hope to sustain over the years. So yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the action. We have your first matchup coming up very soon. We are going to be taking a look at GeForce versus Gaia. They have made it to the winners semifinals. Gaia taking a win over the Collegiate Catboys and GeForce winning over the Controversial Players. So, excited to see what both these teams are going to bring. But let's take a moment to talk about one of the matches that's still happening, too. We've got Shikigami versus Bay State happening, and that's surely looking to be a very, very good matchup between two fantastic teams.
I can tell you for certain that that one of these teams in particular is a spectacular one. And Juggo, I think you're familiar with Bay State.
Yes.
Right now, I'm actually taking a look at Shikigami and just some of the big standout players. Actually, looking at their roster, it's really hard for me to select, one or two, and God forbid, maybe three players that I think were really, really good yesterday. I think this whole roster is stacked. So I'll be eagerly awaiting news of who comes out on top of this matchup. Because Shikigami, I mean, you heard me and Will English talking about him yesterday. Tell me a bit about Bay State, though.
Yeah, well, Bay State, they just took a win in the ECAC Grand Finals. They have been a top-performing collegiate team, so I not surprised to see them here at all. Wouldn't be surprised to see them go further. They've got some great players like Mikan on the support line, Forgotten, which is just a nasty widow. Team to watch out for as this tournament continues, but Shikigami, nothing to be sneezed at either. I mean, they've got some fantastic players as well, including a player who I think actually got a coaching session from Aliquan. So I didn't realize he was on that team, but that is fantastic to see as well. But let's move forward now to the match that we are going to be seeing. Let's talk about a little bit about GeForce and Gaia. Gaia, a team as well that I've seen in multiple tournaments and do very well. So again, not surprised to see them here and can't wait to see what they're going to bring in this matchup.
And actually, going back in my long-term memory banks, they don't go very far, by the way. I do think that I have seen Gaia Esports. Maybe it's a different Gaia, but I think that I've seen Gaia play. So I'll be. You know what? Let me take a look at the roster now, and it actually might joggle my memory just a little bit. Oh.
You know a player there, don't you?
I have seen these guys. So This is interesting because, Juggo, you and I are both familiar with Gaia. And GeForce is actually kind of making their debut here on the broadcast. We haven't actually seen either of these teams play here on Toronto Defiant, on the Toronto Defiant channel during this tournament. So this is going to be an excellent showdown. Gaia, who we're both, kind of, at least for me, vaguely familiar with, and GeForce, who's going to be representing a whole new look in this tournament.
Yeah, that's gonna be exciting to see what they come out with. Now, just to remind you, this is a first to two, best of three format until we get to the grand finals. So, these teams have to be playing to their fullest and highest potential from the word go. It's almost. You're really, shooting yourself in the foot if you take that first L on that first map, because that means your back is against the wall. You have no more room for error. And, excuse me, these teams are going to be starting out on control type map, and then we will be going to hybrid, and then finally escorts. So we aren't going to see the assault style map, which I know is a little bit of a bummer to you, Lord Thief, and I know you are a fan of it, but for most of us, we're not too sad to see that map style go away. And we're going to have a map choice coming up soon from either GeForce or Gaia. Not clear on the rule set who picks this one first. Actually,
I think that this one is actually. I think this one might be a pool, or I'm sorry, that this one might be pre-decided. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe in the upper bracket, it's chosen between the team who's generally performed better.
Right. That was how it was done in the group format, and so I imagine we've got something similar going on here as well. I'm checking the rules real quick just to see if I can find that.
I'll tell you where I'd like to see this showdown really go down is Nepal. I think. I think that Li Xiong is a little too restrictive in its place in the metagame right now. For to really see some expression from both of these teams in terms of the compositions that they want to play. You could take yourself down to the streets of Busan, but you end up racking a little bit of infamy for doing so amongst the other teams competing in this tournament. I know that's not as popular of a map. I like it myself, but Sanctuary is real hit or miss, that sub map for certain players. I think as well that thinking about the other control point maps, apparently I only know 2. I think as well, Oasis, it can be really 50-50. I feel like if you really want a consistent map type or not so much map type, but you want a consistent map here that still allows for a little bit of freedom, a little bit of leniency in terms of the strategy that you want to deploy, I think that Nepal offers a really good advantage to both of these teams.
That's true. Nepal is an excellent control center. Map choice. You've got of course Sanctum with a big gaping maw in the middle of it. You've got Shrine, the point on top of the hill, and then you've also got of course Village, that kind of boxed in point that really favors Brawl. But we do have a choice, and actually the rule set does state that it doesn't state that Gaia will be choosing first, but Gaia is the team that chooses the map first, and they have chosen, I believe, Busan as their first map choice.
Oh.
So we're gonna be seeing potentially some dive, I think, compositions come out here. Maybe a Widowmaker if we end up on downtown, but lots of different options there.
As well as one of these maps, downtown in particular, is really it's a really good map to foster the aggression and decisiveness of the 6-man composition. You've got the Winston, the Diva backed up by Moira and Lucio, and some Brawl kind of dive mobile DPS heroes. We might see Sombra come out, and I don't like playing against Sombra. I feel like that's a fair sentiment to express. But I think that watching Sombra in action it can be a lot of fun. And despite the fact that the CC from Hack is pretty immense, I think that it's really neat to see. You can see the strategy really come to fruition when you have a Sombra in one of these teams' lineups. You can see kind of where their calls are directed, who their focus shifts onto, right? Normally you'd want to hack the Wrecking Ball or the Doomfist, right? But if there's someone really giving you a problem, you just disable them. Don't let them use their kits, and then your team can just roll over them. That's part of the strength of the 6-man comp that we'll probably see emerge on at least one of these submaps. The other 2 is a little more up in the air. It might be Brawl, might be Poke. You might see the double hit scan lineup. I won't complain about seeing some Leg 76 gameplay today.
No, neither will I. Lots of options for any of these maps. Of course, if we go to Mecha Base, I fully expect to see Brawl come out, but the 6-man can be played there as well. So it could go either way. And my personal, the viewers might not know this, but my personal favorite hero is Wrecking Ball, and he can be so good to play on either Busan Shrine or downtown. So both of these are great options for a Wrecking Ball composition, and I, for one, hope to get to see some of that come out today.
I would be really excited to see kind of a Wrecking Ball Sigma Poke composition emerge from either of these squads on the maps that you can really the maps that enable that kind of strategy. For me, I feel like I might be reaching a point. I really like the comp, but I might be reaching a point where the Wrecking Ball Diva might be just a little bit played out. I really like watching the comp, but I like watching it being run exceedingly well. Not just exploiting the mistakes that the opposition is making, but really maximizing the value that each of these hero kits really provide. I know that a lot of players are pretty tired of seeing Zen Brig. Maybe it's time we get a little bit of the Ana Lucio, the Moira. I don't want to see Moira, but the Moira Lucio, and some of the other just really interesting heroes, because this game has some pretty interesting heroes. I mean, you know it, Jogo. You're a Wrecking Ball player.
Oh yeah, it really does. You know, that's one of the great things about Overwatch is just I think at least is just the wealth of different types of heroes that you have and the different kinds of games that Overwatch has pulled from. I remember I'm an old guy, right? I'm an old man. I'm gonna date myself here a little bit, but I remember playing Marble Madness on original Nintendo, and when I saw Wrecking Ball, I was like, oh my gosh, this kind of reminds me of playing a little bit of Marble Madness. That was so much fun. But you got Wrecking Ball, who's unlike any other hero. You've got Doomfist, which you get from fighting games. A lot of people have opinions on Doomfist, but I still think it's incredible that they've been able to make a hero like that work in this kind of game. And I realize we can put work in air quotes as well. That is certainly up for debate amongst some people, but I think it truly is incredible what they've been able to do in meshing all these different game styles and appealing to so many different kinds of players.
And there's definitely, I know that in particular, this is a sentiment that's being conveyed right now for players, content creators, and viewers of the Flash Ops tournament that's happening. And it's really, people are in this position where they're like, the classic Overwatch heroes, that's what really fosters the most fun gameplay. But you're right, as you release more and more heroes, maybe not quite as overtuned as Echo, maybe not quite as undertuned as Doomfist and Sombra when they were first launched in the game. You end up making you end up putting the game into a position where it's really accessible for a lot of players who have different play styles. Because you and I have talked about this a little bit, Juggle, and this is something I'm very excited to see in these matches. It's not so much the heroes that you play or the strategies that you employ, it's the way that you play the compositions, the way that you play the heroes. Because I'll tell you right now, as a Zen player, there's two ways to play Zen. One is only doing damage, one is only doing healing. And then there's even more after that, right? And so I'm really excited to see these different playstyles emerge. And I think that the accessibility of the game is part of what really made it popular in the first place. Ultimately, if I get to see some of those classic heroes, if I get to see a comp like it was manufactured in 2016, you get the Nanoblade combo, Ana, Genji, Winston, Diva, dive comps, you won't hear any complaining from me. Love watching that classic Overwatch look.
Yeah, it is fantastic. Tell you what, we've got just a couple minutes until the teams are ready to go. Looks like we're still waiting on one to join. So we are going to throw to a very short break here, but we will be right back, I promise, this time with the actual in-game action. So I know you've enjoyed looking at our beautiful faces and listening to our sonorous voices, but we're going to have that Overwatch action coming for you very soon. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Like we said, it would be a very short break, and fortunately, that was the case. We have both teams in lobby and ready to go for this first match of the day. Reminder, this is going to be the winners semifinals here. So, Gaia and GeForce really going to be bringing their A game today, and they're going to be starting out on Busan, which was Gaia's choice. Gonna be excited to see which sub map we start out here on. You know, one of the things I love about Control Center is it's an opportunity to at least see, you know, hopefully two different kinds of compositions from these teams. So it's a nice little taste, a little preview of what we can see throughout the rest of this matchup.
Well, and it's funny as well to hear from me. It's like, oh, there's so many different ways to play a comp. There's so many different ways to play a hero. But the fact is that like a lot of these compositions end up using very similar styles or similar strategies. So for me, Gaia, who I know is very capable on those brawl-based compositions, if it's going to be a 6-man brawl style or a Reinhardt-based brawl style, I feel like this first submap is going to give us a really good idea of the kind of, or rather the way that both of these teams are going to approach each team fight. For GeForce, it is going to be kind of extending the poke phase for as long as possible, waiting for Strider and Pummy to get in there and kind of make some of those big plays. For Gaia, it's going to be very similar, but it's going to be a little bit faster paced. You'll have Haven with that one-shot potential with the damage amplification from Goop's Discord, as well, oh, Doomed was on the Tracer. I think that we'll be seeing them go back to, yeah. So with the Tracer on both sides, both these teams are going to be looking to engage really hard and fast. You know, see if we can get some of those one clips off.
Yeah, and that's going to be really enabled by the Wrecking Ball on each of these compositions. You know, the Wrecking Ball and the Tracer really work as a pair in this composition, right? And so it's going to be interesting to watch Astra Nexus and Doomed go up against Strider and Ultima. But already we see GeForce coming in with 3, making 4 big picks early on. GeForce going to come away with this first point capture and fight win.
It's usually in those situations where you lose someone that you'll look to really accomplish something. Imagining that you actually have utilities to accomplish something with, right? But you lose Goob and Graham first in the fight there, and that's an instant reset. You saw Astronex and how quickly they rolled out of there. What this ends up meaning is that neither team is really afforded too much ultimate charge, but the extension of the poke phase means that Li Muyang will actually be really close to their Transcendence here soon.
That they will. Look at this once again. Both supports of Gaia just deleted by the forces of GeForce in very short order. There's going to be a D-Mech coming out onto Fidelum too. They're going to swap over to the Hog and back to D.Va just to get that mech back in spawn because they hadn't really pushed out too far yet.
And now GeForce is really going to be coming up on some key ultimates. Strider and Anyhow with the Flux Minefield combo is going to be pretty destructive, and Ultima will be able to disrupt the generation of Transcendence for Goob if they manage to land that stick.
They're going to have to land it soon, though, because they are getting ready to proc that useful ultimate. There it comes right after that. Gravitic's Flux was used by Anyhow. Strider a little bit behind on those minefields. EMP now comes in, catches 4 members of Gaia. Doom's going to be removed from the fight quickly. Another tick follows. And with that, GeForce once again proving a force to be reckoned with.
Gravity hurts. You've got you end up in a position if you're Gaia where you really have to understand how to confront some of these team fights. It's not so much the aggression from GeForce, it's the initiative that I'm really enjoying from them, and maybe that's a really ambiguous way to describe that. They're taking team fights on their terms and no one else's. Gaia right now has really no control over the match.
No, look at how early they were able to use that rally as well. Minefield comes out from Astro next, but they're going to be taken out almost immediately, and the Minefield from Strider actually going to land on point. Picks coming in still in favor of GeForce, and I've got to be honest, I'm not sure if anybody from GeForce has died yet. This might be a 0-death round for them so far, 99-0, and they're going to take this point handily.
It's, I wish that I was paying closer attention so that I could confirm or deny that that anyone on GeForce has perished. But but really, it does look that way, doesn't it? You're seeing a lot of blue light up in this kill feed, and not a lot of credit going towards Gaia for the way that they're approaching these team fights. It's at this point that I have to wonder if there's a shift in strategy that we really need to see from Gaia, who have made it to this winner's bracket, right? This upper bracket that they're playing in, but are now confronted with a pretty serious foe. I think that GeForce has a really good handle on this poke composition, waiting for Anyhow and Strider and Pummy to be ready to engage here. Gaia, they're going to end up emulating a similar strategy. In fact, I think that both sides will be going for a full mirror here, getting Haven and Ultima on the Tracer. So perhaps Gaia will be enabled by a little bit more aggression, but I'm still uncertain.
Yeah, I mean, when you're coming up against such a force as Strider on the Wrecking Ball, you're going to have a hard time. But Astronex is doing a good job going toe-to-toe with them so far. Magic Mayfall gets a pick onto Fidela, but it is going to be answered with one onto Limu Yang as well. So now we've got actually things going again well for GeForce as they're able to pick things up despite that early pick. Ultima Web goes down as well, though. Now the fight has started to push onto point, and GeForce is starting to cap. Looks like they're going to come away with this first fight win and capture again.
Now this is interesting, and I think that you can shed a little bit of light here, Juggle, since you play a lot of Wrecking Ball. Typically, you'll see the brawl compositions play towards that right side bell here. Oh, anyhow, unluckers, I suppose. Really nice pick here for Gaia, though, opening up this fight. Oh my goodness, yeah, the kills still coming in for GeForce. So typically, you'll see the brawl-based compositions play in that area. Is that a place where you'll want to stage as Wrecking Ball in a poke composition?
I feel like anytime you can take the high ground as Wrecking Ball, you're gonna have some kind of an advantage. I'll play on the low ground a little bit, especially near those light poles, because you can get an excellent wall jump off of them to engage on that high ground. So that's a little cheeky play you can kind of make. But the high ground in general gonna be advantageous. You want to be able to use that pile driver without that grappling flaw. But right now, we've got the rally coming out from Magic Mayfall, but an early pick onto Limu Yang signals trouble for this GeForce side. Minefield now committed by Astro Nexus. Fidelum going to be hacked, though. They're going down low, and Strider finding a pick on the Graham, really going to open things up. EMP comes in, and the picks just start flowing like water downhill after that for the side of GeForce. They've got the picks they need to keep this point under their control.
And now you've racked up 70% of objective progress if you're the members of GeForce coming into this fight with a Flux and a Transcendence. That's probably, well, hopefully going to be built up in time for Doom's EMP. And the problem is that I'm not sure if that will come up in time. There's going to be some serious damage or healing to get that extra 10%, and we'll have to see the fight start with Anyhow's Flux.
Yeah, and an excellent pile driver to initiate as well to group all those members together even more for the Gravitic Flux. There was no escaping that, and with 97% on the board and a couple of members down for Gaia, somebody has to touch. There was someone there at the last moment, but the overtime wick is starting to burn, and nobody else is going to make it. GeForce going up 1-0 with a convincing gameplay.
That is pretty decisive here for GeForce. It's a really nice display of their strength on this poke composition. I really enjoy watching the supports be in a position where they can peel for each other and keep each other sustained. It's Zenyatta right now is in a place where he's really enabled by Brig, and I mean, just watching that play the game, it's not hard to see why. Brig is just really, really strong and really does pump out the numbers in terms of healing. For Gaia, this isn't the end of the road. We still have at least 2 more maps, hopefully, and Control Point ends up playing a little bit differently than, say, the hybrid or the escort type maps. I think that Gaia ends up sitting or leaning into a little bit more of an advantage in the impending maps, but GeForce, if they continue to be able to play the composition they're playing flexibly, or even show us a new style, I think that they're a pretty good matchup for this Gaia squad.
Yeah, I think they are, and you know, we getting to take a look now at the rosters of GeForce. I believe that we have Strider in there, one of the, if not the top Wrecking Ball player currently in North America. So that is a big deal. That is going to be something that GeForce is going to be leaning on heavily, I believe. And you know, if I'm Gaia, I'm looking now to a place where Wrecking Ball doesn't get quite as much value. You know, maybe something like a Havana or a Rialto with a really long sightline, something that favors Brawler double shield a little bit more. So I think that yeah, this is going to be an interest. This has already been an interesting matchup in Gaia, so they're gonna have to really come together and figure out how they want to mitigate, I think, this Wrecking Ball coming out from Strider.
Well, I think that Strider, it definitely represents a pretty serious issue to contend with, and that's why you'll continue to want to run a Sombra or a Tracer in your compositions if you are Gaia. Really, just all of GeForce is really attentive to each other, right? How do you go about dismantling a composition when they're all constantly caring and looking after each other? As we head into the next map, I'm really curious about not only how the strategy is going to improve from GeForce, but how the strategy has to continue to change from Gaia, how it will have to continue to adapt as the series progresses, because something has to change, something has to adapt here for Gaia.
That it does, and they have made their map choice. We will be going to Blizzard World next.
Ooh.
And I think this is a pretty good spot. You're not going to mitigate Wrecking Ball. Wrecking Ball definitely can be played here, and I'm really, you know, I'm not expecting Strider to swap off that Wrecking Ball unless they are absolutely forced to. So I think that we're going to be seeing them come out on Blizzard World, and it's going to be interesting to see as well how Gaia is going to try and mitigate this player. You know, maybe you come out with a 6-man dive, maybe something with that Sombra to be a little bit more prevalent is going to be more useful, because I don't think we've seen that come out from Gaia's side yet.
Well, and I'm also a little bit curious about whether or not you want to mirror that matchup as well, right? We saw Gaia opt for the Sigma Ball mirror in the tank lineup, and it unfortunately didn't end up panning out for their success. I think that if we see a dramatic shift in strategy, it might be a step closer than simply trying to emulate the strengths that GeForce are demonstrating. Heading into match soon, I'm just really excited to see what heroes Gaia wants to run. I'm almost curious if running the Roadhog in all of his immense glory is a good idea, or if you're going to end up getting shut down by Pummy for GeForce, coming through with the hacks. For Gaia, opting for the defense here first, it looks like they're just going to stick to what is, conventionally speaking, very strong. I want to iterate as well, Juggle, this is high level Overwatch, just absolutely terrifically skilled and talented players on both these squads. You mentioned this a little bit with Strider, and man, oh man, I wish that I had Anyhow's page pulled up, because they're really doing well on the Sigma as well.
That they are, you know, these players. I mean, this is quite the tournament to be, you know, to have the chance to participate in, and so it has attracted a lot of top talent, as we have seen so far, and we're going to continue to see as this tournament progresses even more. And got an interesting look coming out from Gaia on the defense. It looks like they are going to be rolling with the Wrecking Ball again on Blizzard World. I am sitting here happy today.
If you're a Gaia fan, though, you might be a little bit worried, though, as you see Strider lock in the Wrecking Ball on the side of GeForce. Nothing really changing about their composition. They say, you know what, we ran this to great success on two very different map types on Busan. We might as well run it for Blizzard World as well. I really like Blizzard World because it's a little bit lenient towards the different styles of composition that you can play. Ultimately, it's GeForce going to be tailoring the map to their skill set instead of the other way around.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Tailoring the map towards their skill set. There, you know, and that's what you have to do pretty much everywhere as well. You know, when you're playing in these top echelons, you have to eke out every little bit of advantage you can possibly find, and that's exactly what we're seeing both of these teams do so far. Strider going to be pushing onto the high ground with the rest of their team. Going to take an off angle now. You typically want to engage from a different direction as the kind of core of your team. So we're going to be looking for that engagement to come out soon. Ultima Web, though, gets deleted. A hack and a nice grappling claw kill coming in from Astro Nexus. Haven going to be hacked as well. They are very, very low. They do find a mini health pack, but they're going to, even with their recall, going to go down low. And it looks as though Ultima, or they're not going to win that duel right there. Limu Yang out of the fight as well. And
Haven was getting hunted.
Yeah, Haven was. And this push really starting out not too great for D-Force. Gaia has a nice defensive hold started right here.
So this is interesting, as I said that that Gaia was going to opt for something a little bit more conventional, right? Being that this Ball Diva composition is very strong, and it plays for the amount of sustenance that the Zen Brig is able to provide. Goob is already armed with the Transcendence, the first ultimate actually built up in this whole lobby, and you'll see a little bit of a difference between the ultimate generation on both of these squads. Gaia has been able to take these fights on their terms, and that's actually, this is the first time that I've really seen them control the tempo of the match here, able to stage engagements on this high ground that Goob is playing on right now. Pummy will be coming into this fight with an EMP. We need to see the Transcendence come out in time from Goob.
That we will. They're going to have to make sure they're hidden well away. Otherwise, that EMP could be absolutely devastating. Here it comes. It's only going to catch Fidelum, and there is the Transcendence coming out. Limu Yang already down again. Pulse bomb thrown out by Haven, but it's going to be a whiff. But regardless, D-Force not looking too great right now. They do, Strider does find a pick onto Graham and Goob. Oh, now there's no supports online for Gaia, but it doesn't matter because the pick's just too heavily in favor of Gaia.
That's how it goes sometimes when you're playing support. You do as much as you possibly can until you invariably have to die, and I feel like that's what we got to see from Goob. Hopefully Graham manages to connect in time to get this rally armor built up though, but Magic Ball is looking pretty even in terms of that rally building.
That they are. They're going to be very, very close. Not clear yet who's going to get it first. Cat comes in onto Astro Nexus. They're going to fall down to the backline. But in the meantime, the point was just captured.
There was no touch.
Yeah, by G-Force. There was no touch. There was no contest coming in from Gaia, and we're going to get to see Street Space.
And that's kind of why I was hoping that Graham would be able to connect to that fight pretty quickly. And, you know, Brig isn't the same kind of point presence as you're going to get from, like, a Rhine or a Diva who, for no apparent reason, has 300 armor HP. But you wanted Graham there. You wanted the 200 health point barrier. You wanted the rally, the Inspire. Ultimately, you're not in a bad position if you're Gaia defending the second objective, where G-Force really has to opt for this high ground. As Limu Yang goes down, it actually looks like things might be in favor of Gaia in their defense. I think that it does wrap up pretty cleanly for them, and they've got ultimates coming into the next fight.
That they do, and these ultimates, again, really, really impactful ones. We've got the EMP, we've got the Pulse Bomb, we've got both support ultimates online as well. That's going to be so much staying power. You know, if this EMP goes off, they've got two options. And the one coming in first from Doomed is going to be the one that hits hardest. Already 3 picks online for Gaia, and they have got another defensive hold. Really started well.
Do you think that rally was necessary?
Yeah, that might have been a little bit of a misplay. It feels like it came out a little bit late there.
A little bit late or possibly way too early. I feel like the fight was won as soon as you get the EMP connected to Limu Yang and take them out of the fight, because look at how stunted they are in terms of ultimate generation. Magic 8-Ball is really looking good in terms of their ultimate, and you really got to make sure that Limu Yang stays alive in these fights. Goob is here to equalize in terms of support ultimates though. We'll see the Transcendence probably come out this fight.
Yeah, I imagine we are going to. That EMP ready to go from Pummy. And they find the opportunity they're looking for. And there it comes. They get 4 members of Gaia. We're going to see a self-destruct thrown out. Try and clear some space. But it's going to be the grappling claw kill and Fidelum getting a kill as well. That's going to equalize things for both teams. Strider drops the minefield on this high ground. Now they're pressuring out Goob. They're going to be able to take them out of the fight. And with that, this cart going to be able to continue pushing and get close to completion here in the street space of Blizzard World.
Yeah, it's about time that we got to see Limu Yang actually play the game unallowed at this point, up until you get doomed out of the fight and force them to opt for other targets there. You see them take down Astronex, and with that, there's no opportunity to have to establish any kind of point presence on that objective. With 2.5 minutes in the time bank, G-Force is looking really good for their next couple of team fights, but it's pretty easy to get stymied here on this third objective. Fidelum and Doom both have their ultimates, and that's going to be really key. I think that the EMP bomb might be part of a strategy here for Gaia, and really nothing to speak of on the side of GeForce, which is why their consecutive fights are going to be dry pushes. No ultimates expended, they just want to build them.
Yeah, and if they can, they also want to try and bleed these ultimates out of Gaia as well. If they can get them to commit a couple of big things, such as the EMP, maybe the Transcendence as well, then their next fights are going to be looking much, much better. Hack comes out on the Strider, but anyhow is there to take care of them with their defense matrix. And now we see GeForce starting to push in. They're going to go for, they need this fight to last a while. We've got the rally now committed by Magic Mayball. That's going to allow them to start to get some of these other ultimates online as we see them starting to get there. Strider just about to have the minefield, but look at Gaia. They've got 5.
Oh no, they're
taken out by a pulse bomb. Excellent play there coming out from Ultima Web. Not going to see any Transcendence this time around, and the card is getting dangerously close to completion. GeForce has been able to just out-position this Gaia team with this card. They haven't got a significantly large number of kills yet. They're just outplaying them. Cube comes in, though, with a pick on the Lee Yog right after Haven finds a pulse bomb. And this could be Gaia holding right here at the last moment. Strider going to be forced away.
I love it. We've gotten to see really good moments from both of the Zen players for these teams. I won't complain about that. Yeah, rep my favorite Omnic boy. There's the hack onto anyhow. Even if they do get that remake back, they're not going to be able to use it, and they die in the process. Unfortunate. For me, that was a really beautiful EMP from Doomed. It looked like it came out late in the fight, but what it actually prevented was you see Strider and Anyhow equipped with their ultimates. What that means is that they can't use those to swing the fight. You can't use the minefield for point presence. You can't use the bomb to zone out. So now you're coming into this next fight with those tank ultimates, but also at a little bit of a deficit as well in terms of space to actually use those ultimates in.
Yeah, especially since Ultima Web went down early in that last fight. They had to hold on. They had to wait. They had to, not engage until this last moment. Goob goes down very low. Just 8 health on board for them. They are going to be healed up by Graham. Strider goes low as well, but it's going to be Ultima Web winning this Tracer duel. Haven not getting the best of it this time around. EMP comes in and catches 5 members of Gaia, and they start falling like flies now. GeForce gonna be able to capture this point. They just have to keep anybody from stalling, and it looks like that's gonna be the case.
Juggle, there were ultimates on the side of Gaia. Oh no. That's absolutely brutal. You wanted to see Goob use the Transcendence just a fraction of a moment sooner, or at least to keep themselves alive. It's always such a difficult call. I don't think that it can be understated how little I want to say appreciation or respect or understanding, or maybe it's a combination of all three, about how difficult it is to make the call when you're Zenyatta, when you're Baptiste. Do I use Immortality Field here? What is the follow-up damage going to look like? Do I want to use the Transcendence to save myself? Can my team stall out for long enough that I can come back into the fight from spawn with my Transcendence to clutch it out in the last second? Ultimately, that boils down a little bit to the synergy and the communication, which I think really looked like it started to suffer there in the latter stages, those latter team fights for Gaia. They managed to hold into overtime, though. So if they managed to push the cart with more than a minute remaining all the way to the end, then Gaia puts themselves in a position where it is only winnable or drawable, and that's not a bad position to be in when you're down 1 in the series. What you really want is to win it so that you aren't in continuous match point territory.
Yeah, that's true. You know, right now, Gaia's back is against the wall. GeForce, they want to put the nail in this coffin. They want to seal the deal. They want to go on to the winners quarterfinals. But they're going to have to do a lot of work here to get that to be the case. Strider going down very low. They may have bit off more than they can chew right there. They're going to be pushed out hard. And yeah, Strider's going to go down. And that's going to be really unfortunate for this GeForce squad. Strider bit off a little more than they could chew right there with that early attempt at an engagement and an environmental kill. So now Gaia going to be able to push in with a lot more pressure and a lot more force, because they know that Ultima Web doesn't have that partner in there. That means that Haven really going to be free to put a lot of pressure on Ultima Web as well. But Strider going to be back in the fight very soon. They have respawned, and now it's really just turned into positioning that Gaia has gotten out of this. Astronex is going to be hacked, goes down low. They do find a health pack to heal themselves back up with. And now they've got to look for an engagement.
Look at Pummy, though, already with the EMP. Now, granted, you'd have Doomed with that health pack. Oh, there, yeah, there's the EMP there. It only connects onto 3, though. That's huge, but the Transcendence from Goop is there.
Yeah, that is. It's going to keep the members of Gaia alive, and that is good because, once again, they have an advantage here. They've got 3 picks on the board, and now GeForce going to be forced to back off, and I don't think they're going to get another contest.
No, no, definitely not, because you've got Fidelum armed with the self-destruct in case there is someone who wants to touch. If you want to talk about explosive power, let's look at the Astronax Minefield or Haven's Pulse Bomb there as well. For me, from Gaia, that was absolutely beautiful. That was the coordination that I wanted really to see in that last team fight on Gaia's defense. They're Doomed with that health pack, the Mega hacked on that on the left side for attackers, and now in this little corridor here, it actually, you think about space created for main tanks, and you think about the barriers, right? Reinhardt and Orisa and Sigma. The fact is that health pack control, that is space, and it's a beautiful space for Astronex and Fidelum to play around. Not to mention the fact that they have ultimates, so not only do they have the ults, they got the space to use them, but they're down to support.
They are down to support. Strider going to be hacked, though, in the middle of Gaia. They're going to go down very low. Going to be able to escape, though, with their life. And look at this. Magic 8-Ball has popped the rally now for GeForce. They are coming in with force on this Gaia squad. Going to be able to get a couple kills in their favor and push them back to spawn.
That's actually a pretty good fight for both teams there, right? GeForce takes a little bit more agency over this objective. They get a little bit more map control and can reset and restage on the high ground. Goop goes down again. That's really unfortunate. I think that they end up getting staggered out, thinking that they could reconnect in time. Ultimately for Gaia, that's not a bad fight either, because you still have ultimates online. The only thing that you committed to that fight was Fidelum's self-destruct, and I mean, these high-level D.Va players, they really do build that ultimate pretty quickly anyways. You're playing into a whole host of ultimates on the side of GeForce, though, so it's not down to the ultimates that you have, it's how you use them, how they deploy. And I think Dooms is looking to open this fight with the EMP.
I imagine they are. They're going to use it to negate that minefield that just came out. Pulse Bomb, though, going to be massive from Haven. Catches, too. That's going to equalize things for Gaia because they already had a couple of picks in their deficit. Astro Nexus finds Lee Mu Yang, and this is now slightly in favor of Gaia. They're going to turn that now into definitely their favor as they pick up this card and start to move it once again through street.
Oh, Strider is taking so much damage. I don't envy the Wrecking Ball players for these teams. Imagine wanting to play the game, but not being able to.
Right. Oh yeah, the main tank experience, especially when you're on that Wrecking Ball. We have now Gaia and the rest of Astronexus and the rest of Gaia trying to control this high ground now. They're gonna dissuade Strider from coming in to try and disrupt anything they've got planned on point at the moment. 2.5 minutes for them to get it, not very far. And I've got to tell you, Gaia's looking like the team to beat right now. Transcendence has to be committed by Goob to keep their team up and healthy. And now there's no support ultimates online. Strider's going to pop that minefield to try and keep this point from being captured. But Ultimate Wep is continuously losing this duel against Haven right now. Astronexus pops their own minefield to cover Striders, and with that, it's going to be very hard for them to move. And EMP coming in as well, and Gaia looking phenomenal right now. They are going to capture this point.
That's an amazing swing of the fight here for Gaia, and it's in the presence of ultimates without a massive commitment from Gaia either. That was actually beautiful. Send me the replay code. I want to recast the game. I want to rewatch that. For me, it was all Goob. It was the aggressive Transcendence, and typically you don't want to see those out of your Zen players. But what that enabled the rest of Gaia to do was to reformat themselves around positions of power to where you could play outside of Strider's minefield. You don't need to contest the point. You can just use your whip shot if you're Graham to proc some Inspire, keep the team alive after the Transcendence lets you play in a position to do that.
Here we come with a self-destruct thrown in to start things out for Gaia. Clear a little bit of space. Not going to find any kills, but it rarely does at this high elo. Haven putting a lot of pressure on now. Tries to get the pulse bomb in, but it was eaten very expertly by Haven there. So great work. Rather, eaten by anyhow. Astronexus coming up with the kills they need, though. They've got the support line down, and there's 2.5 minutes on the clock, and they're going to get this right on the brink of victory. I don't know if GeForce is going to get another full fight.
Maybe not, but they've got a couple of tools in their kit to see if they can swing it here. Li Mu Yong with the Transcendence to beat out Doom's EMP or Astronex Minefield, but also an EMP to work with on the side of Hummy. There it is.
It's gonna be EMPs on both sides, but the one from the GeForce gonna hit a little bit harder. Goob gonna be taken out from an Ultima Wet Pulse Bomb. That's gonna really start things off well for this GeForce defense, and they needed it to happen. Now, less than 2 minutes on the clock, but they have to play this perfect from here on out.
Not only do you have you worn down the time bank that Gaia has to work with, but you've put yourself in a position that, you know what, you win this next team fight and it's no longer only drawable. You give GeForce gives themselves another chance at victory here, and what a great set of abilities to see if they can secure this objective with as well. Strider and Anthony with their ultimates, there's a self-destruct blocked, and now forces the trans out of Goob.
Yeah, and without that Transcendence now, Strider's going to be a lot more free to use these Minefield, but pick already onto Astronexus. Maybe they don't even need it, as there's now just a minute left on the clock for Gaia. They have to come away with something, and that's a big something right there. A pick on the Strider early when they had that, when they had those Minefields ready to go. Astronexus already back in the fight. They're going to get to initiate first. But without Goob, that's going to be tremendously detrimental to them. They may want to hold off.
I think that this is really where you make something happen, because right now you saw, Graham was getting so pressured. You saw it by Strider and Ultima Web, who both have their ultimates a whole set. You might as well make a new hero out of the abilities that GeForce has to work with here to make sure that this defense holds. 30 seconds in the time bank for Gaia. It has to happen here and now, but you're not quite at a massive deficit, but a little bit. So Ultimate Cycle is going to be coming through in this fight. It's about how you use those ultimates, and I think that we need to see the rally come out from both sides at least, so that the EMP doesn't shred that armor.
And here comes the rally and the EMP. Astronex is taken out of the fight immediately by Li Mu Yong. They were able to get their Minefield out, but it's going to be the Minefield from Strider that looks to do more work. 1 second left to go. Members of Gaia falling like flies right now. They do have a counter pick onto Hummy, but it looks like it's not going to be enough. The overtime wick ticks over, and this is going to be the GeForce team going on in this tournament. Congratulations to them. Gaia, they have played very, very well, but it's just not going to be in the cards for them this time around, as the staggers are going to be slowly taken out, but with ease by GeForce. Congratulations to them.
That was beautiful from GeForce. Really nice defense there, and you saw it really come through in that ladder fight there when you have Strider, Hummy, and Ultima all just pressuring the support line for Gaia. Ultimately, Gaia played this really, really well. I don't think that it was a massive difference between these two teams. And I mean, I say this for everything because I like feeling good, but I feel like this matchup was really a lot closer than the 2-0 really affords. I think that Gaia put their best foot forward, and GeForce just, they stepped a little further.
Yeah, they did. They, and I do have to say, while Blizzard World looked close, Busan was dominant, I feel like, very much in favor of GeForce. They look like, it looks to me like Control Point is their kind of map, which makes sense when you're running that, a strong Wrecking Ball kind of composition. That those Control Point maps start to come easy to you. And, moving forward, I think that, other teams, if they're looking at GeForce and looking for a weakness, maybe it is going to be on these hybrid or escort maps, because Gaia definitely looked stronger there. They looked like they were well into that game, and frankly, they looked stronger right until third point when GeForce really was able to clutch this out.
Yeah, they did. I was really excited to see the series go the distance there based on how Gaia was performing there on Blizzard World, utilizing some of the same strengths that we've seen emerge from GeForce. So it means that really when it comes to this high-level Overwatch, that margin for error, it's so slight. And I feel like Gaia, if it can even be said that they missed the mark, because I don't think that that's a fair way of saying it. I think, again, it's GeForce doing really, really well. If Gaia missed the mark, big if, it was by such a small margin. I'm really excited to continue to see GeForce playing. Hopefully we'll be able to get them on the broadcast again. And correct me if I'm wrong, Joggle, but I don't think, is Gaia out now? No, they're not out. They get another chance. So they do drop to the losers quarterfinal.
Yes.
They're not done.
Yeah, so there is opportunity for them to come back in this matchup. or in this tournament. But it's going to be GeForce going to continue forward in the winners bracket. So congratulations to them. And I'm excited to see what's going to be coming next for us here during the broadcast. But we are going to be throwing to a short break right now before we get the next teams in the lobby and ready to go. But stick around. There's going to be lots more action coming your way. Stay tuned. We will be right back.
Pretty as a new star, take it in. Some kind of magic. Dizzy as a new dawn to begin. Every road that we followed had to hold on just so we could let go. And the night goes on so we could know what the light feels like when it comes up. I got a fever and it's breaking. Oh, we found a way, oh, true believer. Yeah, we're waking up. We found a way, oh. We found a way, oh. We found a way, oh. We got it just right. It's better if you chill, don't even try. Aiming so high, found out what it means to touch the sky. Every road that we followed had to hold on just so we could let go. And the night goes on so we could know what the light feels like when it comes up. I got a fever and it's breaking. Oh, we found a way, oh, true believer. Yeah, we're waking up. We found a way, oh.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the broadcast. We have an update for you on what we're going to be seeing, and this is going to be exciting. We're going to be going over to the winners finals as soon as that game is ready. We still got one game happening in the winners semifinals between, let me see here, I just had the bracket up, between True Damage and Shikigami. So as soon as we have the winner from that, we're going to be going over to the winners finals. But in the meantime, we're actually going to take a look at the losers round 3. So we're going to be watching Sub2 Temporal go up against the controversial players.
I'm really excited to see this particular matchup, Sub2 Temporal and controversial players. I got to watch controversial players play yesterday, actually, and it was an absolute blast. I'm looking at their roster right now. In particular, one of the big standout players for me was Ace of Spades, really being an ace in the hole for controversial players. Juggo, I think that we won't find it surprising that they were actually knocked into the losers bracket by GeForce, right? Who we just saw in a really strong matchup, a really strong series against Gaia. So for controversial players who, by the way, yesterday looked like one of the strongest teams that we had contending in this tournament. For them to be knocked out by GeForce, I feel like that's a pretty serious statement as in terms of GeForce's prowess over the game. But not to dismiss what controversial players are capable of. Controversial Player Academy looking to keep themselves alive. This is their second chance. If they win, they get one more. If they win, they get one more. And hopefully, maybe we'll see a rematch between themselves and GeForce. But we'll have to see.
That would be exciting. Let's go over a little bit more of what is happening in the losers bracket as well. Looking at losers round 2, we still have 2 games happening right now. That's going to be Bay State up against UCI. And Bay State, I was actually surprised to see them get knocked out by Shikigami in the winners quarterfinals. Bay State, just a phenomenal collegiate team, one of the top ones next to, alongside Northwood and ISU Redbirds. So they're definitely a force to watch, I think, in this losers bracket. We also have DK Fan Club fighting Death Computer right now. That match still going on. And so the winner of losers round 3, or losers round 2, gonna go on to losers round 3, where the winner of that will face Gaia. Gaia drops down to the losers quarterfinals right now, so they get a couple of buys in that losers bracket for having made it so far into the winners bracket. So, gonna be very, very fun to see how this lower bracket plays out. Lots of great players, lots of great teams still in this tournament.
For Gaia dropping in and getting a little bit of a buy, that is a fantastic luxury that is afforded to them. By the way,
yes.
Just want to iterate that, like, that's VOD review time, right? That's time for scouting. That's time to look at these other matches, or maybe to look. Hopefully, some of the players or all of the players are, or at least one player on each team. Is streaming, so that you can kind of do a little bit of scouting and see what these teams look like, or at the very least, kind of review how the game versus GeForce went and see if there are exploitable weaknesses that you can look for in the upcoming series. For now, I'm really intrigued about the Bay State versus UCI game. We'll have to see how that unfolds. I think that whoever Gaia ends up going against, it's going to be a really exciting match. We might not get to see it, but at the very least, we'll all know that it's a really good game. And I think that's the testament of tonight's of yesterday and today's tournament, is just that these are all really good teams.
That they are, and it sounds like we are ready to head into the game between Sub2 Temporal and Controversial Players Academy. We're going to be starting things out on Lijiang Tower, which, evidenced by my background, my favorite place in the game. So I, for one, am very excited to see how this next matchup is going to go. Both these teams, I think, have a lot to offer here and cannot wait to see who's going to come out on top. This is going to be their last chance, though. Both of these teams cannot afford another loss. Otherwise, they are gone. They have to say sayonara and see you later.
And I think that CPA is in a really good position to be the team that emerges on top. To be fair, I have not seen Sub2 play, so they're gonna be able to really show off here on the broadcast and show us the kinds of things that they're capable of. Here they're opting for a brawl-based double shield comp with SCL and Hirsch on the Reinhardt Sigma. On the other side, you'll have Crawl and Ace of Spades on that. Oh, I love this main tank off tank duo. Let me tell you, Ace of Spades on the Reinhardt. That's a little harrowing for me if I were SCL here. On Li Zhang, you kind of gotta, the way I express it is you kind of gotta meta slave it out a little bit, but that doesn't mean that it isn't a great opportunity to showcase your strengths.
That's true. It really is an opportunity to just that. And look at this. Already Maxwell finds Andy. So without those big heals, CPA are just going to have to back off and try again. What a fast win for Sub2 Temporal.
Wow, that was a really quick fight. Winning the Mei wall from Zerocious to make sure they get out alive and aren't staggered is actually so incredibly important there, because you don't really have any other abilities to swing this fight or to fight back for this choke. Currently being controlled by Sub2, and look at the beautiful teleports are going to put both these teams in a position to restage a quick fight.
That they are. Andy is forced to use their immortality field though early on. Fire Strike gonna take Ace of Spades out of this fight. Biz going just ham with this photon projector, getting a couple of nice kills, and CPA once again sent packing.
And there's the teleporter as well. It's a quick, it's almost like a Moira Fade or a Reaper Wraith. It's a get out of jail free card. You find yourself in a bad spot, just revert to the objective. You'll have SCL with the Shatter Ace of Spades a little bit far behind, but you might just want to lose this fight if you're CPA and draw out some of those Sub2 ults.
That's a good point. They have quite a few on board right now. They're going to use the Photon Barrier to start things out and see if they can hold on to this point. Rip Tower going to be committed as well right before the before the immortality field goes down. Picks for either side though at the moment. This is anybody's fight right now. Galliard Delay doing a lot of work now with their photon projector as well, getting tremendous value with it. But the story of the day is still Sub2 Temporal. They've got the picks they need to hold on one more time.
Oh my goodness! Can we just watch Biz on this Symmetra? Just absolutely incredible how much they're connecting. Not only with the beautiful tracking on the beam, but also the. I mean, it looks like intimate knowledge of the projectile for the alternate fire of that photon projector. Another turret, a teleport comes up. Is a quick fight.
That it is. 80% on the board now for Sub2 Temporal. CPA has to come up with something big here, but there's a pick already in favor of both sides. We've got the Gravitic Flux now. The Shatter lands, but they're going to be taken out of the fight right before that sound barrier from Noctis is able to give them value. We've got a charge coming in now from SCL to get themselves back towards their backline. A nice Fire Strike takes Andy out right through that amplification matrix. And with 99% on the board, this is Sub2 Temporals to lose. Shatter goes straight into the shield of Ace of Spades, but the charge is going to take them out of the fight. And now with no main tank on board, it's going to be Sub2 Temporal coming away with this first sub-map.
Yeah, Juggle, did I say earlier that it was harrowing to go up against Ace of Spades on the main tank if you're SCL? Yeah. I don't remember saying that. I'm pretty sure what I said was it's pretty harrowing to be Ace of Spades if you're going up against SCL. Although I don't even mean that, because here's the thing, Juggle. On these maps, it's all about the synergy, it's all about the communication, it's all about how your team is formatting itself, the positions that you're maintaining. Right now, for me, it definitely looks like you could look at this and on the surface level, you could go, you could type out MTD in the general chat, but that's not actually what's going on. For me, there's so much support for Sub2 Temporal, or from Sub2 Temporal, to enable SCL to free swing, to stay alive. Really nice initiative on the way that they're playing, and now they're going to go to a comp that is all initiative, and wow, well, enough said.
Yeah, I believe that was a TP boop right there from SCL. Excellent game sense right there to know that they were going to come that way and to be ready for it. So that fight's over before it even starts.
I respect the reset from Noctis. That's for me, it's like there's a little bit of ego involved, trying to see if you can kind of stick around and build up that ultimate charge. So it's really nice to see them be ready to reset with the rest of the squad. It's gonna be a quick engagement here. No abilities to speak of in terms of ultimates on either side.
No, there's not yet. This is going to be another dry fight here. Andy is forced to use that Immortality Field early on. SEL coming in with a nice engagement from the backline. They're going to be forced away, though. Have to grab a Mega Health back before they can re-engage one more time. Here they come back into the fray, though. Going to get a nice minefield to try and separate the members of CPA, but CPA is getting the kills that they need in order to push forward. Now with an amplification matrix on board as well, this is going to be much harder for Sub2 Temporal to hold on to, but they're trying their best. They were able to get a counter pick. Ace of Spades is out of the fight, so with no main tank, things will be a little bit easier, but only a little bit, as the pick's still coming heavily in favor of CPA. Transcendence committed now from Skyward.
Oh, nice Deadeye finish onto SCL, and I think that it's actually very losable here for Sub2, although they are going to make an effort to stall here.
Yeah, the stall is going to be real. They have lots of heroes that can do this, but Skyward taken out by a nice shot from Gale Adelaide as well. So CPA does come away with the point flip eventually.
Thank you.
At one point, Juggle, you had said that Ace of Spades was out of the fight, and I think that the reason CPA ultimately takes advantage of this point is because you still got Crawl, Crawl being super attentive to all of their teammates here. Unfortunately, Zerocious gets knocked off though.
Yeah, an excellent boop there coming out from Timid, playing anything but right now. CPA, though, does have the kills that they need to keep this point under their control, especially with the Deadeye now from Gale. That's going to seal this fight in their favor.
Yeah, because you lose that break and you want to instantly back out. I mean, man, Deadeye, a lot of us consider it kind of a useless ultimate, but when it shreds through not only the barrier, but also the armor HP on a rallying Brigitte, that gives you a really good sense of how powerful it truly is. What the power that I want to see here emerge from a Controversial Players Academy is Zerocious's EMP. I want to see it connect to as many targets as possible, because now Sub2 is on a composition where if you disable any or all of them, it becomes a very losable situation very quickly.
Yeah, that it does. EMP coming out.
Solo
Only gonna catch one, yeah, Skyward, but they are taken out of the fight. So Sub2 Temporal looking a little rough, but Crawl is gonna be taken out as well. The res does come out onto Skyward, so Sub2 Temporal gonna be able to push in now. They do have a slight advantage here. Maxwell trying to get in some work on that shield of Ace of Spades. They do get stunned though and removed from the fight. Excellent play there. Coming out from Gale Adelaide one more time. He used the Deadeye just to reload their weapon as well.
Yeah.
Gale has an excellent understanding of this Cassidy hero.
And well, you know, with the EMP, I said if you could hack any or all of them, and that's what you did. I'm amazed that fight still ended up swinging the side of CPA, and now you've got Noxus just looking for the boot, but they've got the sound barrier to sustain.
That they do. First is going to be demected, taken out of the fight almost immediately. Ace of Spades has this shatter online. Can they find a target? They find SC3, and that's going to be them out of the fight as well. This point gonna go the way of CPA. They're gonna come back in this matchup and even things out at one apiece.
It's pretty interesting to me, CPA being able to equalize the progress here in terms of these sub maps. I wonder if Sub2 should have just foregone their composition as soon as it stopped working, and we saw it stop working at around 50% progress for Sub2 after they lose that point for the first time. I wonder if they should have just mirrored the Brawl comp. I'm sure that we're going to see SCL, swap over to the Reinhardt, and it's going to be all Brawl here, but CPA is coming into this fight with a little, I think, a little bit of an advantage. They got the momentum. They've kind of re-examined their formation or amped up the communication, so I think that you do still play into a tough fight if you're Sub2, even though CPA is also confronted with a challenge here as Sub2 opts for that brawl-based composition. Namely, Maxwell and the Doomfist is going to be pretty destructive.
Yeah, that they are. It looks like the TP and the point gonna go in control of Sub2 Temporal first. Splee was there at the right time to get their team set up on point, but CPA gonna push in as well. Charge comes in from Splee. They're gonna be able to get a lot of value from it, but the picks coming in favor of CPA at the moment. In fact, CPA is gonna be able to push all of the members of Sub Temporal away and take this point.
I'm not going to lie. I don't have a bias for one team or the other. I just really liked watching Andy eliminate Maxwell there, get the final blow, and I really like seeing Noctis rewarded for their aggression positioning with a double environmental elimination. They're also going to rack up quite a bit of ultimate charge for that as well, and that's always a luxury that you play for on these maps, not only for the mobility, but also for that pop-off, that clutch potential. Skyward is the Ant Matrix, though, and they're going to open up this fight with, actually, it's Andy opening up the fight with the Ant Matrix, and I think that we're going to see Sub2 just kind of LOS that entirely. All right, just wait, just wait.
Yep, you could argue that maybe that was used a bit early, but it does get you a lot of good time on the point. You do get value from that, regardless of whether or not you're getting those kills. Maxwell gonna charge in, finds a kill onto Andy in the backline, but they are gonna be taken out. Shattered lands, though, from Lee. Gonna lay down several members of CPA, but they're still coming up with kills here and there. It is gonna be Sub2 Temporal coming away with the value here and the kills they need to potentially flip this point back in their favor.
I feel like I wanted to see the Photon Barrier from Gale Adelaide come out just a little bit sooner. Maybe they didn't quite have it, but you wanted to enable Ace of Spades to kind of free swing and play freely. There's Timid striking back onto Noctis there, saying, I can score the environmental eliminations as well. And you saw the beat drop from Noctis, and we'll see it drop this fight from Timid as well, as Skyward's still holding this amplification matrix. They didn't need it for that fight, but they will for this one.
Yeah, they certainly will. They're going to use it as soon as CPA appears to push onto the point. Maxwell taken out on 5 by Ace of Spades is a big boon, though, for CPA. They throw a self-destruct on the point as well to try and clear some space, which works out in their favor as Andy is taken out of the fight now. We've got the Blizzard committed as well by Zerocious. Flea finds a charge kill onto them right after they pop it, though. And this point, despite looking good for CPA initially, going to eventually go the way of Temporal.
It was the position, rather the rotation that was enabled by Biz and the teleporter. As soon as the D.Va self-destruct from Crawl goes out, you saw the entire team abandon the objective and play for the retake, and that was an absolutely beautiful strategy considering you had ultimates and still have ultimates to play for that kind of strategy, even though you won't need to. You're playing to hold here.
Yeah, that you are. We're going to see a big engagement, though, coming out from Maxwell, trying to dissuade the CPA team from using that amplification matrix, but it's not going to work out as they do find value and kills through it. This point just flipping back and forth between each of these teams. CPA very much on the aggression now, and Sub2 Temporal on the back foot. The point's going to flip over to CPA.
Ooh, nice stagger elimination there onto Biz as well. You were playing to hold if you were Sub2, and you didn't manage to do so, but you do get 90% of objective progress, and that forces you into it's a really narrow last team fight if you manage to retake. Puts you in a good spot. Also in a good spot are Timid and Biz with these ultimates. That's a lot of defensive potential, especially against Crawl's self-destruct. That's a lot of space that you can create away from that D.Va bomb.
Yeah, and we saw just how effective that was, too, a couple of fights ago. They were able to get a pick onto Andy off of it, despite, them not getting taken out by the bomb. We see a rematch kill comes onto Timid. Gotta love to see a Noctis combined for an environmental kill as well. This is looking really good for CPA. This is last fight territory for both of these teams. We've got picks on either side at this point. Splee going down very low. They look like they're not long for this world. And now CPA on the front foot. They've got the momentum. They've got the kills in their favor. Overtime is taking over. Somebody first touches from Sub2 Temporal. We've got Maxwell coming in from the side as well, but are they going to get an opportunity? No, Noctis finds them. The Blizzard from Zerocious was eaten as well by Hirsch. Excellent play right there, but the overtime's going to go in favor of CPA. They take this first map win.
I mean, Hirsch ate the Blizzard, and that was absolutely beautiful. We love to see D.Vas on those ultimates, but I mean, you didn't need it. CPA was in a good position right from the very beginning of that fight, all the way up until the very end. This is, oh, you love to see it if you're a Lucio player watching. That's one boop. Can I get another? Can I get two? Oh, yeah, he's going to go for it.
Oh, my gosh.
I play a lot of Lucio myself, but I never really engage myself in the boop style. I like to sit in the middle of my team and just heal bot. That's a lot of fun. It's not quite engaging, as engaging. Controversial Player Academy picks up this first map win. That's a really good position to be in. Force us into match point territory for the entire series as a whole. They really awakened themselves into this brawl composition as well.
Yes.
Does that mean that for Hybrid, we go into King's Row, they continue to lean into that strength?
I think that's a very good possibility. You know, they did come away with the better brawl at the end of the day, despite going down, you know, early on Control Center, not taking that win. But what a fantastic first map. It goes 3 rounds. I think we're in for an excellent losers round 3 here with these two teams.
Well, because like you said, this is last chance for one of these teams or the other, and both these teams, as we iterated earlier, plenty. Both of these teams are playing not only for the prize, but also to be, you know, the top team in the Toronto Defiant tournament. That's actually a really good thing to say about your team and about your players. Is like, yeah, we emerged. We were the grand champs, or at the very least, you know, we made it to the semifinals. We were there in that winner's bracket until our run ended. Right? Not quite so for these teams. They're in the lower bracket, but hey, there's still a chance for redemption here, and they're looking to seize it.
Yeah, that they are. We are going to throw to a short break here as we find out, you know, if the winners finals ready to go, or if we're going to continue here in round 3. But stick around. We will be right back after a very short break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We do have an update for you. We are going to be going over to the winners finals. The matchup today is going to be True Damage versus GeForce. So we're going to be starting that in just a few minutes here. But what a place to leave this losers round 3 as well. I'm going to make sure that we stay updated with the results of this as it continues, because that was quite the match that we got to see the start of.
Yeah, I'm hoping that that this next matchup that we see is going to be as close as you and I anticipated the matchup between Controversial Players Academy and Sub2 Temporal to be. So whether it comes from us, Juggle, or whether it comes from the casters coming after us, definitely we'll have to keep you guys updated. To Sub2 and CPA, I've got to say, you know, to Timid, Hirsch, Biz, and Ace of Spades, Gale Adelaide, good luck to all of you guys. I cannot wait to see who emerges triumphant. My only regret is that I didn't get to watch the rest.
That is true. We are going to throw it to another break, though. Before we get back, we've got a little bit of work to do to get these lobbies set up. So thank you so much. We will be back very shortly.
Twin pillars, the east and the west. Scorch our names in.
Rolling. So how long have you been following Overwatch League for?
I've been following since the start, 2018. I even left the Twitch Sunday.
And do you love it?
I love it. I usually just stand it whenever I'm at SCC chat.
All right. What does Overwatch mean to you?
So Overwatch means to me is not just a game, it's a way of communicating with other community members in the Overwatch community. And you get to see it in person at this moment. This is why I'm here, and it shows how much bonds we've made and strong connections we have forged with each other. Yep. That is, yeah.
That's good. How long have you been playing Overwatch, and do you love it?
Only started playing only got the game like a year after it came out, so I haven't played like as long as like anyone else. But I like the game. It's like very fast paced compared to other shooters I'm like I'm used to. So it's fun.
What was the question, sorry?
What is Overwatch? You know, let's just go with this. How you enjoying the event so far?
Bro, it's super lit. I can't lie. It's super nice seeing, the whole gang. People I've been typing with for like a year and a half, Finally good to put like faces to it. Like, I've seen the homie Mac right here. I've been talking to this guy for like a year and a half. Seen him in person for a time. It's good because like these people are like a second family, So it's really good to like meet them in person, It's nice. Very nice.
That was awesome. All right, so tell me about you and the Defiant. What do they mean to you?
So I've been a long-term Overwatch fan. I remember watching some of the Alienware monthly tournaments back in 2016. And it was really great when Toronto finally got their own Overwatch team. Been a huge fan. I live several hours away, so it's always been very difficult to eventually meet people.
Missioning out.
Fantastic with this event to see everyone, bring everyone together. It's been a huge part of the esports community, which is something that's growing, and it's fantastic to see so many people here today having fun.
Okay, awesome. Okay, how you enjoying the event?
I'm having a really good time. It's really good to see people after like so long of not having like social interaction, and it's really good to see like Defiant fans, like especially because so far for like the past couple of years we've been talking over Discord, right? So like a bunch of these people I'm meeting for the first time in person. It's really cool. Really cool.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, what does the Overwatch community mean to you?
Yeah, it's basically like a second family because I've been a part of the Defiant community specifically for like 2 or 3 years, almost 4. And it's almost like I've grown up with these people in a way, and just seeing each other again after COVID has meant a lot to me. And yeah, these are really special people. We have a special connection, and it's a connection. It's like a lifetime connection that you hope to sustain over the years. So yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Rolling. So.
They're calling us in. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. Speak on it.
Hello again, everybody. We are back and ready to go with our winners bracket final. The two teams that have made it this far with a perfect record are True Damage and GeForce. True Damage just squeaking out a win over Shikigami in the winners semifinals. So excellent work from them, going up against quite the opponents though in GeForce.
Yeah, I'm pretty thrilled about this series. I think that I'm hoping that it's pretty tight. I think that all of these matches end up being competitive in their own way, but here for this particular series, I want to see it go the distance. I want to continue seeing this composition that GeForce ran in the previous series against Gaia as well. A little bit of a departure from the brawl comps that we were getting to watch from CPA and Sub2 Temporal, but I think no matter what, more Overwatch, good Overwatch, and it stays exciting when it's played at this high of a level.
That it does. And we're going to have a sneak peek now into which map we are going to be going to first. So we're going to be headed to Ilios, which is a bit of a departure from what we typically see. And I gotta be honest, I'm excited. We've seen 3 different control maps in all the games we've watched so far to start things out. Starting out with Busan, then we got to see Lijiang. Now we're on Ilios, which presents lots of different options.
Yeah, including Juggle. We go back to that 6-man composition. It's particularly strong on Ilios Ruins. You can run it on Lighthouse as well if you'd like, but honestly, you know what I expect to see from GeForce? Wrecking Ball. I want to see the hamster. Yep. I want to see him rolling around the map, swinging off of those pillars, off of the statues, booping people into the well. But I'm also intrigued to see if or where a Lucio might fit into that lineup. Lucio, this is a really, really good map for him. Lucio mains, they kind of froth at the mouth a little bit when they see that they're launching into Ilios, and so I'm intrigued to see if we'll see Lee Mu-yong or in this case Fixer Hyung take up that role. They won't here for Ruins. This is really where you want to stick to something that's a little more conventional. That's exactly what we'll see. But Joko, you're not disappointed. Strider and Gig on the Wrecking Ball? What more can we ask for?
Yeah, exactly.
Magic
This is exactly how I was hoping to start out. Now, just a quick note, we do have the team swapped in the banner on top. So GeForce is actually on the left in blue with Strider, True Damage on the right. So there we go. We got those swapped now. Both teams are going to roll out with the Symmetra, of course, to get a little bit of early positioning. We're going to see Gig go ahead and trace Strider, who is already positioned himself well in the back line of True Damage. But he's going to have to watch out. Actually, he's got quite the target there. Daydream on that Widow. Certainly going to be someone he is looking to at least harass, if not outright take out of this fight. But Point just now unlocking. GeForce in control of it at the moment. Picks coming in for both sides as one DPS is down for each team. Immediate control going over in favor of GeForce, but the fight isn't won yet, so this could still go either way. We've got Pure going down very low. There are going to be DMX, so now there's just a baby diva to try and keep True Damage alive, and with that, they're going to back out nicely.
You see Strider just like bound over that little wall there. That's the kind of Wrecking Ball tech that you've taught me that I failed to learn there, Chuckle. Strider and Gig are big targets to eliminate, but priority ends up going to Pummy there, and that's a little bit of a setback for GeForce in their next defense, especially considering my goodness, how quickly they've lost those other supports.
Yeah, True Damage coming in with exactly that right now. Taking out both supports, like you said, from GeForce. It's now just the health that they have, that they were given at the beginning of this map, and whatever they can find from health packs. We got Anyhow trying as much as they can to stay on point, to proc as much percentage. We do have Strider coming back in for the stagger, but he's going to be removed very quickly, and the point does flip over to True Damage.
Importantly, there were no ultimates expended in that exchange there, and Daydream is lagging just a little bit behind of Plummy, who, despite going down that fight, ends up racking up a little bit more contribution to some of these fights. Most importantly, is the space going to be created from the minefield on both sides? Strider and Gig both looking to equalize the value there. Nice stick as well from Snozlar.
Yeah, with Magic 8 Ball out of the fight, GeForce is looking a little rough. The minefield does find Daydream, though, so we've got counter picks on each side, but True Damage coming away with a little bit of an advantage here. Hummy does find Snozlar, so things aren't over for GeForce, but they just about are. They're going to back off.
Yeah, because you lost Magic Mayball, and that's really the one who's keeping you in the fights is that Brigida. Now, if you want to stay in the fight, then you rely a little bit on the Transcendence from Limu Yang as well. Fix having committed theirs into this fight, but still having the rally coming online for true damage means that Sustain is going to favor both of these squads.
Yeah, that it is. The sustain really, really big with both of these teams. We've got the point almost flipped over in G-Force's favor. Gig is going to find Pummy, though. So counter picks for each side. The point does flip over, in fact, in favor of G-Force. True damage takes their foot off it for just long enough for them to get back control. Young pops the rally. They go down kind of low, but they're going to be able to push back onto point and try and get some work done. They find Ultimate Whip again. So despite this fight going early in favor of G-Force and them getting the capture percentage, things are looking a little rough for them. Ryder does combine with Pummy for a couple of picks, though, and now with 70% on the board, this is true damage having to back off.
You get about 10 seconds here for true damage to get out, reset, get your formation all settled. Unfortunate, though, that you lose Pure and that they get demeched. I think that they end up getting hacked out of boosters and couldn't get over the last little inches of that wall there. And now you don't quite have the point presence you want with that mech, but you do if you're G-Force with all of these explosive ultimates coming up online.
That you do, but first pick gonna go the way of G-Force. They're able to take Daydream out of the fight. That's going to allow Strider to just really start to go to town here. Minefield going to be committed, but there's a Transcendence in from Fix to try and take things out. But Young manages to step onto one of those mines. Unfortunately for them, overtime starting to tick down. Can anyone else from True Damage touch? This is almost a foregone conclusion that it will go the way of G-Force. There's nobody left to stagger. They're going to come away with this first map win.
What a map to win it on as well. It's not quite over yet, though. As Daydream connects, you do proc the Transcendence out of Limu Yang because you don't know for certain if Daydream has their EMP, and you definitely don't want to get caught out by that. Fortunately for G-Force, they didn't. G-Force does pick up that first map win on Ruins, but they'll be heading into maps that are a little bit more gimmicky and almost as if Jeff Kaplan and Aaron Keller were listening to me. They say, yes, let us put them on well. And now I get to see Fix on the Lucio for true damage, looking to swing fights with the environmental eliminations. Maybe Gig with a Primal Rage as well. Is that too much to hope for?
I don't think it's too much to hope for at all. We're certainly going to see environmental kills coming out. They're going to be the name of the game here on, well, Magic Mayball is going to briefly swap over, tease that Lucio, but stay on the Brigida. I'm not surprised to see them stick with the composition that's been working well for them so far. They've got semi six-man coming out on True Damage's side. Not quite. They need that Reaper instead of the Tracer, but the Tracer's going to be good for dueling against Ultimate Web.
Yeah, Limu Yang goes down. I think that this is over for G-Force. They might try to fight it, though.
That certainly might be. They do. Gig is able to find both supports, actually, for G-Force, so this is definitely going their way. A hack, though, onto Pure sends them into the middle of the well, so maybe things aren't over yet. Daydream does find another pick, and now it's certainly going to be over for this G-Force side.
Yeah, True Force says the point unlocks will be able to rack up that initial point progress, and Snozlar is equipped with a Pulse Bomb into this next fight as well. You're looking to continually stunt the progress of the ultimate generation for the supports on the side of G-Force. Magic Mayball and Lee Moon Young, you want to prevent them from using those ults, but if you're Pummy, you want to prevent True Damage from using any of their abilities with an EMP coming online shortly. We'll have to see that deployed in the mid-fight if G-Force wants an advantage.
Yeah, and they're certainly going to be looking for one. They have to find a way into this composition. It's proved a little tougher for them this time around. We've got a lot of damage coming in from Snozlar. The stick is there, but it doesn't result in a kill this time around. Kind of picks on each side. The EMP hits 4 on True Damage's side. Fix going to be taken out. Pure demeched as well, and with that, G-Force coming away with the fight win.
There's still a little bit of cleanup left to do. Gig is looking to stall it out on the Winston. Oh, nice boop onto, or nice grapple kill onto Pure there. And you've got the Primal Rage out from Gig as well to see if you can stay in this fight. You might see Daydream commit the EMP as well, especially in the presence of the Minefield dropped on the point by Strider. The point still unlocks, though, and that's actually really important for G-Force to win that fight when they did. It's halfway to completion here for True Damage. For True Damage, though, not a bad fight. You did have to commit the Primal Rage there, but you've got a bunch of other ultimates that you can use to swing or to to fight for this point back. It's going to be important on where you want to stage that fight, though.
Yeah, that is such an important question, right? Where and when EMP comes in is just going to catch the supports of GeForce, but Magic 8-Ball got the rally out before it hit. And fortunately for GeForce, they're able to get the kills that they need as well. Gig going down very low. They are going to be hacked and removed from the fight, and this point remains under GeForce control.
Oh, and they didn't really have to use many ultimates either for that. You saw the rally from Magic 8-Ball, and on the other side for True Damage, you did have the expenditure of the EMP. So as we head into to equalizing territory in terms of point percentage, GeForce is definitely at an advantage here. Looking for a stick on the Pulse Bomb. Ultima might be able to end this fight before it even begins.
That's very true. And just now, GeForce eclipsed the capture percentage for True Damage. Here comes the EMP. Catches 3 members. Young and Snozzle are already down. GeForce on their way to another very fast fight win.
It's almost, man, Juggle, I'm actually a little bit torn. That was a fight win, but I feel like it didn't really need to cost 3 ultimates. Now,
right.
Tracer builds her Pulse Bomb really, really quickly. Maybe that doesn't really matter, because what does matter is you've managed to conserve the tank ultimates. Again, that point presence, the zoning that is capable of being accomplished with GeForce's tank ults, and you're heading into last fight territory for them.
Yeah, you certainly are, and that is not a good way to enter with Fix out of the fight. They had the sound barrier. That was going to be such a crucial part, a crucial piece of the puzzle. Gig has this Bramble Rage. They're going to have to use it to try and stay alive and to give point pressure to True Damage. They're going to start capturing it, but Strider already has a pick on the Young, and now with no supports left online, it's going to be up to Fix to get back and get that sound barrier on as fast as they can, which they do. Overtime has started ticking over in favor of GeForce, but the pick still coming in favor of GeForce as well. Gig going down very low after that Primal Rage. They're going to be taking out, and this map, Ilios going to go the way of GeForce. They come up 1-0 early on in this series.
It's a nice position to be in for GeForce, and we alluded to this earlier in one of the earlier matchups against Gaia. But maybe Control Point is just GeForce's game mode. Not to say that the other maps aren't. I think that this is a really strong squad, no matter where they're playing. For me, it boils down to a little bit of this support lineup. In this next match, pay close attention, or in this next map. Pay close attention to how long the supports for GeForce live compared to how long the supports for True Damage live. The longer you live as a support, the more enabled your team becomes, and obviously the more enabled your team is, the longer they stay in the fight, the more value they attain.
Yeah, that's so true. You know, the support line, it's the true backbone of any Overwatch team, and if you lose your backbone, you can't stand. Certainly not stand on point. So that definitely makes it tough for them. So, gonna be curious to see how True Damage tries to keep their support line alive in this next map. It is going to be their choice now. We are going to be headed, I believe, to a hybrid next. Yes, hybrid is going to be the next map type. So, gonna be curious to see what they choose this time around. The last time somebody tried to, pick a map against GeForce, it still went their way. So they've got to come up with something here.
Albeit, Gaia was able to make it a little bit close. Almost managed to pull the rug out there from GeForce, but you really can't pull the rug out from a rolling Wrecking Ball. It's just going to slide from beneath them, and it might actually increase their momentum as well. And that's exactly what GeForce, the kind of speed, the kind of pace that they're looking to play in as we head into our next map. And it sounds like it's going to be King's Row. We'll be heading to the map best for the quintessential barrier tank of Overwatch. That's going to be Reinhardt being the tip of the spear in the formation of maybe one of these compositions. It's kind of weird to go into King's Row and wonder if you're going to see Reinhardt or not. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I imagine we're gonna see it from True Damage's side, but I'm really don't think we're gonna see it from GeForce at all. Strider definitely the Wrecking Ball one trick, and I mean look at the icon that we see as well for this GeForce side. The little hamster poking out from it looks like a cardboard box to me right there. The cardboard box, the natural enemy of a hamster. Doesn't survive long in their wake, as many people have not survived long in the wake of GeForce either. So as we get to load into King's Row, we're going to get a quick sneak peek into what True Damage wants to run on their defense.
They want to run something that is it's difficult because honestly, Ball Diva is just, it's really strong right now. And what's interesting as well, because it's been a long time since, I don't feel bad about saying it's been a long time since we've gotten a balance patch, right? A real one, not a meme balance patch, although that is a good patch. So with the longer a composition stays meta, the stronger it becomes, because the more intimate and familiar the players become with the strategies that you have to utilize when running that composition, right? So for GeForce, they don't have a problem running the Sigma Wrecking Ball on the attack, because this composition has been strong for long enough that that they know how to run it on King's Row. True Damage, it seems Pure is still evaluating what they want to go for. They will be opting for the Ball Diva, running what is strong, mounting a defense with a highly mobile, but also disabling composition, right? You've got Brigitte to boot people away. Zenyatta with the Discord Orb shreds through anything, especially armor, as well as Daydream on the Sombra, ready to disable anyone's kits. I like the double sniper look from GeForce though, looking for those quick picks onto Fix and Young.
Yeah, they're gonna go over very quickly to that.
No.
To that.
I got baited.
Yeah, unfortunate, unlucky right there. Curiously, no Reinhardt to be seen anywhere. No big rectangle shield man. So excited to see this. This is not something we typically get to see. The last time I feel like I saw a Wrecking Ball go up against the Wrecking Ball was in Overwatch League. Shanghai Dragons did this. They did it on attack, but they also did it on defense as well. We're going to want to see this GeForce team try and surround True Damage. They're going to try and take as many angles as they can, and that's exactly what we see happen. Right, they're going to go in for an engagement near the backline, but they go down very low. You're going to be demexed by the GeForce side, so things looking a little bit better for them. This poke phase lasts a considerable amount of time, but as soon as there's blood in the water, we're going to see GeForce start to collapse onto this team, and that's exactly what's happening. We've got a lot of action happening on point. Snozzle are going down very low. They are going to be taken out by Ultima Weapon. Nice headshot there, but Fix is going to equalize. One tick in favor now of GeForce on the board. Can they turn it into two? Gig comes back to the fight. Gets Magic Mayball, but they're taken out very quickly by the other support from GeForce, doing an excellent job negating anything coming in their way. 2 ticks on board now for GeForce. Can they get a third? It's looking very likely. There's just 1 or 2 members left, but the EMP does come in to catch his 2 members. Anyhow is out of the fight, but Daydream is as well. Snozzler comes away with a pick. This could be True Damage coming back into it, but a counter PMP comes in as well. 3 members from True Damage. Both support ults are being used to try and hold on to this point. They really are investing everything they have, but the pick still coming in favor of GeForce, and they have the spawn advantage as well.
You finally do manage a capture, but you did force the ultimates from the supports for True Damage if you're GeForce. It's good and bad the way that fight ended up panning out. For one, I actually really love how long Pure was able to live after that initial dive. And back to the fight that just happened, and the fight that is still going on, because that is how these compositions really duke it out against each other. It's amazing. You saw... Oh my goodness, you love to see that. You saw True Damage using everything that they had in the books to try and stay in that fight, because the longer you can sustain on that objective, the more stymied the attackers become. So True Damage, you see them maintaining this aggressive hold in the choke, looking to continue with that pressure.
But here comes a minefield and a self-destruct. The minefield not going to find any value yet, but Snozzler has won the Tracer duel. We've got Transcendence now used by True Damage to try and clear a clear path for their team. Another minefield coming out as well. Strider this time finding the value with it and more. Able to get 3 picks on their own. Really popping off right now for GeForce.
And that's going to send True Damage all the way back. They're going to have to reset, but they have the mobility to come back into this fight. It's at this stage when the card is moving around this corner that as a Reinhardt Brawl-based comp, you're wondering to yourself, it's like, okay, do we have an opportunity? Do we have the time to come back? Will we have the space if we do have the time? And for True Damage on this Ball Diva, they absolutely have the time, they have the space. You just need to reset, make sure everyone's ready to go in, especially since you have the rally, the self-destruct to work with.
Yeah, and here comes that rally right now. But the EMP not going to be there for this fight, and that is crucial because they are right on the brink of capturing third point here. Can anybody even stop them? There's going to be a self-destruct on point, but anyhow, getting tremendous value with those micro missiles, able to find 2. And as the rest of True Damage falls by the wayside, GeForce going to tap third point with great time.
I don't think Daydream was able to go for the EMP there because they ended up getting hacked by Pummy. It was the proactive use of the EMP there from GeForce that I think really enabled them to succeed, because you have the micro missiles come out from anyhow, and Pure can't actually defense matrix it. Now Daydream is looking to start this fight off.
Oh, it started, they do, but the pick still coming in favor of GeForce. Surprisingly, Lee Moo Young the only one down right there, but True Damage is up a creek without a paddle or support, and they're starting to fall by the wayside because of it. Anyhow, getting very aggressive, pushing on Daydream. You're trying to stay alive right now. They fall back into spawn to get help and to regroup with the rest of their team.
Lee Moo Young, that's the damage, not the sustain. That's going to be coming from Magic 8-Ball, but the sustain will be on the side of True Damage. Fix using the Transcendence to save themselves, actually, which I think is the right call.
Yeah, they need to stay alive during this last fight. This is their do or die moment for True Damage. They want to bleed off as much time here as they can, or even stop GeForce in their tracks. And it looks like they've got a great start to that EMP coming in right after the self-destruct. Gig barely able to survive, but not for too long. This card still pushing under GeForce's control. We got Transcendence committed now by Lee Moo Young to keep their team up and wait for the re-supports to come back in, but they don't even need it. Look at that, 2 minutes and 39 seconds on the clock. Not a bad time bank at all.
Yeah, the members of GeForce, they're leaning back from behind their monitors, taking a deep breath and saying, all right, yeah, that's the time bank we want to work with. That's the time bank you want to work with if you're playing solo queue ranked, but you never get it because your teammates are all a bunch of Nimrods. But the players today, they are not. These players on both of these sides, I want to reiterate, these are some seriously talented, some seriously skilled players. GeForce is just... I said of Gaia versus GeForce earlier, Gaia was putting their best foot forward, but GeForce stepped a little further ahead. And that's kind of the narrative that's being established here for GeForce.
Right.
They are rolling through. A pun not necessarily intended there, but Strider is making waves of impact. And not only are they making waves, but the tide is following them in the form of Anyhow, Lee Moo Young, Pummy, Magic 8-Ball, all the squad of GeForce. It's moving as one synchronous, impactful ripple that turns that becomes stronger and stronger the longer it goes, and that's just a beautiful thing to see from these Wrecking Ball Diva compositions. I mentioned earlier that I might be getting tired of them, but I think I was lying through my teeth there. I like this composition. I'm a Zen player. I play Brig. I like the Wrecking Ball, and Diva's just good, clean fun. True Damage running the same composition as they were on their defense for their attacking round. I don't know that it puts them at an advantage, but I don't know that they're at a disadvantage either. They know at this point how GeForce wants to play.
That they do, and I've got to say, like, Gig is no slouch on the Wrecking Ball either. They have been getting tremendous value, too. True Damage, really a force to be reckoned with here, but GeForce coming out a little bit on top over and over again, it seems. We've got a Hack tries to come in onto the back line there of True Damage, but it's going to be negated. And now we just see True Damage try to rotate. They're trying to, though, pick off Daydream, though. GeForce is. They do have a counter pick now, and that's good because Magic 8-Ball fell right before this, so it's just the heals from Lee Moo Young right now for GeForce.
Which, like I mentioned before, it's not so much healing as it is the damage and the utility. Ultima goes down, which means the aggression from GeForce is actually hindered just a little bit, and now you can really enable some aggression from True Damage, but not if Pure is sacrificing all their armor HP just to fight for the mini-pack.
Yeah, that is a good point. They've gone down dangerously low, and with Fix the only source of heals right now for True Damage, they get demeched very quickly. And once again, GeForce able to take this for the round. Nice little bit of Wrecking Ball tech there to get a slam off of that Mondada statue from Strider. So excellent play right there again.
That would have been really winnable there for True Damage if you'd had the Transcendence from Fix. Pure is poking and prodding at this hotel angle, looking to see if there's a little bit of space to manage there, but losing Young and only having Fix without the Trans, it wasn't really an option for them.
But look at this EMP coming in now from Pummy. It's going to remove both supports right after Magic 8-Ball was taken out. Lee Moo Young still on board for GeForce, and that's going to be the difference maker here in this fight.
Difference for me is also Strider. I think that's another 3 final blows secured in that fight, and they're looking for more, hungry for blood, particularly the blood of Snozlar right now, but they're going to have to get back out of there. The Wrecking Ball tech is just immaculate. What I'm hoping
it is
also
from Strider.
really
it's
perfect.
absolutely unbelievable.
What I'm also hoping is perfect is the use of the tank ultimates to continue defending this point on the side of GeForce. They have the tools in the kit, they just have to use them right.
That they do, and they're gonna start things out, GeForce, at least with a minefield to try and separate members of True Damage from each other. Hack does come out on a Strider. They're going down very low, but they are able to get a minefield pick onto Snozlar. Fix follows very shortly after that, and True Damage has to come up with an answer here, because right now they are looking rough, and there's just a little over a minute on the clock left for them to try and capture this first point.
I said earlier that it boiled down on Ilios to the support lineup here, but on King's Row, it's all tank gameplay from Strider and Anyhow who was able to conserve the self-destruct and versus Pure, who's still coming up on their next one. Lots of utility on the side of True Damage, though, but also GeForce. Both these teams are managing ult cycles really well.
Yeah, they certainly are. Strider getting another pick, starting out things with a pick onto the main tank is fantastic. Here comes an EMP from True Damage, though. It's going to get a couple of people out there. Rally and the Transcendence committed now from GeForce to keep their team up, doubling up with those support ultimates, get as much sustain as they possibly can in a short amount of time. But Fix is going to be taken out by Liu Muyang. Gig, though, equalizes with a pick of their own. And now True Damage with a tick on board, likely going to get a second and probably a third. At the last moment, they're able to push through this defense that GeForce was holding.
The self-destruct. Oh, is it big? No, you get a teleport out there from Daydream, and you do prompt the self-destruct out of Pure, and that's, out of Pure, as well as the minefield from Gig. I didn't realize that they'd even committed that, and that's actually really advantageous for GeForce. I was looking at that fight, that point capture, and thinking to myself, wow, True Damage didn't need to use those tank ultimates. That's fantastic. That buys them a little bit of space on Street Space, but there goes that space you wanted to work with.
Yeah, but they're still continuing to get the kills. They are still finding stragglers from this GeForce side, so they're going to be able to push through arches. They're not going to get... GeForce is not going to get that first hold that is oh so valuable. They're going to have to take this next fight at Bookstore.
Yeah, and that's definitely a byproduct there of GeForce's aggression that they're hoping to utilize, ultimately exploited by True Damage, and the ability to follow up with just immense amounts of damage, and also disengage if they absolutely need to. You won't see a disengagement from either of these squads. Both teams have the Transcendence coming up online, and you'll see that used probably on the side of True Damage against Strider's Minefield.
Yeah, and that minefield can be devastating. We've seen just how much value he's gotten from it before. Excellent placement with it. But Ultima West comes in with a double post-bomb kill. It's going to open things wide open again for GeForce. They're right on the brink of, True Damage right on the brink of capturing Street Space, but they're going to be stopped here.
Yeah, and it's not a bad place to be stopped either, although the time bank is definitely a little bit less comfortable to work with. Juggle, was Strider just trying to do the bouncing off of a player tech?
Yeah, he was practicing his character jumps right there on that staggered baby diva.
This ain't quite the time to practice, but I like the showing off here from Strider. Now they're dancing on the rooftops waiting. It's a fiddler on the roof here waiting to drop a minefield on the streets.
Yeah, this is great. Strider just having a stand-out game today on Wrecking Ball for this GeForce squad. 50 seconds left for True Damage to try and get through this point, but they're having a little problem as Strider and Li Muyang combine for a couple of kills. Fix uses the Transcendence to get the rest of the team out because they need to reset quickly if they hope to have another good fight here.
And now you're on the ropes if you're True Damage or a fan of True Damage here. They've got ultimates, but they keep getting stymied and staggered here. Snozlar going down, and you can push, but you don't really want to push without them. You want to take this last team fight, contrary to the way that you can play out the rest of this map. Those last team fights always have to be on the 6v6 basis unless you're absolutely desperate.
That is very true. And they've got the momentum now. They've got the rally behind them. They're going to start pushing forward to Cart. Pulse Bomb isn't going to hit anything this time around. Ultima Web comes up empty. Minefield now committed by Gig. Here comes the EMP as well by Daydream. It's going to result in one early kill. Strider gets their Minefield online as well, but the self-destruct is going to clear them of anything that they had hoped to accomplish there. Now the bash coming out onto Pure. They're going down very low, but they're going to be able to come away with their life barely in their hands. Self-destruct coming in. Pure not going to be able to escape as an excellent pile driver comes in once again from Strider. Overtime taking over now. This is the do or die moment. True Damage has to come away with something, but the kills come in favor of GeForce, and they are going to go on to the grand finals of the Toronto Holiday Bash.
I'm pretty happy about this outcome as well for GeForce in particular. Not like I'm not a fan of True Damage after this series, because man, oh man, you saw the EMP from Daydream. We actually got to see it. We saw Pummy walk out of that window on the second floor, going for the EMP, and then it just gets canceled, and they can't TP out, they can't EMP, they're just stuck there. Ultimately, it's the clutch factor from the rest of the team, the compensations that you make for the man disadvantage that GeForce is able to utilize to great success here on the Streets phase of Kings Row. Holding that Streets phase has become a less and less complicated endeavor, but also uncomplicated, it seems, at least GeForce makes it look this way, was winning this particular series. I think True Damage, you know, let me actually check the bracket. I think that True Damage does get a one last chance, and so you have one more opportunity to really bring it, and I think that they're capable of it, but they don't get the bye. I think that they're going to be going. Actually, no. Are they eliminated entirely?
I'm looking at the bracket right now. No, they are not eliminated entirely. They go down to the losers final.
Losers final.
They've got quite a bit of bye here, so there is absolutely a chance for them to come back in this. Lots of great action happening. Let's give you an update though on some other brackets though real quick. We've got Bay State going up against Death Computer right now to try and face Gaia in that losers quarterfinal round. But the first match of the losers quarterfinals already underway. Shikigami going up against CPA. But the story of the day is GeForce right now going lossless all the way to the grand finals, which will be happening here in about, let's see here, an hour or so. But we've got plenty more exciting Overwatch to come your way. But I gotta tell you, whoever faces GeForce in the grand finals is really up against something.
And they'll have quite a bit of content to work with in preparation for it as well. We'll have to see if that pays off. For now, we're going to be heading off to a break. Don't go anywhere. Neither are we. Stick around and watch the rest of the show.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are right back in the action. Thought there was going to be an extended break there, but no, the teams are ready, and so are we. Next, we've got CPA going up against Shikigami in the losers quarterfinals. This definitely going to be another exciting matchup.
Oh yeah, and I'm thinking that Mr. Will English is probably watching as well, hoping that Shikigami comes out on top. For me, it's difficult to say which of these two teams, which I got to watch yesterday in great detail, I would honestly kind of root for if I was a viewer. Right, I've got to stay a little impartial here, but man, oh man, are there some stacked players on both of these squads? So it's hard to stay impartial when I'm such a big fan of the individual talent that is represented on both of these rosters. We'll be going into Oasis for our first map. Juggle, it's amazing that we've gotten to see a new control point map for every series. And I lied. I
Nepal.
Got baited. It's going to be Nepal, but I talked highly of Nepal earlier, so I'm going to be happy to see it.
Oh, this is going to be great. I love this map. And like you said, it's still going to be a fourth and different control map for us today. So I gotta say, this is great. Like, normally it feels like you just see the same maps over and over again, but that is not the case today. We've had a real wealth of them, and that is going to continue here, and I'm here for it. I love seeing it. Nepal, gonna be a great map to get things started on.
As well as not only are we getting to see a different map type from this matchup, different map from this matchup, we're also getting to see a whole new style from what we were just exposed to in the True Damage versus GeForce matchup. Both of these teams, I think, will be opting for the brawl-based compositions, especially here on the control point maps, particularly Shrine and Village, where those will be especially strong. You mentioned the strength of Brawl on Village in particular. And Shikigami and CPA, they're both comfortable on that composition as well. We've seen it. I'm a little sad that I won't get to see more of Sub 2 Temporal. Hopefully they played well like I wish them to, but I continue to hope that Controversial Players Academy plays well, because I know that Shikigami will.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a fantastic matchup between these two teams. And right now, if what they're hovering over in spawn is any indication of what we're going to see, it's going to be a bit of a comp mismatch. So I love seeing that kind of fight happen too. I feel like they're a little bit more interesting. There's more, there's maybe less subtlety to an asynchronous or an asymmetric comp matchup, but there's a lot of interesting things that can happen.
Yeah, a lot more interactions for sure, and that's exactly what we'll see. I'm eager to watch Catmate on the Wrecking Ball. Hopefully they give us as good of a show as we've seen from the Wrecking Balls we've seen today.
Yeah, Giganstrider have certainly set the ball very high so far. Looking right now, Shikigami wants to take out these turrets from the point. They've cleared them away, but at the moment, the picks are coming in heavily in favor of CPA. Catmate's gonna get caught out and destroyed in that mech. And with that, CPA comes away with a first fight victory.
Wow, Zerocious showed us every aspect of May's kit there in just in a fraction of the time that it would take for me to demonstrate that. With the exception of the ice block, the cryoform, you saw the wall, the right clickies, the icicles that give you a brain freeze and send you back to spawn, as well as the freeze there onto Catmate, just totally disabling them. It's going to give them a hardy amount of ultimate percentage, but got to be careful. You saw them drop a little low there.
Yeah, that they did. They are going to be healed back up, and now it's Catmate's turn to engage. We see the amplification matrix committed by Andy, and shortly after that, Catmate does fall. So lots of damage coming out from that and doing a lot of good for the CPA side. They're going to be able to secure this victory, or this point even more. That is until Gale Adelaide is taken out of the fight. So without one of the sources of damage, Shikigami going to be able to push in with a little bit more force. Andy taken out of the fight now is really going to be the go button for Shikigami, though. Duplication comes out from Stone onto the Reinhardt, but they're going to be frozen, and so much of that very valuable ultimate going to be wasted in that ice block form. CPA coming away with the fight win despite it going the way of Shikigami in that mid fight.
That was a beautiful Blizzard from Zerocious, and if I'm reading this correctly, it was actually in direct response to Stone's duplicate. Throwing the Blizzard into such a position that not only could it not be eaten by SBT, but it also couldn't be walked away from Stone. They actually ended up having to get frozen no matter where they played. It's not the only ultimate that came out, and coming out this fight, you'll see the tank ultimates deployed, but this is last team fight territory for Shikigami. They've got to come out with a win with no tools.
Oh, that they do, and unfortunately it's starting out a little rough for them. They do have a counter pick, Ace of Spades down, so is Wicca. Shikigami looking a little worse for the wear. They've only got a couple of members still online. Andy does go down, though. That is a huge pick. Once again, it's just up to Noctis to keep the CPA team alive. Self-destruct thrown in as well. Going to find Gale Adelaide. This might turn back in favor of Shikigami if they can keep the kills coming in and stay alive themselves. Shatter comes in from Ace of Spades, though, and that's going to de-mech SBT, and without that mech, things are looking really rough for them. TPA coming away with this first win on Nepal Temple.
That's a really good win as well, because it was 100-0 there for CPA, and into that last fight they had a serious ultimate advantage too. I don't really fault Shikigami for losing that, at least that last fight. Although I think that they might have wanted to swap the composition just a little bit sooner to give them the luxury of having some ultimates to work with in that last fight. The lesson learned, though, as we head into a Village, no big deal for you to drop Shrine. Perhaps Village plays more to your strengths if you can emulate what CPA is managing to accomplish here on the Brawl composition. You're going to see a more true Rush style emerge from both of these teams. In fact, it's a mirror matchup here, supposing that Sense and Gale Adelaide stay on the Symmetras, which it looks like they will for now. Brawl on the high ground for CPA, a push to the low ground for Shikigami here.
Yeah, this is I think a boon for Shikigami. They're going to be able to set up the turrets. They're going to be able to use this May ball to try and isolate some member of CPA. Point's going to unlock here in just a few seconds, and at that juncture, there's going to be a push in from CPA. Here it comes, but Reinhardt does get isolated and taken out. Kills on either side, though. Immortality Field has to be used by Andy, and now Shikigami appear to have turned the tables and will take this fight win, but they're going to have to start pushing back the point as it almost goes under CPA's control.
That's completion right there, but no one's actually getting progress. That's like 99.9%, and Gale ends up collapsing on the objective. Shikigami aren't going to be free to capture this objective, although they do lose Sense yet again. Sense going down early in that fight, taking that wide angle, I really wanted to see Shikigami emerge victorious on that. That was a little Shinzo Sasageyo moment for Sense, and they're end up committing a lot in terms of their life. Wow.
What an Earth Shatter coming out from Catmaid. Gonna just win that fight very convincingly from that one ultimate use.
And they have more ultimates to speak of as well. You're going to have the self-destruct, the Blizzard coming online, and Noctis isn't close enough to the sound barrier to really make sure that the Blizzard from Stone gets as much value as it can. Even if you're not baiting out the Blizzard, or I'm sorry, even if you're not getting the sound barrier out from Noctis, at the very least, you can, like you mentioned with the wall, you can isolate a target or force CPA to play into a position where they can't use any of their ultimates. Although I anticipate both defensive abilities coming out.
I think you're absolutely right. We've got an amplification matrix committed early by Andy. Well, comes out from Gale Adelaide as well. And it's going to result, look at that, the Blizzard gets eaten as well. Brawl able to take it out of the picture for Shikigami. And now with the point under CPA's control, they are winning this fight in spades.
Not a bad fight win either, or rather not at a bad time. Shikigami only racking up 44% progress. There goes SBT, not looking to yield any more ultimate charge to Gale Adelaide, work towards that next photon barrier, which was pretty influential in giving CPA space to work with. They ended up using both support ultimates, though, as well. Abyss is halfway to that Amp Matrix, and Sense is coming up on the wall. So windows to the wall, I think that Shikigami is in a good position to take this fight. All you need is a teleport in.
That's very true, and they have already equalized the percentage that Shikigami had. They're going to be able to isolate Catmaid, but self-destruct are going to be used as well. It's not going to result in any kills, but Ace of Spades does get the main tank difference right there onto Catmaid. Now, lots of force coming out from CPA. They're gonna push away the rest of Shikigami.
Insane how quickly Gale is actually building these photon barriers. That's it's like for every aggressive push, for every attempt at offense Shikigami makes, there is a defensive measure in place for CPA. The defensive measures here is actually going to be in the form of a window from Andy, not only amplifying damage but also healing in the midst of Catmaid's Shatter, or maybe just using the window to prevent the Shatter from Catmaid from landing or being able to be used in the first place. Here's the teleport in, and I think that's the right call.
Yeah, you want to clear that high ground. See if you can't drop in on this kind of bunkered up composition. The Shatter goes straight into Catmaid's shield. Wall comes out as well, but Stone taken out of the fight. Looks like the Fire Strikes are the story at the moment, as both of them finding value. Andy's amplification matrix expires. Here comes a Shatter now from Catmaid, and it's going to be a little bit more successful as a couple of members fall. One from each side, as it turns out. Shikigami trying to take this point back under their control, and it looks like it's gonna go that way as Noctis falls.
What a fantastic turnaround, and Abyss contribute to that fight in a big way, as well as just overwhelming damage from Sense. I liked the amplification matrix deployed from both sides there. It's and both of them got value, and now Abyss and Andy are both kind of still in rhythm for that ultimate generation. Sound barriers on both sides are going to help to mitigate some of the offensive potential that you're going to see from both sides in terms of the blizzards, but no tank ultimates on either side quite yet.
No, and that's a big deal for both of these teams. We've got both the Wall and the Blizzard committed by CPA. Sound barrier online now from Wicca. Giving their team so much staying power right now. Point does eventually flip over in CPA.
You got a touch.
Can they keep it in there? Balls, can they keep the ball on their side of the court? SVT is DMEC and taken out of the fight, but so is Hiroshis and Gale Adelaide. There's no DPS online anymore for CPA. This could be Shikigami's to come back and win as the DMEC comes out on the crawl as well. They're gonna retake this point. What a close matchup.
And you had both teams really commit everything that they had, as well you should when it's when you're encroaching last fight right there like you were. Now you're relying, if you're CPA, on the photon barrier from Gale Adelaide, and you've also got Andy on the Moira just to keep people alive. But I think Abyss on the Baptiste is just going to be able to do a better job.
Yeah, that's a good point. They're gonna have more utility with that immortality field, but they had to get the point quick, and so I understand the reasoning to swap. We've got Ace of Spades out of the fight already. This is looking a little bit rough for CPA as Crawler is demeched as well. The Wall gonna be expiring very soon from Gale Adelaide, and the kills just coming in hand over fist for Shikigami. They're gonna even this thing up.
Juggle, we are in we're on the back end of the golden age of 2-2-2 in Overwatch, but let me tell you, Shikigami holding that objective there, it looks like 6 DPS. It's like we're back in 2016 again, or maybe 2017 if you think that this comp ends up playing out a little bit like the GOAT's composition. It and 6-man both having that system, that order of operations you've got to adhere to if you want to run it to success, and Shikigami really putting on a great showcase of how to get that done, not only in terms of ultimate cycles and ultimate economy, which we all know are very important, but the ability cycles in particular, when you use the photon barrier, when you see the wall deployed, and it's going to force the controversial players academy into a position where they want to actually change the pace of the game. They want to take all of its control, and they're going to use the double shield, the classic double shield composition, in order to do that, with Noctis on Mercy to amplify Gale Adelaide's impact.
Yeah, that's going to be in such an impact it can be as well. Nice job taking early control of the point from Shikigami, and excellent use of that May wall to keep CPA from moving on. With the point unlocks in 3 seconds, it's going to be up to them to try and touch somehow. Otherwise, Shikigami going to start to build this capture percentage very early on, and that is quite a boon for them.
Yep, from this.
Ace of Spades coming out with a big kill. The point may have gone in favor of Shikigami early on, but it's gonna go in favor of CPA for longer as they come away with the fight win.
I'm almost curious about as Shikigami loses that, if they kind of saw that coming from a mile away, right? We all have those moments in the game where we're like, okay, this is the beginning of the end here, and as soon as you see the CPA fortify themselves into a position where you just poke and prod a Shikigami, ultimately eliminating Abyss. That has to be where where Shikigami had seen that going. They're looking to retake here with the window though.
Yeah, and an excellent window. It turns out to be the May wall is going to block off some of that damage, but not going to be quite enough as Brawl is taken out of the fight. Pop committed by Gale Adelaide to try and keep things up. Nice dragon comes out. Zerosh is able to take Sens out of the fight. And with that, things are going to be equalized. CPA looking as though they have another chance to come back in this. They still have 40% on the board now for capture percentage, and that's got to be worrying for the Shikigami side. Now the amplification matrix being used as well. There's nothing on board for Shikigami to try and push in with in terms of ultimates.
You also don't want to push in at all, not into an Amp Matrix, and not into the Supercharger that we're going to see from Ace of Spades. Maybe comboed with Krawl's Gravitic Flux. Oh, look at them, they're wrapping around.
That's AR, the Immortality Field comes out to keep Shikigami alive, but here comes the Gravitic Flux. It's going to be big, but they're stunned out of it. Excellent play right there coming out from Sense. And with that, Shikigami looking a little bit stronger now. Andy taken out of the fight as well. Sen's doing tremendous work on the Cassidy.
Fantastic stuff from the DPS players for Shikigami, and I actually mean the real DPS players this time, not all 6 of them. Putting SBT on the Sigma instead of the D.Va I think is a step in the right direction. Sigma's really good against those barriers, but we'll have to make sure that SBT is also getting the significant instances of damage that lead towards that Gravitic Flux. It's not going to combo well with the Shatter, but you can use one to get the other.
Oh, but look, the Shatter is going to land. And with that, Shikigami takes a very quick and convincing fight win over CPA.
And how many ults do they use into that? They use the Speed Amp, the Sound Barrier, and the Shatter. That's a big fight win. And now you're racking up some serious objective progress as well. Interestingly, though, Juggle, Shikigami isn't opting for the chokehold against CPA. Is this because they want CPA to try and play at range and then rush into them?
Yeah, I think that's going to have to be the play here, or at least it's a very good option for them. 60% now on the board for Shikigami. They're looking to get this into last fight territory. We're going to have the Gravitic Flux committed this time by SBT, but Stone out of the fight, and with that Blizzard, one of the big win conditions for Shikigami is gone now.
Means that they actually don't really have much presence against this objective because it was taken by the squishies, but you'll see it's Crawl and Ace of Spades playing on the off angles, and now the point is racking up towards objective completion. This is the last map, the last sub-map of Nepal, and you've got CPA with a ton of ultimates to work with, including the Valkyrie from Noctis. That's huge.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. No,
there's no touch!
There quite in time to touch. CPA gonna come away with the win on Nepal. They go up 1-0, and now Shikigami on the back foot. This is do or die for them.
It is do or die because this was your last chance if you were Shikigami. There's no opportunity. There's no second chance here. So Shikigami looking to bring this back around in their favor, hoping to reverse sweep Controversial Players Academy, but that's a tall order. For me, that's a tough ask. CPA, they bring themselves back from the brink in some pretty losable situations, I think.
Yeah.
Not just in terms of the map or the series, but rather the individual team fights. You see how quickly things swing or reverse for CPA. How they use the double shield to take advantage or to take control of the tempo of the game, that was beautiful for me. So Shikigami has their work cut out for them.
Yeah, that they do. Gonna be curious to see where we end up next. We're actually, never mind. We know exactly where we're going. We are going back to King's Row. So now this is starting to feel more like Overwatch. Going to King's Row twice in a row now makes a lot of sense. Shikigami looking to turn their fortunes, to flip the table, to flip the script on CPA and see if they can't come away with a win on Aaron Keller's child here, King's Row.
Yes, because here's the deal for Shikigami. If they can win this losers quarterfinal, then they go up against the winner between Gaia and Death Computer. And I think that both of those teams end up being really good matchup for Shikigami. I feel like if Controversial Players Academy wins this series, then they put themselves in a forward spin where they just win series after series after series, ultimately heading over towards that grand final against GeForce. Although GeForce is definitely going to be strong contender against the flexibility that we've seen from Controversial Player Academy. For me, Kings Row, I'm a little curious about whether or not we're going to see the Brawl comp from both sides, or CPA will continue to work out this double shield composition, whether it's with the Orisa or the Reinhardt.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting to see. Both of these teams really gunning for this win. There's not a whole lot that I think separates them right now. Just a couple of kind of clutch plays coming out from CPA that really gave them the win. So if Shikigami can just put a little bit more into it, I think they can come back here on Kings Row.
We've seen their clutch potential on screen before, namely yesterday. I think that they really demonstrated how when they're at a disadvantage, when they're at odds with one of these squads, it's their time to shine. It's time for Wicca to step up, for Catmate to be the leader, for Sense to pop off like we just saw them do on Nepal Sanctum. Here's the compositions. At least for the defense, you are going to see this rush composition from Shikigami. It's a really good place to start on Kings Row. It's going to be mirrored by CPA.
Yeah, that it is. And you know what? We didn't see it last time. We saw something completely different. So even though we're, going to a map we've already seen, we're going to see a different kind of game get played here. We're back to the classic brawl, which is what you typically see on Kings Row. And both teams actually complete mirror matchup at the moment. I don't anticipate any changes coming out from CPA either as the gates open.
No, this is the map to run this rush composition, the map where it used to be meta on every map, and now it's meta on a select handful, and this is one of those maps. So CPA, they can lean to their strengths, and they can call this Kings Row a win and end the series pretty early, but Shikigami looking to fight back.
That they are. Catmate going to be isolated very briefly by a Maywall, but it's going to be Ace of Spades who falls. Looks like the Maywall a little bit more successful for the Shikigami side. There is counter picks, though, coming in. Gale Adelaide not to be outdone. They found 3. This DPS player absolutely popping off now for CPA. What a reverse of fortunes for them. And he comes away with a kill on the stone as well. Shikigami looking a little bit rough right now. Wicca has to run away with their tail between their legs and regroup with the rest of the team. They are going to get another chance, though, to contest this.
Yes, it's going to, I think, maybe they don't, actually. Maybe they don't want to, rather. That Catmate wants to yield and then force CPA into a position where they're chokeholded here on the first point. Yeah, here comes the rush. This is the team fight breaking out.
Yeah, that it is. They're not gonna come in and try and contest things. Amplification Matrix gonna be used to see if they can get this choke pushed through. And what? Gale Adelaide
the Deadeye
with a triple kill. Gale being the hero right now for CPA. They have absolutely come alive on this map.
My short-term memory hasn't quite kicked in. Was I talking earlier about how CPA, when their backs are against the wall, they can clutch things out, and that's what we saw them do on Nepal? No. I don't know that their backs have ever actually even grazed the wall here. Gale Adelaide keeping them in these fights, and now it's going to be on Ace of Spades to be the main tank here with the Earth Shatter, or Zerocious with the Blizzard. It's going to be an LOS here, though, as the window comes up, but that's not the only ult that Shikigami has to work with.
No, they've got tremendous amounts of them to work with right now. Now that Amplification Matrix has expired, CPA gonna start pushing back in. We see both Maywalls come out to try and isolate members of the other team. Shatter comes in, though, and it lands from Ace of Spades, and they get value in spades from that, as Shikigami gonna be wiped off the map.
And it's a free push here for CPA without any members of Shikigami to contest. You're going to be able to roll into the second objective. Juggle, I don't think that you get another fight here. The true misfortune here for Shikigami is that they really never got to use any of those ultimates. The ultimates came in first from Controversial Players Academy, and sometimes it's about ulting first, sometimes it's about ulting better.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's one or the other, really, is going to be the case. And Matrix now used by Andy, and Gale Adelaide already finding value through it. Blizzard committed now from Stone. Here comes the Deadeye from Sense. Can he find value? Just barely misses one of those skull and crossbones leading to a pick. But now, Controversial Players Academy really coming alive. Not going to be outdone, though, as a couple of counter picks come in from CPA as the fight has progressed into this tiny little stairway area. CPA comes away eventually with the win.
This is fantastic. Anyone looking to understand how this rush composition is supposed to work on this map, be sure to save this in the highlights, this whole map, because this is a really nice showcase from CPA. Shikigami aren't dropping the ball here, by the way. It's CPA ulting first, ulting better, and there's the Deadeye on top of the ice wall. It gets shut down.
Whoa, nice fire straight coming in there from Catmate. Pulled the trigger a little faster than Flashity that time around. Crawl looking to back up with the rest of their team. They're gonna save this self-destruct for the next push.
Yeah, because these tank ultimates, as we've seen in the series so far, are so impactful. You might want to combo one of these with a Blizzard.
Yeah, you might. That could be big. Self-destruct doesn't land with anything, though. Here comes a Maywall to section off that damage coming out from that Ant Matrix. Fire strike thrown through it, doesn't fire anything this time. The shatter, though, is going to be massive from Ace of Spades. Can they follow up on it, though? It's in an awkward position for the rest of the team to get to, and Ace of Spades ends up following because of it. Ferocious has to use that Ice Block to try and stay alive, but the kill still coming in favor of this Controversial Players Academy.
Wicca almost saved their team there as well, or they kind of did from the shatter, but you know, that's fine. You mitigate Ace of Spades rolling in after Earth Shattering, and then you ultimately end up losing to Gale Adelaide's proficiency on Cole Cassidy.
Excellent block there coming in. Catmate unable to find the value, and with the Blizzard.
No way!
They don't touch. What a Blizzard.
Juggle, did we get to see the Blizzard or the Deadeye emerge at any point from Shikigami?
We saw the Deadeye, but I'm not sure, you know, I saw one for sure, and I saw a Blizzard earlier on, but nothing towards the end of this map. Excellent. Unfortunate play for them.
That was a little unfortunate there for Shikigami. They were never afforded the space or the time to do so. CPA is just uninhibited in their aggression, not only in the aggressive, and not only in the speed at which they're playing, right? Noctis with the on the Lucio and the decisiveness of the calls, right? But the aggression in using those key abilities first, using the ultimates first in the fight, preventing the opportunity for Shikigami to strike back. For me, that's how you play this rush composition. It's for, at least on King's Row, CPA is showing us that this comp is all rush all the time. If the other team lets you rush into them, for me, I feel like, you know, Wicca had the really expert boop on Ace of Spades after they went in for the shatter, but that's not enough. You need Abyss's Ant Matrix to dissuade CPA from taking those aggressive main angles. You need Stone to be able to be in a position where they can throw the Blizzard out and not have it eaten by Crawl, or have it secure, you know, at least one of the tanks in place to get eliminated.
Now it's going to be up to Shikigami to show what they're made of. They've got a tall order in front of them as CPA captured with over 3 minutes in the time bank. Sensukta trying to find some value with that Cassidy, but unable to get a pick just yet. Maywall comes out, but it doesn't isolate anyone this time. Gale Adelaide out of the fight early, and with that, Shikigami can push in very well. And he does find Abyss, so now there's a little less healing on the side of Shikigami, but they're going to be back in the fight earlier than the others members of CPA.
Hey, when you're confronted with a time bank of 312 for Controversial Player Academy, you want a time bank that's just as good, if not a little bit better. This is a really good fight win here for Shikigami. They didn't really have to use any ults. They're rewarded for their aggression with ultimates, and I think that this next fight is going to look their way. We'll see Sense use the Deadeye to start things off, and hopefully buy a little bit of space for Catmate to free swing and get close to that next shatter.
Yeah, because they are pretty close to it at the moment. They're going to be able to get it in this fight. Looking like a little bit of a bait there from Catmate. Here comes a beat from Wicca, but it's not going to be there to save Catmate. They got walled off. Excellent play right there. Sense coming in with a Deadeye as well. They're going to demech Crawl and take Ferocious out of the fight. And with that, Shikigami has this point under their control, and they're going to continue moving.
Even though you lose Catmade there, it's still not bad because Catmade now has that shatter, right? So enabled by the sound barrier quickly fading off. Actually, I don't know that they got the sound barrier because the ice wall. There were 2 members from Shikigami on the other side of that ice wall. One of them got it at least. But Catmade has the shatter and SBT has the bomb. We'll see if they manage to combo that.
Yeah, that we will. Amplification Matrix coming out early from Abyss. Gonna slow the roll a little bit of CPA. They're gonna wisely back away from that. Here comes the opportunity now for the Blizzard and the self-destruct to come in. We're gonna see it coming in from SBT though instead. Takes out the Immortality Field, but nothing else due to that excellent ability. Coming in, now we've got Crawl with the self-destruct, doesn't find any value either, just briefly zones a couple of members away. Shatter lands straight into the shield, and Catmade falls very quickly after that. CPA has a hold in Street.
Yeah, it might swing quickly though because Stone has just committed the Blizzard and picks are coming in for Shikigami.
Yeah, that they are. They were able to turn around a fight that looked like it had surely gone the way of CPA. They are going to be able to capture the streets phase of Kings Row, and they've got just about as good of a time in the time they CPA did.
So good. If you want to, and sound like a broken record, but hey, if you want to know how to run this rush composition on Kings Row, then save this VOD because Shikigami is putting on a really great showcase. Deadeye from Sense to start off the fight. Nice wall from Zerocious as well. But there's other ults in the bank for CPA or for Shikigami as they continue to push.
Yeah, here comes the high noon now from Sense. Not gonna find anything this time around. But yeah, with Ace of Spades and Zerocious out of the fight, Shikigami look to be pushing again with impunity. They've got this card under their control, and they are not letting CPA have anything to do with it. Gale Adelaide swapping over to the Widow is an interesting choice here at the last moment, but could result in some big picks early on that just slow this down completely for the other side. But now that they've heard that big rifle firing, they know the Widow's there. They know they have to hide their head.
Yeah, especially since they wanted to stand in front of Abyss's Amp Matrix, and they knew that Andy had deployed theirs as well. CPA is looking to defend this point with a sound barrier from Noctis.
And Noctis uses it right before Adelaide goes down. The Blizzard is big. Ace of Spades going to be removed. Self-destruct coming in as well from SBT. That's going to be just as big. And look at this. Shikigami, not to be outdone, are going to finish with more time in the bank than CPA.
They met the win condition. Not only did they have more time in the bank, what they managed to do by capturing with more than, I think it's 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, they managed to actually reduce the time bank that controversial players actually have to work with, which is just absolutely spectacular. If you are Shikigami, if you're a Shikigami fan, it means that this series goes on a little bit, it means that this map goes on a little bit longer, which means there's more leeway for Shikigami at a point disadvantage to prevent the series from ending quite so soon. It's going to be, I mean, I don't need to say it, it's going to be rush composition from both sides. Again, it's crazy. This is one of those games that you look at and you're like, okay, so we're both pretty bad at defending, but we are really good at attacking. I wouldn't complain if this particular map went 6-6 and we went to a round 5 and 6.
Yeah, that's a very good point. It's very well within the realm of possibility. Both of these teams could absolutely finish this map. I've seen it happen before. If you get a nice overtime push, you can really ride that momentum to victory.
And that's what controversial players are looking to accomplish. They're going to put Crawl on the Sigma now. And honestly, I'm not entirely sure why. Sigma is still really good for helping to enable the poke phase of these team fights and getting Gale on the spam damage here of Hanzo, but also still equipped with that one-shot potential. I think these are good steps in the right direction. Good adaptations from CPA in the interest of making this push as long as possible.
Yeah, although that's just going to burn time off of the clock for them, so it's a little bit of an interesting choice. But look at that! The picks just coming in hand over fist for CPA. What an incredible collapse onto the waiting team of Shikigami.
That was so curious. The waiting team of Shikigami, I think that they should have waited a little bit longer, Juggle.
Yeah.
I almost wonder if the Maywall from Stone ended up actually baiting Shikigami into an attack formation that they could not sustain. And now Crawl is 69% to the Grodic Flux. Very nice. And we're going to have to see that in the mid fight or in the next fight if CPA is able to win this one pretty quickly.
Yeah, and they've shown that they can do just that. They're looking around this corner, seeing if they can find a little bit of value, maybe charge that ultimate a little bit more because it's getting up there. But Catmates is as well. Both Mei Walls come out. And it's going to be Ace of Spades who falls first. Shikigami has an opportunity now to push forward, and that is exactly what they are doing. They're going to get this much revered hold at Arches.
I almost thought that we'd see them kind of try and take the second story of this first point position here, but I don't think Shikigami is going to want to try that with so very little margin for error remaining. It will be assumed by CPA, which puts Crawl in a good position for this Flux.
And they're going to be taken out before it finds value. Deadeye comes in and removes them from the fight. Now we've got both the portals committed by Shikigami. They want to win this. They want to put a stop to this roll from CPA right now. And that looks like they're going to be successful in doing just that. What a hold coming out from Shikigami. Self-destruct thrown in as a last-ditch effort, but it's not going to result in anything. Crawl's going to be remech, but the overtime wick is going to tick down, and nobody's going to be able to touch.
Ace of Spades is saying in the voice chat, I was on it, guys. Jeff, I was on it. Really, really nice hold from Shikigami. Nice defense and definitely a lot more cleanup, I feel like, in terms of kind of where they might have gone wrong on their original defending round. CPA was put at a disadvantage by Shikigami when they got their time bank reduced. It meant that they go on the attack round first, and I mean, it goes back and forth. People feel differently about this, but a lot of people that I talk to, they typically prefer to defend first. If they understand during the defense how the attackers, in this case, CPA wanted to understand how Shikigami wanted to attack in their second round, then they would have been at an advantage for their own attack round. So CPA at a little bit of a deficit here, but 2 minutes, 41 seconds. You know, if CPA can clean up their defense here, then they can stall out that time bank. Maybe not get rolled on by you know, a Maywall that baits you in or a position that isn't sustainable. You're gonna have to watch out for Stone. I don't think they'll stay on this far. They're definitely gonna go back to the May, I'm certain. But you know, the cart progress still isn't too bad here for CPA. That's a chokehold right there. You can still maintain that position with the rush comp, tons of sustain, tons of point presence. I think that this is very winnable for both teams.
I think it is. You know, they if CPA is going to get, if they lose this first point there, they're going to have to lose it fast so that they get a nice strong hold at Arches. Maywall comes out, Sens tries to throw the flashbang over that wall, over the shield of Ace of Spades, but it's not quite successful. Catmay going down early signals a great opportunity for CPA to now push in. There's no shield for them to worry about. And with Sens down as well, Shikigami got to be forced away to try again.
Ah, man, you've got so much ultimate generation on the side of Controversial Players Academy as well. That was a nice fight around the statue. The call from Ace of Spades was to play aggressive there, and they were big rewarded for it as well, with a lot going into the mid fight of the next team. And on top of that, only 2 minutes remaining for Shikigami.
Yeah, there's not much time left for them. They're going to have 2 more shots at this, at least. Amplification Matrix now used by Andy to try and get a lot of, you know, time burned off the clock as well as value. But the wall from Abyss could be a little bit more impactful as it's right around this corner. Catmade able to start the setup on point and start to proc that percentage. They're going to give them 1 tick as well before they move back 8. Yell Adelaide now using this High Noon, unable to find anything this time. But look at this. The pick onto SVT is huge. Wicca now with a sound barrier as well to try and keep the remaining members on live. Chatter comes in though, but Catmade not going to find anything. And once again, CPA coming up with the kills they need.
Yeah, oh my goodness, that was insane from Gale Adelaide. And can we just talk for a second about Andy and Noctis? Andy is use the Amp Matrix early in that fight. They already have another one because they were able to keep Ace of Spades alive. Now, the follow-up to Shikigami's plays suffered a little bit because of Gale Adelaide. Everything is going right on the defense for CPA right now. It's a last team fight, real last team fight territory. This is the last good one you're going to get here for Shikigami. They have only the bomb to work with.
Yeah, and that's not exactly a fight-winning ult. That is not what what you're going to want to pin your hopes on. It is going to be useful for getting space. And here it comes. They're going to initiate with it, and it finds
value.
Two. It finds two. What an incredible self-destruct coming in from Crawl. SBT not going to get that Valiant with 10 seconds left to go. This is all but over for Shikigami. CPA going to be able to push forward in this competition. They're going to continue in the losers bracket. Congratulations to them as these last few staggers come in from Shikigami. There's nothing more left they can do, and that's going to do it. CPA continue on.
I'm a fan of both these squads. I like Shikigami because Will English warmed me up to them, but man, oh man, do I want to see Controversial Players Academy go up against GeForce. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible play. And, speaking about, if it were potentially a CPA versus GeForce matchup, what a clash of styles we would get to see.
Oh my goodness, absolutely. Oh man, normally I watch the Rush style mirror compositions go up against each other on King's Row, and I'm just like, put to sleep. But this was a riveting matchup. These are teams who again, these are teams who know how to play the game, and that's so exciting to see. That really makes me want to play Overwatch. Imagine.
I know, right? Well, let's take a moment to update everybody on the rest of the brackets, because after this match, we are going to take an extended break. We're going to take a break until the top of the hour. So, whichever hour that is for the time zone you are in. But let's talk a little bit about what has happened elsewhere. So, we've got Death Computer. They won over Bay State in losers round 3, which again, just in my view, a bit of an upset. I was expecting Bay State to go very far in this tournament, and granted, they did make it into the playoff stage. They didn't make it quite as far as I thought they would, but Gaia going to be going up against Death Computer. That is happening right now. And we just saw this match finish with Shikigami and CPA. CPA going to be going on to the losers semifinals. So just three more matches left for us today in this broadcast, but they are going to be absolute bangers, I am sure.
Oh yeah, because all of these teams have been playing really hard to get to this point. These are, at this point, I mean, what, 62, 64 teams rostering for this tournament, which, by the way, is double what the original max was. It was originally supposed to be 32 teams. So, brief but really quick, massive shout out to all the organizers who were able to accommodate all of these squads who wanted to compete in these tournaments. And now these are the best of the best in both brackets, managing to make their way, whether they've won or lost. They're still here on the stage, and in particular, Controversial Players Academy, Gaia, Death Computer, GeForce, they are in it to win it.
That they are. Now, we're, like I said, going to take an extended break, but before we do that, I wanted to know, Lord Ethan, are there any final words you'd like to leave the audience with as we go on this extended break?
Just that I have really enjoyed watching all of these series unfold. Those of you who are already part of the communities that I do casting for, you guys know that there's a lot of love in my heart for Overwatch, even if I do complain about it a lot. And there's a lot of love in my heart for the players as well. So much respect that I have for everyone who has stayed with Overwatch, and for all the people who organize these tournaments as well. Huge thank you to all the staff and to all those that I've casted with. Juggle, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you and with Will English yesterday. If you guys want to see more of me, then definitely head over to Twitter. I think I'm probably going to be bailing for the rest of the day. You guys might see me, but probably not. So you guys definitely want to see more of me in the future, head over to my Twitter. There you guys can keep updated with my casting gigs. At Lord Ethan is the guy you want to follow. That's me. And it's just been so much fun watching these series. I love all of you guys.
Oh, it absolutely has been. We're going to close this out for now, but thank you so much for tuning in. We will be back, like I said, at the top of the hour with a new face in the casting booth. Sorry to see you go, but I'm looking forward to seeing Celestial come in to finish up this cast. So that's going to be fantastic as well. Thank you all so much. We will be back in just a little while. Don't go anywhere.
for the tangible. We get lost in the virtual. You less alone when you're logging on. If you're coming over, I just wanna be real with somebody. Somebody like me. If I tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me? You want me? 'Cause I'm so sick of all the noise, all the back and forth. Just wanna find a still place where I could go. I lose myself, I cannot help it, I'm emotional. Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Please let me know.
Rolling. So how long have you been following Overwatch League for?
I've been following since the start, 2018. I even left the Twitch something.
And do you love it?
I love it. I usually just stand it whenever I'm at SEC chat.
All right. What does Overwatch mean to you?
So Overwatch means to me is not just a game, it's a way of communicating with other community members in the Overwatch community. And you get to see it in person at this moment. This is why I'm here, and it shows how much bonds we've made and strong connections we have forged with each other. Yep. That is, yeah.
That's good. How long have you been playing Overwatch, and do you love it?
Only started playing only got the game a year after it came out, so I haven't played as long as anyone else. But I like the game. It's very fast paced compared to other shooters and all other games I'm used to. So it's fun.
What was the question, sorry?
What is Overwatch? You know, let's just go with this. How you enjoying the event so far?
Bro, it's super lit. I can't lie. It's super nice seeing, the whole gang, people I've been typing with for a year and a half, Finally good to put faces to it. I've seen the homie Mac right here. I've been talking to this guy for a year and a half. Seeing him first time, it's good because these people are a second family, So it's really good to meet them in person, It's nice, very nice.
That was awesome. All right, so tell me about you and the Defiant. What do they mean to you?
So I've been a long-term Overwatch fan. I remember watching some of the Alienware monthly tournaments back in 2016. And it was really great when Toronto finally got their own Overwatch team. I've been a huge fan. I live several hours away, so it's always been very difficult to eventually meet people.
Missioning out.
Fantastic for this event to see everyone, bring everyone together. It's been a huge part of the esports community, which is something that's growing, and it's fantastic to see so many people here today having fun.
Okay, awesome. Okay, how you enjoying the event?
I'm having a really good time. It's really good to see people after so long of not having social interaction, and it's really good to see Defiant fans especially because so far for the past couple of years we've been talking over Discord, right? So a bunch of these people I'm meeting for the first time in person. It's really cool. Really cool.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, what does the Overwatch community mean to you?
Yeah, it's basically a second family because I've been a part of the Defiant community specifically for 2 or 3 years, almost 4. And it's almost like I've grown up with these people in a way, and just seeing each other again after COVID has meant a lot to me. And yeah, these are really special people. We have a special connection, and it's a connection. It's like a lifetime connection that you hope to sustain over the years. So yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Rolling. So how long have you been following Overwatch League for?
begin. Every road that we followed had to hold on just so we could let go. And the night goes on so we could know what the light feels like when it comes up. I got a fever and it's breaking. Oh,
Good evening, Overwatch fans. Welcome back to the Toronto Defiant Holiday Bash. I am Captain Jack, your play-by-play for the next couple of games. I know. My beer's not nearly as luscious as Juggle Gods, but I gotta give them a break. Get back in here for the grand finals later on. Then we got a new analyst coming in, Celestial. Welcome. Glad to have you here. And of course, as always, we have our amazing folks on production, Juke, Vinicius, and the last one escaping me at the Evanescence. Yes, wake me up inside indeed. Celestial, we have had quite a day.
Quite a day indeed, yeah.
We had quite a day yesterday. We had the 62 teams, whittled it down to 16. But today, we can't even start the next match because we had a little bit of a delay at the beginning of the day. There were some issues with bracketing and whatnot. But even without that, our day is still pushed back quite a bit because the lower bracket has been on fire right now. So many matches going to that 2-1, going over an hour just for a best of 3. And as we're encroaching upon the final 4. So right now, the ones that we have confirmed are, I have the list right here somewhere. We have GeForce, True Damage, Controversial Player Academy, and right now it is between Gaia and Death Computer, which we just got updated, is currently at 1-1. If that gives you any idea of what we've been dealing with in the lower bracket. So, Celestial, a lot of these teams are relatively well known, and even if their teams aren't well known, their players are well known. So, I mean, how do you see this all shaking out right now, based on what you've seen?
Well, from what I've seen and what you've just been talking about with how the lower bracket has been going, these teams are fighting for it. They want this win. I mean, over an hour already, and the game is only 1-1 right now. I mean, that just shows you how much these teams want to put their players out there, show us what they're really made of, and could try and continue to make it all the way back into those grand finals. And I know that True Damage is waiting all the way over there at the loser finals, trying to get their chance to go back against GeForce because they really want that redemption arc there to try and take it back from them. But like you said, there are so many amazing players on these teams and so many recognizable names from the tier 2, tier 3 community that we all know and love, and they are just really getting their playtime right now, and we are absolutely loving it.
And the great thing about it is that they're playing for the big prize, right? These 5 teams, as well as, let me look at my list right here, Shikigami, Sub2Temporal, and Bay State are all walking away with at least 250 Canadian dollars. But that's not where the big piggy prize is right now. There is $2,000 Canadian dollars sitting in that first place spot, and GeForce has already locked themselves in to be able to receive that. So of the 4 remaining that we were waiting to shake out, Gaia, Death Computer, CPA, and True Damage. Who do you see taking it all the way?
I mean, I see True Damage going back into the grand finals, if I'm going to be completely honest, and I do see, again, who knows, things can completely get shaken up. One play can change an entire game right now. I see Gaia going back into the semis, the loser semis maybe, but if I'm going to be completely honest, I really do see True Damage showing right back up into those grand finals. They have shown such a dominant performance in the entire tournament, making it all the way up into the end before they got dropped into the lower bracket. So, I mean, that just shows you what a force to be reckoned with they happen to be just off the bat right there. And I doubt that they want to be sent home like that.
That's absolutely true. And I mean, again, second and third place is nothing to scoff at. They get pretty decent prizes in all this as well. I do want to take a quick look and see who we have on True Damage. I know we got Gig, of course, but some other names that you might be familiar with: Snozzler, Daydream, Fix Pure, and Hyung. are all amazing high-level players, some of them participating in contenders before, and are just putting on a clinic in this tournament. So that's why I'm a little surprised to see GeForce take them down, because GeForce doesn't, as far as I remember when we were putting things together, GeForce doesn't have any contenders players on it. Not to say that one contenders player does a whole basket flip, but I mean, it does kind of weight your team in a more positive direction.
It definitely helps.
Yeah, so it was a little bit of a surprise to me. I know that Strider on that ball though is incredibly deadly. Like, there's just a big wrecking ball meta that is coming out right now that is making it so difficult that if you're not quickly focused on that wrecking ball, it will literally wreck shop of any composition that it comes into. And just seeing the way that Strider and many other high-level wrecking ball players play, it's just really inspiring to see that kind of skill on such a I like to call it a drive-by hero, because you come in, you do a little damage, and you just run right away to get healed up, and then you come back and you drive by again, kind of like one of those the Dragon Ball Z fight sequences when they're just like bashing against one another the whole time. That's how I imagined Wrecking Ball against a stationary object. It's like bah, 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 just coming at all angles right there. So we do want to give a wonderful shout out to TD Bank Canada, of course, our wonderful supporters of the Toronto Defiant Holiday Bash. Couldn't do it without you, so thank you so much. Be sure to be following them on Twitter at TD_Canada. But right now, I think we're going to go ahead and send it back to another break. Again, we're still waiting on that final match to go ahead and get worked out there, and then we're going to give the top four, or at least the fourth place team, a little bit of time to rest, because it's been a long day.
Yeah.
So we do have those interview clips. If you missed them, we're going to be playing them again throughout. We also got some shots of the venue during yesterday's event. If you missed that, I was a little jealous that I didn't get to go. I mean, I'm in the States, so obviously I'm not going to be able to make that jaunt just in a single day, Celestial. But did you get a chance to take a look at some of the footage you got of the venue?
Yeah, I was watching a lot of the things earlier when I was, checking out the stream when Lord the Ethan and Juggle God were on the mic, making sure they got all that quality content. I was able to get a really good look at everything that was going on, and I was a little upset I couldn't be there.
Yeah, it was definitely a fun time. They had a cosplay contest. They kind of had a little local tournament going on. I don't know exactly what they decided upon, but based on what we could see, it looked really fun.
Yeah.
And, it just reminds me of those. I think my best interview moment thus far is, and we talked about this off stream, is the one player where he's talking about, I met this guy online. This is our first time that we get to meet each other. And, I got to have an experience like that myself recently at the last couple of LANs that I've done. LANs are coming back. These events are coming back. And it's just so awesome to see the relationships that are built online kind of bridging the gap into the real world. Sometimes we kind of see them separately. I'm Captain Jack here and I'm Redacted here in the real world kind of thing. But seeing that gap kind of bridged and being able to create those longer lasting relationships, especially in the gaming community, I think is really awesome.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I mean, I have some people that I've met online that I would love to meet in person, just haven't been able to get around to that because of, this whole panorama thing going on. So it's been a little difficult. But before we go any further, we continue talking, I think we are going to throw it right over to that quick little break before we get those results, give them a little time to rest, and then we will bring you that quality casting content and the remainder of this tournament.
That is right. We'll be back.
Twin pillars, the east and empire.
Good evening, Overwatch fans. Welcome back to the Toronto Defiant Holiday Bash, where we finally, if you haven't noticed, gotten an update on that last quarterfinals match in the losers bracket. Gaia squeaking it out with a 2-1 win over Death Computer right there, Celestial. And I gotta say, that was just seeing, again, these matches being so close. And many of these teams we know from other tournaments that they've participated in recently and throughout the year. Seeing GeForce, Gaia in these top 4, just absolutely surprising to me.
I mean, these teams are just playing to their absolute best right now. They want this money. They want to show off their skill. They want the bragging rights. They want to be able to say that we were able to win with or without contenders, people with only one contender on our team. You know, we were able to do what we could do best, and they really want those bragging rights. And you know, the money definitely a little incentive for all the teams as well.
Getting a little bit more bang for your buck in your holiday stocking is definitely has to be well earned here. So we keep making our way through day 2. Needless to say, though, we are still going to be taking a little bit more of a break. I know you all are waiting to get into the action, but it has been a long day for our gamers, and we kind of anticipated that this was going to happen, unfortunately. Just the way that with 64 teams, there's only so much Overwatch you can fit into one day, and we are literally at the point where it's just like busting out with these players playing almost 8 hours plus of Overwatch just to be able to get here. So first off, major props to these teams for playing their literal hearts out for 2 days thus far to be able to get as far as they have. But we do want to make sure that we're cognizant of all the good things that keep, our mentals and our bodies in check, letting them get some food, use the restroom, stuff like that. So we're going to send it back to a quick break. We're going to be coming back. We have an ETA of 5:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so in about 9 minutes from what I can tell. Don't you worry, it's going to be worth it. You're going to want to see the conclusion of the Toronto Defiant Holiday Bash.
Rolling. So how long have you been following Overwatch League for?
I've been following since the start, 2018. I even got the Twitch Sunday.
And do you love it?
I love it. I usually just spam it whenever I'm at SCC chat.
All right. What does Overwatch mean to you?
So Overwatch means to me is not just a game, it's a way of communicating with other community members in the Overwatch community. And you get to see it in person at this moment. This is why I'm here, and it shows how much bonds we've made and strong connections we have forged with each other. Yep. That is, yeah.
That's good. How long have you been playing Overwatch, and do you love it?
Only started playing only got the game like a year after it came out, so I haven't played as long as anyone else. But I like the game. It's very fast paced compared to other shooters on or other games I'm used to. So it's fun.
What was the question, sorry?
What is Overwatch? You know, let's just go with this. How you enjoying the event so far?
Bro, it's super lit. I can't lie. It's super nice seeing, the whole gang. People I've been typing with for a year and a half, Finally good to put faces to it. I've seen the homie Mac right here. I've been talking to this guy for a year and a half. Seeing him in person first time, it's good because these people are a second family, So it's really good to meet them in person, It's nice. Very nice.
That was awesome. All right, so tell me about you and the Defiant. What do they mean to you?
So I've been a long-term Overwatch fan. I remember watching some of the Alienware monthly tournaments back in 2016. And it was really great when Toronto finally got their own Overwatch team. Been a huge fan. I live several hours away, so it's always very difficult to eventually meet people.
Missioning out.
Fantastic for this event to see everyone, bring everyone together. It's been a huge part of the esports community, which is something that's growing. And it's fantastic to see so many people here today having fun.
Okay, awesome. Okay, how you enjoying the event?
I'm having a really good time. It's really good to see people after so long of not having social interaction, and it's really good to see Defiant fans especially because so far for the past couple of years we've been talking over Discord, right? So a bunch of these people I'm meeting for the first time in person. It's really cool. Really cool.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, what does the Overwatch community mean to you?
Yeah, it's basically like a second family because I've been a part of the Defiant community specifically for 2 or 3 years, almost 4. And it's almost like I've grown up with these people in a way, and just seeing each other again after COVID has meant a lot to me. And yeah, these are really special people. We have a special connection, and it's a connection. It's like a lifetime connection that you hope to sustain over the years. So yeah.
Perfect. Thanks. Rolling.
Good evening, Overwatch fans. Welcome back to the Toronto Defiant Holiday Bash as we head into the lower bracket semifinals, where we'll be seeing Controversial Player Academy versus Gaia. I'm once again your play-by-play for the upcoming matches. Captain Jack, joined by Celestial on analyst, and Juke still running everything behind us in the production booth. Now, Celestial, we've been waiting and we've been talking, and apparently the people on stream are tired of seeing May's eyes stare directly into their soul. So let's talk a little bit about the match that we're getting ready to see come up. Gaia has literally been clawing their way back.
Yeah.
They did a really good job in the playoffs thus far. Ended up getting relegated into the lower bracket by our current winners champions GeForce, which is interesting because if you know anything about the tournaments kind of outside of or around tier 3, this was the same matchup that we saw during the twice actually during the All-Star Brawl at Star Esports winners finals and grand finals. Gaia beat GeForce the first time, and then GeForce ended up beating Gaia in the grand finals, and now we're seeing the opposite play out here. But Gaia's got a couple more opponents to have a couple more opponents to be able to get to that spot where they could possibly take GeForce down and claim this throne.
Yeah, but when I'm looking at both of these teams, I like to look at the rosters. I like to see who they got on both sides here. And when I'm looking at these teams, both of them have contenders level players right here. And so, I mean, they are on different roles. We've got a tank on one side and we've got a damage dealer on the other side. So it's really could come down to that playmaking, because no matter what role you play, you have some sort of importance to the team. Without you, the team's not going to do well. But it all depends on how you end up playing that role. And when we're looking at both of these teams, these two players know how to play their roles at such a high level that, well, they are contenders for a reason. So they really know how to make plays happen. And so this is going to be a game and a match that I see going all the way, especially because both of these teams have been as you said, just trying to climb through this losers bracket right now. They both did a great job at the beginning of this tournament at the points of their winners bracket. But now they have been relegated down here, and they don't want to give up now, especially because they have been trying so hard to get to this point.
Yeah, I think the interesting aspect is one of these teams will be walking away with the chance at redemption, because both teams were actually relegated by GeForce into the lower bracket. So I'm going to be a little intrigued to see how this ends up working out, if it ends up going whose favor it ends up going into. We do want to remind y'all, please be sure to be hitting that hard, punching that bell, so you get notified every time the good stuff comes here on the Toronto Defiant Twitch channel. You can also follow them on Twitter at Toronto Defiant. Be sure to be using that hashtag Rise Together, so that we can see all the amazing stuff that y'all are posting about you watching the match at home. Or if you participated at the live event yesterday, be sure to be getting us your pictures and your videos and whatever else, so that we can feel like we were there too. Okay.
Oh, what a good event it would have been.
I'm
it was.
Sorry, the last 48 hours I've just been in this white room in my basement office. So I just see the party and I feel like I'm that little puppy dog that's like outside the window, and it's cold outside and it's snowing, and I just got the puppy dog eyes. So I'm like, please let me in.
You just hear the music from the adoption videos coming out right now.
I will remember. DC
exactly.
Strike. Dang it!
Oh, Jack.
I can't help myself. All right. Well, as we're waiting for the teams to go ahead and get settled, we're still waiting for first map. Actually, we're going to be heading to control. So, based on how you've seen these teams performing thus far, how do you think? It looks like first map actually has already been decided. Where do you think we're going to go? before, well, never mind.
Well-
We're going to the map screen, so now you know. But where do you think we should have gone? This should be, if I remember correctly, Gaia's pick, based on their performance.
I mean, I'm honestly really happy with this pick. I think that Busan is a really good pick for whatever composition that you do want to end up on, whether that is going into Brawl at some point during Mecha Base, or if that is going into maybe a Ball composition during the other sub maps. There are so many different ways that you can play based on the map that you end up, the sub map that you actually end up getting, that it really, really is what you want to do. But it looks like we're going to the place with the big gong drum in the middle, so that's where we're going to see. We're not going to necessarily be seeing that Brawl, that Rush composition just yet, because it looks like Gaia on their side is going to be looking for that Ball Sig. Meanwhile, CPA is doing a little bit of that Rush. We got Ace of Spades on that Ryan with Gnosis on that Brig, which is going to be a very interesting and aggressive combination.
Yeah, gonna be a little rough, and it looks like we're gonna see some things swap up here in the end. I do love me a good rock and roll from Gaia, and they have shown that it works very well for their team. But this double shield comp coming out from CPA is gonna definitely have a lot more staying power when it comes to the objective. Doom making their way around as the Tracer trying to get in that back line, but we're not going to be seeing any picks coming in just yet. They're rotating their way around the objective. CPA still holding on to the high ground right there is Zero on this point, trying to get that percentage into their favor, get that control to start things off. But now both teams are moving, and Gale getting that first pick with the Peacekeeper onto Doom as they go ahead and make their way into the objective. Immortality field utilized as Vitalum ends up falling. That's going to be a cleanup from CPA as Gaia heads back to spawn.
And you said it, that double shield has such a lot of staying power that when double shield is allowed to get into the positions that they want to, they can stay there wherever they want. And you saw that as they were moving to get onto that point, once they got to the positioning that they were able to get to, they were able to get pick after pick and then just continue to really roll and get that. But now Andy on CPA has that Ant Matrix, and that is going to cause a lot of problems, especially for this double shield that is not so mobile and will have to cause some issues.
That is true. Beautiful move comes in, trying to essentially make the Ant Matrix null and void, but not going to get the value that they are looking for. We do see Doomed on the objective, trying to see if they can turn it into their favor. Haven getting ready to come up on that Dragon Strike. We see Astro slamming on in, rotations coming out, the trades come in onto Joy and Gale. Not going to be seeing a lot of momentum though coming in from Gaia just yet. We will see the Pulse Bomb get a little bit of damage in, but not the value that they were looking for. As CPA continues to hold, Gaia's got to take another shot at cracking this egg.
Yeah, and again, this double shield is just too much, especially with Ace of Spades throwing down that bongo. They have so much damage coming into them, but so much protection at the same time. Dragon's coming out along with the Flux.
That is true. The Flux used to get them out of the way. We'll see Crawley holding everything together there in the high ground. Gale coming out with the Deadeye, looking for the pick there, but the Transcendence holding everything together for Joy right now. A Zero on the point, battling it out with Doom. Doom been having a little bit difficult time trying to lock down this Tracer v Tracer battle. Of course, it keeps getting interrupted by everybody else, but Graham with that initial pick on the Andy. Great way to start things off. Doom losing out the battle once again as the overtime awaken burns down. I don't think there's much that we're going to be seeing from Gaia to be able to get on that objective. CPA locks them out of the shrine 100-0.
Yeah, and CPA just having such a doing such a great job, my apologies, doing such a great job just holding their position that they want to be in. Again, that double shield, such a lockdown composition. They were able to get where they wanted and held it down. Gaia, on the other hand, Doomed, as you said, was having such a difficult time trying to get any picks, trying to really get in and dislodge that double shield. And with Doom getting picked off very early in a lot of those fights, leading that down to a 5v6, when you don't have to worry about that flanker, it is a lot easier for the rest of the team to just go ahead and full bulldoze into the rest and remainder of that team.
That's true. Zero utilizing the teleporter to get the team in a little bit faster, take control of that mega health pack. But see, it's not going to work as well this time around because the objective is essentially on the other end of where they're holding. I mean, they are going to have this little cover area to help them work, but it is going to be hard for them to hold the point. But maybe they're looking for that late rotation once the point unlocks. We go ahead and see that starting to come in. They're making their way out of the theater. Andy falling really low right there, but it's going to get healed up, going to get the protection they need from Ace of Spades. The anti-nade comes in, but doesn't take out Ace just yet. Immortality Field already utilized from Graham. Go ahead and keep them up, and CPA with no more than a whimper from Gaia are going to take the point and start cleaning up the field.
What I really like right now is the way that CPA is positioning themselves to minimize that damage coming out from Joy's Discord orb right now. They are really using the map environment to minimize that exposure as much as possible. They have the shields, they have the map environment. They are doing what they can, and oh, that's going to be a rough stagger for Graham. I don't know if they wanted to use that immortality field right there. They could have died just a little bit earlier and could have given themselves a couple of extra seconds to get back in, but Graham is going to be coming back with that amplification matrix, and that is going to be able to put, again, a lot of pressure on them. But with CPA using their environment so well and Andy having an amp of their own, I don't know if it's really going to be able to do much.
That's true, and honestly, I'm kind of wondering what the value is from Graham on this Baptiste right now with the heroes they have in line. But hey, if it's working out, it's working out. Got that healing on lock as the picks keep coming in at the 56% mark. Control goes over to Gaia to start their percentage clock.
Yep, for the first time in this game, we have seen Gaia finally take control, and they have 3, almost 4 ultimates to really hold on to this. Joy with that Transcendence is going to give some incredible sustain, and because CPA does not have an Ana with that anti-nade, it's going to be able to do some incredible healing without really any consequence.
That's absolutely true. We see the Dragon Strike coming out, kind of zoning at the moment. The Astro falling incredibly low and essentially kind of pinning Zero in the corner. Crawley getting the follow-up there onto Fidel, and that is going to be a cleanup of the point once again, but they got to get to it too. Gravitic Flux comes out, and the Transcendence is activated from Joyuri, and that is going to allow them to continue to sustain the support skill. Swap it over to the legs. Got a little bongo action here on the objective. Pick's not coming in, but CPA so close to turn in that time. The shield comes in just in time. Noctis and Andy, the bloodthirsty supports, getting in some cleanup on the tanks of Gaia, and they'll be able to finally flip that control point back in their favor.
I don't know if the commitment there was really what they needed. They used a lot of ultimates for just a little bit of that percentage, and we're already at 70% for CPA right now. I don't know if really committing all of those ultimates was the right choice, because when we only have Graham's amp matrix right now, and that is just going to put a little pressure and space them out just a little bit more. CPA though has rallied. They have their own amp now. They're going to be able to stay on this point for a lot longer if they use it like they are now.
That is true. We see the amp matrix coming out, but we already see the control point trying to go in the favor of Gaia. I believe it's Doom probably on that objective, trying to get it going with the amp matrix down, and Fidel taking down Zero. They're going to have a lot of room to work. Amp matrix now coming out from Graham, creating some space there on the high ground, but somebody's got to get on that point. Thankfully, Doom is able to get in there, get the mini health pack. Haven now on the legs as well, but no! Gale ends up picking them off, just barely able to cap their head. Somebody's got to touch this point. As attack visor coming out from Gale, they're trying to clean up every single head they can click with that attack visor, but it's not going to be enough right now. They're feeding into this point best they can, but Gaia just cannot crack that nut. CPA walks away with the victory here on Busan and takes us to match point in the winners semifinal. or loser semifinal.
Oh man, you know, one thing that I think we need to see from Gaia here going forward is a little bit more of that target focus. We saw a little bit better of that in the second map there when we started switching over to the Zenyatta and trying to disrupt as much as possible with the Diva and the Wrecking Ball, but they needed to work a little bit more together, making sure that when they do disrupt the team from those shields, especially because that Orisa shield is not mobile as much as that Sigma shield or a Reinhardt shield that can be carried with that Rein, once you dislodge them from those shields, you have to be able to take them out immediately. You can't give them any space to regroup, to replant their feet, because that's what double shield is. You lock down, you stay where you are, protected by the environment and your shields. Once you knock someone out, you got to take them out quick, and then once you get that advantage, you can go in. And I just didn't see a lot of that coming from Gaia at the end there.
Yeah, I think it's just because of the pressure that was being put on them. Zero was doing such a good job at kind of flanking around the objective. I mean, the battles they kept having with Doom always seemed to be going in their favor unless someone else ended up intervening. So when you have a Tracer in your back line as you're trying to work your way into kind of this bunkered down composition, it makes it really difficult to try to get any value, especially when your supports are dying so freaking quickly. So either Gaia needs to switch up their strategy, you know, a little less drive-by, a little bit more stationary and solid. As we head into our hybrid map, they'll get the choice of where we're going to be going next. Celestial, if you were them, where would you think that we would want to go?
You know, it's hybrid. So that first point, you can really do that double shield composition. So it's very difficult when you are looking at such a hybrid map and where you might want to go. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Scrims Row because that's where everyone wants to go. But I did hear we just have our map ready now.
That is true, and I think we're not.
Interesting.
We're going into Blizzard World with the bunker, or that double shield at very least. King's Row definitely would have played into CPA's hand. I think Gaia's plan here is they know that CPA is going to try to take a lot of high ground advantage, and so if they can boop them off that high ground, if they're going to stick with the composition that they've been running and then take advantage of the picks that way, I think that that's going to work out a little bit easier in their favor. It's kind of hard when you're not when you're trying to boop them and they only go a couple of feet.
Yeah.
If they fall off of that high ground potential that you see on objectives Alpha and Bravo, I think that that's going to work out a lot more in their favor. The question is CPA going to fall for it?
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I feel like a lot of teams will go for the high ground immediately, but if they do see that they are getting booped off too often, it does seem like CPA does have that adaptability in a team that you would love to see. So I do think they would be able to change it up and figure out what they do need to do. But again, I just want to see that shot calling from Gaia going in and making sure that those Discords or whoever they have on their supports, making sure that they have that target focus going into these boops.
Absolutely true. Man, I just wish I knew how Gaia could kind of change their pathing on this, right? I would love to be able to see them come out with just something completely off the wall, right? But unfortunately, I don't think we're going to end up seeing that. I think they're going to stick with, you know, what they've been trying to make work, what's helped them during this entire tournament. I mean, Wrecking Ball is incredibly powerful right now. So if they can keep that going in their favor, then it might be something that they can make work. They are going to be going on the defense to start things off on, and Doomed I was getting ready to bring out that Doomed fist, and if you follow Doomed at all during contenders, I mean that
it's scary. It's scary.
Absolutely terrifying.
It's very scary.
Doom fist, but needless to say, they're going to be coming in on that Tracer. Haven opting for the Hanzo once again.
Yeah, and Crawley on that Sigma. I'm not surprised that they're going to stay on that Sigma. That, again, is a very scary Sigma. And it looks like they're maybe going to stay on this double shield again. Their attacks, they might switch real fast. Nah, they're staying on this double shield for the attack. So I'm kind of interested to see how they want to play this. It looks like they're going to be going through the undergrounds to kind of meet them up there. And that Sombra is going to be very difficult. Oh, Gaia already opting to take position off of the high ground.
Yeah, I think they got an idea of who is, how they're coming in. You've got the double shield, but now you've got or at least I thought they had. I guess Noctis swapped at the last moment as they were coming out of spawn, swapping back over to the brig. So they want to be able to put as much distance in this poke composition as they possibly can. You do see Doom falling incredibly low there, almost getting a log straight to the face. You see Joyuri just sending out orb after orb right now, trying to get a pick there on the CPA, but they just cannot right now. There's just too many shields in the way. Gale not able to get the flashbang over the shield, but that's first tick on the point as Zero ends up getting the pick on the Haven to start things off. Rotation to the high ground coming out from Gaia. Second tick, somebody's got to touch that point, and we see Doom just barely able to get on it. We see the Immortality Field go ahead and save the day from that pulse bomb, and in a swift motion, not fast, just swift, we see CPA take control of the objective and start moving that payload through the streets.
Yeah, Gaia just kept giving up all of their ground that they possibly had. As a double shield, you want to stick your ground. You have the shields, you have the environment to try and stay where you are, but they just kept backing up and backing up. I'm not really sure what they were thinking there, but they do have a lot of ultimates to try and stop their progression here, to make sure there is no steamroll ability here. But CPA also, they have a lot of ultimates coming in. Joy is going to have to make sure they use that Transcendence wisely.
That is true. You already see the gravitic flux coming out from Crawley, trying to get some damage in. They do get the pick onto Haven. Gravitic flux now coming in to trade. Immortality saves the day. Doom trying to take out Gale, but is unsuccessful. Has to be watching out for Zero on that high ground. You see the payload furiously making its way forward right now. It's already made its way into the underground, and I don't think the guy has even noticed that that is the case. We will see CPA kind of retreat into the central area, getting a quick regroup in as the ultimates are getting ready to come on the line once again. It looks like CPA will go ahead and pull back. Too many picks coming in, everybody too low. And after Noctis falling, that's going to be enough to push them back. Regroup for another attack.
And CPA didn't have to invest too many ultimates into that fight. They got the payload very far as well. If they can win one team fight very definitively here, they can really take this next objective right here. And it looks like they're going to try and meet them on the high ground.
That's true. Dragon Strike comes in as we see the Immortality and Transcendence invested, trying to keep everybody up in the fight. Or Pulse Bomb, rather. Finds Gale in the back line. Doom trying to put in a clinic right now. And the big old Bengo Bongo is going to go ahead and help that out as best as they can. Astro also getting in a little bit of action there with that fusion driver. And that's going to be a lockdown of the objective. 3 minutes remaining on the clock as Gaia has a stranglehold on the high ground.
I was a really big fan of that Transcendence use. Joy really knows how to play this hero right now, and Graham, again, does have that amp matrix. We've seen them get some decent value off of that, but I'm looking for a little bit more here, as this is one of their ultimates that they have, as they're going to already pull it out and try to stop them from ever advancing.
Hey, Amplification Matrix is a shield melter if you use it right, and that's going to keep CPA at bay for at least, 15, 20 seconds as those shields recharge or the cooldowns recharge. And Doom is already in that back line. Beautiful stick onto the face of Crawley, and that's going to go ahead and send him right on back to spawn. I do see that payload moving forward, though. Gale on that Tracer now. I don't think anybody's noticed that payload's starting to move. And it looks like they finally are going to go ahead and rotate in, see if they can get some finalization picks here onto the remaining members of CPA. There it is. So deadly. So beautiful. The kill feed lighting up in blue with the bloodthirsty DPS, or bloodthirsty support rather, of Graham. Minute 40 remains on the clock as CPA got to figure out how to get through this.
I think Doom was just a little bit tired from, having to win against all these other teams during the lower bracket run. All of a sudden, their instincts have kicked in again. They are really starting to come back into their element, showing us why they are in contenders in the first place, and they are really giving us a show.
That is true. Dragon Strike gets traded with the Gravitic Flux, finds Haven, but Haven sends one out as well, is able to find Noctis and Andy at the final moment. Probably going onto that high ground, but they don't really have the DPS to be able to sustain right now. We are going to see Fidel cleaning up that high ground area. Joe Yuri with that final pick. We're down to the final minute, Celestial. They really got to make something move if they want to get that payload to that second spot.
Yeah, they're going to have to deal with either Doom or Joy. They need to get Joy out of this fight very fast because they have that Transcendence, and these guys know that. They know that Joy has that Transcendence, and if they allow Joy to live, that Transcendence is going to give them some incredible sustain, and a lot of these ultimates are not going to get the value that they need.
That's absolutely true. Doom locking down this objective, going to be staying close by. The Sonic Arrow does take down Gale early in the fight, and there it is, the pick on Joe Yuri as they go ahead and start moving their way through that high ground. But taking control of the high ground is only the first part. That payload got to be moving. Oh, what a whip on that pulse bomb. Not going to get the value it's looking for, but you are going to see that supercharger utilized and then abandoned so Astro can make their way to the objective. Gale just trying to hold close to this point as best as they can. The overtime wick burns down, though. Gaia showing, hey, you can do double shield. Maybe we can do it a little bit better.
Definitely a different look. They gave up that first point, but they showed us what they were able to do going into the actual payload phase of this hybrid map, and they were able to really just lock down that high ground, not allowing anyone to get around, and they did a great job in their positioning there. Those shields were blocking pretty much every angle. Doomed, once again, was absolutely just being a menace, being that little fly of Tracer, just being really annoying to the rest of the team, really keeping Crawley on their toes while really kind of floating in the air because they were on Sigma the entire time. But they were just being really annoying to everyone, and so they were really showing us what they had in mind there. But now CPA on the defense, we've seen them on the double shield in terms of defense, kind of, because we saw that control point, so we kind of know what the defense is like, and I'm kind of looking for CPA to try and hold this first point for a little bit longer than Gaia did. The payload does have to go pretty far, so kind of into the middle of that streets phase, so they do have a little while to actually regroup if they do try and full hold, just like put everything they have into this point here. So I wouldn't be surprised if they did end up trying to do that and get as much ultimate charge as possible.
Well, we will see if they can make it work in their favor. For now, we are going to have to wait and see if they can create that space that is needed to hold the line right here and right now. As we get ready to see the first attack coming in. Gale opting for the Ash this time around. Going to provide them a little bit more damage over distance. They're able to get that dynamite off perfectly, but Zero with that initial pick on Yuri is not going to be a good way to start things off, and Crawley is already looking to dive in.
Yeah, this double shield, these double snipers is going to be such a problem. Just not allowing them to get very close, especially with the Hanzo Storm Arrow. It's going to be dirty. I mean, Doomed is going to have their work cut out for them, trying to get as many of these snipers out of the game as possible.
All right, well, it looks like CPA is doing a really good job handling that control of the objective. The rotation comes in, Astro falling incredibly low, as does Ace of Spades. It's not going to be enough to take him out yet, but with the Immortality Field going down and Doomed putting on a clinic in the back line with those pistols, they're going to whittle them down and turn them into a beautiful holiday gifts. For those that they are going to send on their way. Objective Alpha locked down. 5 minutes now on the clock as they make their way to the streets to tie up our series.
Yep, a little bit shorter of a time bank, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, but Hayden gets a disgusting headshot onto Zero, and that is going to be the go button for the rest of the team to try and move up.
Oh, that's nasty right there. Absolutely nasty. Zero's going to be back in this fight rather quickly, though, so we aren't going to see Gaia really taking advantage of that just yet. And Matrix, so ready and raring to be unleashed as we go ahead and see the Gravitic Flux utilized, Immortality utilized early. That might be rough for the side of Gaia if they're not careful. They're going to go ahead and get cleaned up right there. Gale coming up on that Bob for this upcoming fight. They're going to push the payload as far as they can, but it's only getting to 56 meters.
Yeah, that early use of that immortality field coming out from Graham really hurt the rest of the team. I don't think they were expecting the flux to come out just yet. I don't think they really thought that Crawley had that flux up and ready yet, but that was a little bit of a miscalculation on the ultimate economy there. And so it looks like Gaia is going to be trying to make their rotation, just trying to get right onto the payload and move it as far as they can before getting taken out.
All right, Zero coming up close to that pulse bomb, but Doomed really been popping off lately. Been making a lot of space in that first pick onto Andy. Zero down now as well. The golden box of victory is there in sight, but the spawn advantage is in their favor. Dragon Strike coming in, clearing the point, but Crawley is just holding on as best they can. They got to melt down as quickly as they can, but the staggers just keep coming in from the spawn, pick after pick coming down. CPA like a beautiful Christmas tree being chopped down to put into the living rooms of Gaia as they go ahead and lock down Blizzard World, tying up the series 1-1.
I like their rotation. They realized that CPA needed to come down if they wanted to contest the payload there. If they didn't, they were going to lose because the golden box of victory was right there. They realized that. That was some great shot calling coming from Gaia there. And now, as you said, we have a tied series match point right now. We'll be going to an escort map next, and I cannot wait. These two teams are absolutely giving us such an incredible show, showing us why they deserve to be here this far into this tournament. And you really have no idea what to expect from these two teams at this point.
That's absolutely true. So, well, wait. You mean we're in the lower bracket and we're going to map 3 again? Again. It's so crazy. It's almost like the script writes itself sometimes, folks. But needless to say, just being able to see these two teams, we always say that control is kind of a wash, right? Sometimes it works out in your favor, sometimes it doesn't. Everyone has like their favorite control maps, or you're just having a bad Overwatch day. You didn't get fully warmed up. I know that CPA got quite an extended break as Gaia and Death Computer were still playing out their match. So Gaia, maybe they just, they cooled down maybe just a little bit too much during their short break and just needs that control map to warm back up. But like you said, it's anybody's game right now with the way that Controversial Player Academy and Gaia have been battling it out. I'm intrigued rather to see where CPA is going to be taking us for our final map.
It's very interesting because CPA, we saw that they were very dominant on that double shield during control. And so we assumed that going into a point where double shield would be very strong would have CPA win. But we saw Gaia do the same thing. So if CPA wants to play double shield, but they're not really the stronger team in terms of double shield at the moment, CPA has to do some weird rethinking about how they really want to play this. They might have to try and go to a map that completely gets rid of double shield, because even though that's the style that they want to play, it's not the style that's going to give them the win right now.
That's true, and based on what we've seen so far, it's really hard to tell what that could be, right?
Exactly.
I mean, we've seen a little bit of Gaia on the rush and whatnot, but CPA hasn't gotten a lot of spots in the sun. So, are they good at rush? Do they have a good double bubble? Are they going to try to mirror Gaia's Wrecking Ball Diva composition that we were seeing earlier, or the rock and roll even with the Sigma? Is the option to try to flip this on its head? I mean, there's so many options that are on the field right now. And I believe our next map is ready and raring to go. We're going to be heading to Watch Point Gibraltar.
Ooh, double bubble. That's what I'm looking at.
Some double bubbles, some dive. The double shield can work.
It can
work, but ideally, what we typically see there is this double bubble or the dive or the Wrecking Ball Diva. So, I'm trying to break the habit of me using repetitive words like interesting. And I catch myself way too often. A little meta commentary there for folks that wonder how casters are always thinking. But I'm just a little beside myself. I'm curious as to why they would take us there. Maybe CPA has that joker up their sleeve. Now it's time to unleash it now that they are so far into this bracket. Remember, this is the battle for third place right now. So third place is the beginning of the additional spots or the additional monies for the advanced round. So you get, if I remember correctly, I know that it is 2,000 Canadian for the first place spot. Second place is 1,000 Canadian, and third place is 750 Canadian. Now that includes the 250 that all these teams have already earned up to this point. So we're at the precipice, Celestial. These teams, if they want to come away with some good bank and not just be treating everybody to a night of dominoes, they're really going to have to lock this one down.
Yep, and looking at our compositions at least on the defense right now, because that's what's going to be more or less locked in. It's that dive composition for the most part. We've got Crawley on the Diva, Ace of Spades on the Monkey. So we're going to be trying to get some quick picks and then trying to roll the rest of the team that way. But as Gaia rolls out with their composition right now, it looks like we're going to be doing a little bit of some disruption with the ball. Diva trying to dislodge as much as possible. I guess they thought that CPA was going to go for that double shield once again. Again, still a viable composition right now, but it looks like that they're thinking maybe they were going for a counter to the double shield once again.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they really got to be watching their backlines, right? When it comes to dive, the backlines are always the most vulnerable for both sides of the field if you're both running dive composition. So not only is your goal to get into that backline, but it's also to make sure your backline is protected. That's why you see the Brigitte on either side keeping Joe Yuri and Andy safe. Probably, though, going ahead and doling out some damage. Gonna find Astronex as they go ahead and get sent back to spawn early. I don't think CPA is going to be able to push into this high ground area, though. They're going to have to give it up and let Gaia continue to kind of force them down as the payload actually is still moving forward. Haven with the double kill. Fidel getting some follow-up in that as well. The payload just ain't gonna stop right now. We might see a little bit of a stagger, but if CPA is smart, they will hold here. Go ahead and take control of the hangar. 5 minutes now on the clock. Gaia starts making their way into that hangar.
Oh, yeah, but with that Brig getting taken out very early, that is going to leave your backlines open once again. And Andy is on the high ground all by themselves. And if Doom notices that, that is going to be a quick end for Andy if they don't hit that sleep.
That is true. We see them trying to rotate around, finding a way to get onto that high ground. We do see the Nano invested. Transcendence coming out from Joe Yuri to go ahead and hold everything together. The tickle gun still doing a heck of a ton of damage. Zero trying to get in there to help save the day. But with Gale down, there's no stuns. There's nothing that is going to keep the members of CPA safe. Gaia are on a tirade right now. They're going to be making their way in best that they can to try to grab this objective quickly, and CPA has to pull back for a quick regroup and give up a lot of space doing so.
Yeah, they did. I mean, I really hope that they try and get this. Oh, but the Diva Bomb trying to be really aggressive right now. It doesn't catch anybody, but we were trying to go for the contest.
That is true, but self-destruct does not hold the payload. 0.86 meters on this point, and Haven on legs, just locking all of those legs down, sending them back to spawn in body bags from the high ground. 5 minutes back on the clock as Gaia, furious, hungry to make this their finishing blow into CPA, makes their way into Objective Charlie.
Haven's aim right now is absolutely cracked. Haven is absolutely just knocking out heroes left and right, hitting these heads, clicking these heads. It is absolutely ridiculous. They are on a tirade right now. CPA switching over to the Sigma and the ball, trying to change something up to try and get something done right now because they really need to figure this out. And Joe Yuri has that Transcendence, which they're going to pop right now to give that sustain.
Ooh, but this program getting that pulse bomb to the face, not going to be helping them out very much. The Transcendence does keep them in the fight for now, but with both healers down, Gaia going to go ahead and have to pull back. A lot of investment coming out from the side of CPA to be able to shut that down, but it's worth it. 4 minutes to go, though.
Yeah, they needed to stabilize that at least a little bit right now. Gaia also coming up on some ultimates once again for this next fight. And I mean, if we're looking at the ultimate economy for both sides right now, pretty even right now, and CPA kind of in the advantage right now. They have Andy very close to that Transcendence, and that is again gonna give them just that sustainability, allowing them to stay in these fights. And we need Gale to get a little bit of these more damage, try and get some of these picks out right now. Oh, but Andy's getting taken out before they can get the Transcendence.
Yeah, that's not a good way to start things off, and Gale's falling incredibly low right now. Doomed is on the hunt. Afterneck sending out the minefield, allows them to grab two, and the payload is moving its way forward. 320 still remaining on the clock. We're going to be seeing a staggered fight here unless CPA can get grouped up rather quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to be on a tear as Graham is going to pop the rally. All the ultimates are going to come out right now because this is the end. This is do or die for everyone right now, but Gaia is still just popping off.
Yeah, we'll see Noctis be able to touch the objective just barely, but will immediately get deleted by the flail of Graham. 295. Goodness, I'm hungry. As our Gaia, 2:59 on the clock. Not a bad time here on Watchpoint Gibraltar, especially when you are just absolutely dominating right now. The question is, what are the controversial player academy players gonna do to shut this down? There's nothing that they've been able to find just yet that works. They know that the double shield works against this composition, but Watchpoint Gibraltar isn't really a place for that.
No. I mean, there are certain positions that you can set up yourself for in double shield, but again, it's a very difficult composition to really work very well on this map, especially when you're being ran against with what Gaia is running against you right now. So it looks like CPA, at least right now, is going to try the Sigma Ball again. I mean, it didn't work on the defense for very long there, but again, we know that Crawley is a Sigma master, and so they are really good at that hero, and they're going to try to do what they can with the means and the toolkit that they have right now. But Gaia right now, I mean, the team is just working together right now. They just are reading each other's thoughts. The shot calling is incredible. They have to do something drastic if they want to get rid of Gaia right now.
That's absolutely true. We're going to see the teleporter once again coming out. The CPA make their way to the high ground. That payload's going to start moving its way forward. But Haven on this Hanzo is going to be an interesting change. We saw that similarly on the attack of Gaia as well, and just pumps out a little bit more damage than that Soldier. Soldier's a little bit more reliable. But Hanzo, if you can get that click, if you can hit that log between the eyes, it provides a lot of value. Gale, though, is going to be able to create some space with the help of Ace of Spades and Crawley as they go ahead and start making their way into Objective Alpha with 3 on the clock.
Yup, they're doing a pretty good job right now trying to rotate up to that high ground, trying to get a little bit of their positioning where they want to be. But Gaia is definitely going to be able to get in a full recontest right now. As long as no one gets taken out too early, this is going to be a long fight. But Doom is getting taken out, I swear. Caster's Curse, my bad, Doom. And that is going to really hurt.
Yeah, that is going to be a little bit rough, but we do see some ultimates getting ready to come online if they can survive long enough. We see the accretion comes out, finds Haven, and the attack visor from Gale is going to go ahead and lock down this point. That's Objective Alpha taken in stride right now. Joe Yuri going to be the last ones to fall with Graham. And that's 5 minutes on the clock as they head into the hangar, and Gaia hasn't even had a chance to set up yet.
Nah, very quick capture, just as we saw from Gaia. It just seems like the attack phase right now for both of these teams is where they are shining. And Ace of Spades is going to have that minefield, able to really just kind of block off any areas that they don't want Gaia to be in. Ooh, getting into a little trouble right there, but they were able to get those shields. And here we go with the slam. Doom trying to beat the backline, but gets taken out.
Doomed has been meeting Andy's balls a little bit more often than I'm willing to say here on the broadcast, but I guess it just is. And Ace of Spades coming in, clearing the way for them to continue to hold control of this high ground is going to make it an easy point, too, if Gaia doesn't switch something up here in the near future.
Yeah, you said it, and Doomed is going to have to do something drastic here. They have the Pulse Bomb. If they can land that, it's going to be big, but the mines are coming out to try and block off the high ground.
That's true, but the mines now coming out from Ace of Spades are going to hold the low ground to keep things going. It's Rally versus Transcendence right now.
Oh!
Or sorry, Rally and Transcendence coming out from Joyuri and Tram, just trying to be able to hold everything together. Pulse Bomb of Doom finds 0 value with that big E right there. And the Tac Visor now coming in, gets traded with a self-destruct. Not going to be finding anything as well. The Tac Visor just zoning out everyone that they possibly can. 3:30 on the clock as the Transcendence gets unleashed from Andy to be able to lock down Objective Bravo. 4:50 on the clock, not nearly as much time as Gaia, but the steadiness of what CPA has been doing has been showing incredibly controlled plays from their players.
Yeah, I'm really liking this look from CPA right now. And if we look at Gaia, Doom has swapped over to the Sombra, likely going to try and hack Ace of Spades out of any sort of slam down to really get them out of any of their mobility, because that is where ball shines. And they're already getting hacked by Doom.
That's true. Doomed is well known for that Doom Fist and for that Tracer, but the pride and joy is on that Sombra. Ore up to 46% and just swapped to the hero.
Yeah, I mean, look at the value. Bob coming out, trying to give a little bit of that contesting, but it does look like, oh, Ace of Spades being hacked isn't going to have that mobility to get out of there, and the rest of Gaia is going to try and clean up the rest of CPA and stop this entire tirade that they had.
That's true. They're not going to be getting any further right there. It was working out well for them, but like you said, the hack that came in onto Ace of Spades made it impossible for them to get away from the Bob of Haven as they now swap over to that Hanzo.
And if we look at Gaia,
Doom
look at all those
has
openings.
EMP.
Oh,
What?
yeah. Oh, it's going to be huge. Oh!
No way! Astro Ore has the minefield on the line as well. The cleanup just not there yet. Gravitic Flux, Tac Visor invested. Crawley ends up finding Graham. The minefield set all over the members of CPA. They're trying to do everything that they can to push them back, but CPA just will not die. They finally got them under the time bank of Gaia, but they are still holding strong and pushing forward.
The fact that they were able to survive that incredible EMP from Doom just shows you how great this team is and how great those heals and positioning were. But the Flux is coming out from Fiddlem, and it's going to be just a massacre as CPA continues and gets to the point and gets those 3 points. And we have quite a large time bank for both of these teams right now.
It is literally splitting hairs, I feel, at this point. I'm not for certain if both teams are just really good at attacking or if Gaia is feeling a little bit of that jet lag because of how long they've been playing today. They did get a little bit of a break, and maybe they found a second win during our previous map, but I worry that maybe whatever plan they had in mind is not going to be working out too well for them here on Watchpoint Gibraltar. But with 2 minutes on the clock for either team, Gaia gets an extra 23 seconds due to their run. It's going to be up to CPA to kind of draw this line in the sand, show how far they can go, how controversial they can be to be able to lock down point 3 once again with a much lower time bank than they had to start.
I am a huge fan of these Sombra swaps. They were doing way better on these Sombras than they were on the Tracers. They were getting so much more value when Doom was able to switch onto the Sombra, getting all those hacks onto Ace of Spades, making sure they did not have that mobility at all, and they were really just catching them out. And because of those hacks, they were really able to get a little bit more and really have that time period. Oh, but what a teleport and slam! Jeez, Andy can take it out already!
Astro with the double kill. Haven coming in with the cleanup as they just yeet Crawley off the high ground. They're like, okay, you know, we know that there's like an Overwatch gentleman's agreement on this high ground. We let you come in. How about we don't? How about we don't do that?
I mean, that was an absolutely disgusting play that they all had, and they're just going to keep trying to take on this Tyrant payload, moving under the bridge right now. Doom trying to in the back line, looking to see who they can hack. And Joy's going to get taken out early, really hurting that Transcendence ultimate charge there, because we really need that Transcendence if we're going to get any further going into this. But Gaia doing a really... I don't know. Things are kind of stalemated right now. I can't really tell what's going on, but the payload is just still moving, and CPA is just on this payload, just allowing it to go. I don't really know where the rest of Gaia is right now.
Yeah, I think they were just trying to pull back to be able to keep Graham safe with Joe Uri down. With the pick on Doom, though, that's not going to be a good way to start things off. Crawley ends up getting stuck in the face with the pulse bomb, and that's going to be a very nice trade for them as we see Haven now on this racer just doling out a heck of a ton of damage. We do see Gale trying to get them off of this objective. Only 30 seconds remaining on the clock, and they can't lock down Haven. They are going to be able to finally get them off of that payload, but maybe. Nah, I don't think we're going to see a contest here.
No, I would hope not. We have to wait for the gates to open. Anyway, it would just be smart to hold off while that gate opens and the payload does have to start moving. But now we're going into overtime rumble here where you have to stay on the payload, can't get off of it at all. Transcendence getting popped, and Joyori is getting taken out with a huge EMP.
Yeah, that's a great way to start things off, but they got to get that follow-up damage. Doom does find Andy, so not going to be finding any additional value from those Discord orbs this time around. The stack buys are getting a lot of value. Just seeing the way CPA are dancing around each other on the staircase, just working out in their favor so well. Somebody must have got them some like tango lessons or something for the holidays. I'm not certain. But the fact that they were able to shield dance so well, and they're going to be moving into objective Bravo with not much for Gaia to stop them.
Ooh, and Ace of Spades getting hacked out, especially when they have those mines, is going to be very dangerous. Oh, they got taken out with the mines. Yeah. That's going to hurt.
That is going to be rough. Overtime ticking away as Crawley gets swooped away from the objective. Ooh. And nobody else touches the point. 77.44 meters. Locking down objective Bravo right now. Gaia has drawn the line in the sand. The question is, can they stop CPA from making can they? It's been a long 2 days, folks. Can Gaia get past CPA to get to that line?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we saw them on their first attack. They were able to do basically the exact same thing that CPA was able to do. And if Ace of Spades wasn't hacked out of by Doomed right there, they would have been able to put the mines on the point, and then they wouldn't have been able to spin to win. And I really think they would have been able to capture that objective right there. So good on Doomed for recognizing that and just making sure they hack the ball whenever the possibility does come up. So Doom, great play there. Honestly, I think that's what saved them the point right there, because those mines would have been absolutely disgusting to deal with, especially with how chaotic these fights have been. Now, CPA is going to need to have a much better defense than they had the first time around. It was a little rough watching that defense. We're going to need to see them do something a little bit differently, hopefully change up their positioning maybe a little bit so that they could really minimize the damage that they are taking and dish out as much as possible.
I think they just need to put a little bit more trust into Graham, or not Graham, but into Noctis, to be honest. I feel like CPA, they stay back a lot more. And I mean, you got Crawley there to help out as well. I mean, Ace of Spades should be in the back line just doling out damage with zero, but we see them staying so close to their team that they're not really getting a whole lot of value from their kit that should be helping them get in the back line and take down those supports.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, they have to trust the team, as you said. And here comes the monkey trying to get as much as possible, but getting booped away, getting pretty low there. But they are just trying to, again, exchanging a little poke damage. Ace of Spades goes down low, but gets away. And teams are they're just feeling each other out right now. And if Gaia really wants to try and get this, they are doing a little bit worse on the timing right now. Last time they just bulldozed through. It seems like they're trying to take their time a little bit more, build up these ultimates, especially because Joy, there it is. I was about to say it. The monkey with the nano.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the perfect play to be making right there. Really gets the full value of the ultimates when you can. Plus, I think what they're trying to do is just create enough space to get the work done so that they don't see the recontest from CPA. I think those beautiful staggers are going to make it really worth it for them to be able to push into this point. Even though there's only 60 seconds on this point, they're going to have a lot of work to be able to do this. Dragon Strike coming out. Primal Rage out for Astro. Ends up sending everybody and their mother away from that objective. Probably does find the pick onto Haven, but that is going to be a cleanup of the objective and cleanup of the hangar as well, as the spawns get sent back delayed, and now Gaia takes control of the airship.
And now here we are, last fight territory, 30 seconds left, and it's only overtime now, so this is like perma last fight territory. If Gaia gets off this payload, they lose, and that is not what they want, so they're going to make sure they stay on there as much as possible. Doomed does have that post bomb and is going to be looking for some targets to really just absolutely destroy it as the rally comes out from Graham now.
There's so many ultimates on the line right now. Minefield litters the objective for Ace of Spades. Somebody's got to be on that point. The anti-nade finds Andy. No transcendence to be utilized for this fight. No!
Victory!
No one touched.
They took down the only player that was on the objective, and the minefield kept them from dropping down. CPA dance their way to victory here against Gaia 2-1. Beautiful play of the game coming out from Haven, but as we say, play of the games, do not win games necessarily. So we will go ahead and see CPA moving on. They will be facing off against, if I remember correctly, should be True Damage.
Yes.
In the next round.
Yup, True Damage. That is a force to be reckoned with. I mean, they went all the way, and the only team that they did end up losing to was the team that is currently already in the grand finals. So it's going to be a hard fight this next match. CPA is going to have their work cut out for them again, just after going against Gaia too. So, I mean, they really just going to have to keep on turning those wheels because they have a long night ahead of them if they want to stay in this.
That's absolutely true. And as you said, True Damage have been sitting here resting, watching the action unfold here, and their playstyle a lot different than what we saw from Gaia. So, you know, especially with Gig on the team. So I am intrigued. I am excited to see what our next match holds. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the losers finals here in just a few moments. The Toronto Defiant Holiday Bash. Welcome back, Overwatch fans, to the Toronto Defiant Holiday Bash. We are winding down right now. Only 3 teams remain, and this matchup proves who is deserving of going back into the final match for the Toronto Defiant Holiday Bash against current grand finalist GeForce. Will it be true damage? Does the damage hold true for them? Will they be able to hold on, or will things get a little bit more controversial with CPA as they look to make their way into that winner's spot? Celestial, these two teams, based on what we saw just from CPA during their match against Gaia, I mean, I don't know. Are they able to turn the tide? They weren't even able to make it this far against GeForce, let alone be able to make it now against the only team to be taken down, to only lose to GeForce themselves.
Yeah, it's gonna be a difficult one, and I expect that both teams are going to be putting their hearts out on the line because they've come so far at this point, and True Damage has been waiting for a long time as it is, and so they're like, we've been waiting a long time for our shot. Let's get this over with now. And so I wouldn't be surprised if True Damage tries and just makes this a 2-0 real quick, but I don't think that our other team really wants that to happen. But both of these teams play very differently, and as we saw from our last match, CPA likes to play with that double shield, likes to play around that ball, and so I would not be opposed, or I wouldn't be surprised if we continue to see more of that going into this next match. And True Damage, they're a good team. They made it this far. They only lost 1 match, and so I wouldn't be surprised to see them take it all as well. But CPA also surprised us a little bit against Gaia. So really, I'm just excited for some more Overwatch.
I mean, honestly, I was a little bit more surprised at Gaia. A lot of these teams kind of punching above their belt, above their class right now, to see if they can make their way up in here. Definitely lots of props to Gaia for making it as far as they did. But the bracket, I guess, just didn't favor them as much this time around, unfortunately. GeForce, though, still waiting in the wings. I'm wondering if this is going to be kind of a test run for these two teams, if they're going to see if they can come up with a strategy that they can use well against GeForce and see if it's good enough to take down their opponent's team.
I mean, they're going to have to, but I think that a lot of these teams are just going to play one map at a time, because that's really how this game works. We can't really be thinking about GeForce too far ahead, because you got this match right here in front of you. You have to deal with this team that's right in front of you before you can even go back and deal with GeForce. And I know that True Damage wants that redemption arc right now. They want to go right back against GeForce and try and take this double, because that's the only team they lost to. They want to redeem themselves. They want this win right now.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 of the teams the Gaia, CPA, and True Damage all have fallen to GeForce, ironically or unironically. So it's kind of like the popular girl at school, and all the boys are kind of fighting over her right now. Like, oh, like, I can impress you with this, I can impress you with this. And then you see them start beating each other up, and GeForce is just here like, yeah, okay, do your thing. Whoever comes out, that's cool. So needless to say, I don't think it's going to matter who ends up coming up there, because GeForce has already faced them all once before. The question is, and the question in tournaments like this always is it strategic what they've done? We have seen teams that they'll play and they'll look like, they'll appear to be playing their hearts out, but really they'll have a lot of like hidden strategies, hidden tactics kind of sitting in their back pocket. So they get that little warm up with GeForce, and they're like, okay, let's see what they do, tracing kind of where they're coming from, what they're utilizing, what heroes they pick for particular maps. And then when they come back around, even though it's the long way around, they come back around. And then they're like, oh, wait, you thought that was all we could do? before? Oh no. See, we could do all these things, all the things. All of the things. So needless to say, all these teams are going to be walking away with a piece of that pot. And our first map is ready and raring to go. So let's go ahead and see what has been chosen for us. It looks like we're headed to Nepal. For this first map in our series.
I'm very interested at this pick.
Yeah. I mean, you don't really see teams choose Nepal often unless they have a strategy in mind.
See, yeah, because this is True Damage's pick as the top seed here. I'm very interested because if they were watching last match at all, really, CPA likes to play into the double shield. And even though, you know, control points at some points, you don't really like to play the double shield, but on Nepal, there's a lot of different ways to play double shield here. So I'm very interested to see why True Damage went to a map where double shield can be very viable.
I mean, it might just be the fact that True Damage, again, just has a trick up their sleeve that can make it work. I mean, the one thing, depending on which map we end up starting off on, especially for places like Village, where actually we're going to be starting off on. If you can get in quickly with those CC characters like Mei and Symmetra, those shields aren't going to be worth a beans.
That's true.
To be able to hold on to the objective. You can double shield all day. All you're going to do is turn Symmetra's beam into oblivion as she shreds through you like tissue paper that you pull out of a present bag because your parents were too lazy to wrap presents. That's me. I am those parents. But it looks like so far we're not going to see that utilized by True Damage, but CPA are going to take advantage of that.
Yes, they are, and CPA is going to be doing that Brawl composition, getting in there fast, doing a lot of damage. We have Noctis on the Lucio, so they are trying to get in quick and do as much damage as possible, trying to lock down this point already. And on the side, here comes Fix and Snozlarge getting Andy out very quickly.
Yeah, just seeing kind of the double tap coming in there. Fix is like, hey, and Snozzler, how you doing? And they go ahead and try to lock down this point. CPA is still able to zone them out, get that point in their favor, start things off, but the cleanup is truly in True Damage's favor. Dick rolls on in with the ball and chain, finds Gale. Crawley is able to get that pick on the Fix, but I don't think it's... Oh, what? The rematch kill on the Gig. They weren't paying attention to where they were standing right now. Snozzler just locking it down with those pistols. Love that good old comic book skin. True Damage was looking to take this objective, but the Feed Fest that keeps coming in from CPA is locking it in their favor. Finally, they'll turn the tide. But at the 30% mark, good way to start, CPA.
Something that CPA's composition does really well is rushing and being very aggressive. So when they were just kind of sitting there on the point at first, they really weren't using the composition's full potential there. And that's why Andy was able to get picked off so very quickly, because the whole point of it is to be aggressive. And it looks like Daydream is in the back line trying to get a hack, and they are already almost at that EMP. Looks like they're trying to get it up. Oh, but they're going to try to teleport onto point, and here comes out the photon barrier.
Be aggressive. There comes the self-destruct. EMP looking to clean it right on up, and Daydream is making this Death Fest a nightmare right now. Team kill rings out loud and proud as True Damage continue to hold on to the objective.
That is rough. And Gale is going to be switching from the Symmetra over to the Cassidy now to get a little bit of that little range damage out there, because the rest of True Damage is playing a little bit far. And here comes the Amp Matrix from Andy, trying to give themselves a little bit more space.
True. You just see Gig kind of just chilling there and just waiting to roll on and find the value here onto the supports, but they're going to be able to get on out of there. Daydream, though, on this Sombra is proving to be quite dangerous. It looks like they're going to be able to zone them out for now. Gig trying to roll on in, but gets nothing but flashbang and a good old hammer to the face. 79% as we see CPA retake control.
I'm really liking this switch from Gale. They are getting this flashbang, which is allowed to get Daydream out before they get the hack and can then teleport away. They can flash Gig before they try and slam down. There is a lot of use for that flashbang here, and they are already, after one fight, almost at that Deadeye. So they are getting the value that they really need, and Crawley going down real low.
Ooh, the Deadeye now online as we see the D-Mech coming in. Gale using the Deadeye 2 zone, looking for a head to click, but unfortunately is not gonna be finding one. We do see the Transcendence utilize beat coming out to counter. The minefield comes in for Gig as we see, we're not for certain who that was getting chased into the outskirts. Looks like it was Snozzler. We do see the self-destruct invested, but Daydream is going to be able to teleport away just shy of that self-destruct coming down. Snozzler cleaning up the point. Ace of Spades, Zero, Crawley, all falling to those pistols. The point goes back in their favor as we head into last fight territory.
Yep, 85%. That is our real cutoff for last fight territory right now. And both teams are above that threshold right now. So they really need to get onto this point. Or if there's, or they are trying to be real aggressive, trying to zone and be able to get onto this point with as much safety as possible. Trying to take the high ground, trying to get it done. And here they come onto the point.
That is true. Overtime now ticking away at 99%. Zero trying to make their way into this objective as the hack comes in. Doesn't find the value onto Zero. Saves the day as Ace of Spades takes down Pure before the remake. The point flips back over and the percentage keeps climbing, but the fight is far from over. We're going to be headed into last fight territory once again before we know it, and the supports are getting staggered out in the side room.
Oh, that is not what you want to see without the supports. The rest of the team has no sustain, and the objective goes over to CPA in a 100-99 round. Very, very close. That's as close as you can get. And if we're looking at both of these teams right now, they are playing their compositions the way that they're supposed to be doing it. CPA, for the most part, being aggressive. There are points where I see them being a little hesitant going into some of these fights, but this is such an aggressive just hit W and mouse 1 and you win the game. So I think CPA needs to be doing a little bit more of that aggressive, just kind of pushing forward style. But the issue is, again, with that Gig and Daydream, those two are causing a lot of problems with the Reinhardt, just kind of getting them out of place, really harassing the backline. So it can be difficult to press W, but if they do, I think that they can really deal with some of these issues that they are dealing with.
All right, well, as they go ahead and head into Shrine, True Damage is going to be able to make some space here on the point. Daydream back on that Sombra, but Gale opting to stick onto that Cassidy. He's doing a good job zoning out any possible deterrents in their backline. Doesn't protect Ace of Spades, though. Pure doling them down as we see Daydream having to retreat. Recall already utilized as Pure just doing pure damage on this objective, but CPA is still there. They're not ready to let go of this objective yet as the ticks keeps coming in. That Peacekeeper putting in work for Gale right now as they're just trying to hold that line. Oh, the flashbang comes in. The Snozzler just able to pepper a couple of shots that turns the tide of the fight just for a moment. CPA locks it down, starts their climb.
Did a really good job holding on to that point there, and look at that ultimate charge over there. Support's almost at the their ultimates. Our DPS are almost there. Our tanks are a little behind right now, but they're going to be there soon, and that's a good cycle that they have going. And as True Damage is going to rotate up onto the high ground to try and get as much of that poke damage as possible, Snozzler is definitely going to be looking for a really high value pulse bomb. And our Baptiste now has that Amp Matrix, and that is going to be able to cause a lot of damage and space for that, as the Pulse Bomb does miss.
Oh, Pulse Bomb misses, but it does a bit of damage. They got to find that cleanup, though. There's Zerolicious looking to get into that back line. Let's see if they can find some value. The Deadeye does find Pure as we go ahead and see the rotation coming out. Snozzler deleted by that Peacekeeper, and the percentage is going to continue to climb. CPA well on their way to locking down not only this map, but or not only this particular map, but the map in its entirety.
Did I just see Fix use the Transcendence? I don't know if that really was the best thing to use. Oh, but the EMP! And here we go with the... Oh! And so many bombs going off. What an incredible trade there.
Bumpity bum bum bum, coming out on the point we see it. It is absolutely a beautiful death and destruction as the hack comes in just barely for Daydream to be able to take control of that mega health pack. Pulse bomb on the back of Ace of Spades, gonna take them out of this fight.
95%.
Everybody is trying to use that mega health pack just to be able to stay alive, and it might be able to be just enough to turn this tide. CPA at the 99% mark, overtime ticking away. True Damage finally are able to get their hold on this point.
True Damage has to play perfectly from now on. They cannot give up this point for very long without getting off of it, because they will have that overtime, but they can't risk that. They need to hold on to this point, and they don't really have the defensive ultimates to deal with that. They have Gig almost at the minefield, but that's about it.
The minefield unleashed as we see Pure trying to keep Zeralicious out of their backline, but it's not going to be enough for them to be able to get through. Snozzler wins out that Tracer duel this time around, and now we're going to see this point continuing to climb for True Damage.
Yep, CPA has a lot of these ultimates that they can use, but if they don't get the right target focus here, if they don't get Fix out, Fix is going to have that Transcendence. If they don't get Daydream, Daydream's going to have that EMP. So they have to be very careful here.
High Noon coming out looking for a head to click, and there it is, Snozzler just barely coming into line of sight, thinking that it was all done. The Shatter gets nothing but shield. It's paper thin, but it keeps Young alive for as much as it can. Fix now being chased down. The D-Mech comes in as we see that cleanup. Crawley finds Young, and Gale is just locking it down right now. Overtime ticking away as control goes back to CPA, and that's all she wrote. True Damage needing to sharpen their blades a little as the controversial Player Academy locks down Nepal.
Yeah, and there was a huge 6-man EMP right at the end, but you're not going to be able to do much with an EMP if you don't have the entire rest of your team with you to help with that follow-up. And as you're seeing in this play of the game, when you do have that follow-up, EMPs do quite a bit of damage to them. They are quite the playmaking ability, but when you don't have your team, not really going to be able to do much.
Absolutely true, and despite the fact that we saw the Sombra being so useful in the previous match, right, it's kind of surprising to see Daydream not getting the value that we saw from both Gaia and from CPA. I don't know if it's cold hands, maybe, they've been waiting for a little bit, maybe they didn't warm up before this match, and this is their way of getting back into it. I'm not 100% certain, Celestial, but what I do know is that once again we are at match point, and the only way to turn this sucker around is if True Damage hike up their combat boots, pull out the brooms, and start the reverse.
Yeah, and I don't like to judge an entire team based on control. We were talking about this earlier, how it could be a one-off day, it could be cold hands, it could really be a whole bunch of things when it comes to map 1 of control, because it's so many different factors that go into that. But now we're going into our hybrid map, where there are a lot of different play styles and a lot of different ways that things that come into play here, because you have the point that you need to capture, and then you have the escorting part of it. There are so many different things that do happen here, and so many different ways that you have to be able to play these types of maps. So when it comes down to it, I think these hybrid maps are really what decides what team and how they want to play.
I wonder where they're gonna go. That's really what's on my mind right now, because looking at the compositions that we've seen used, I wonder, do you go for the safe pick? I'm trying to go back to I believe it was Blizzard World that we ended up seeing, or no, that was Gaia's pick last time around. Yes. My apologies. Do we end up seeing them go to place maybe like Kings Row. I mean, it's not that the Wrecking Ball composition hasn't been being used on that map as of recently, but maybe we might see a little bit of Rush coming out. I mean, I'm not the biggest proponent to Kings Row because we see it just about every other hybrid map, or like 90% of hybrid maps when you're casting always end up being Kings Row. But we do need to. It looks like we do need to send it to a quick break. There is a rule check going on. We'll have to figure out what exactly is going on because I'm the guy that has to talk about the rules too. So we're gonna send it to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with this losers finals matchup of the Toronto Defiant holiday match in a few months.
for the tangible. We get lost in the virtual. You less alone when you're logging on. If you're coming over, I just wanna be real with somebody. Somebody like me. If I tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me? You want me? 'Cause I'm so sick of all the noise, all the back and forth. Just wanna find a still place where I could go. I lose myself, I cannot help it, I'm emotional. Oh, it could feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Oh, it could feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Please let me like empires, we rise and then we fall. Can the tides calling, calling through it all? Titans watch.
Everyone, welcome back to the Toronto Defiant Holiday Bash as we head back in to the losers finals. Had a little issue with the rule book, unfortunately. As you know, we essentially had to change the rule book in like the last week because we raised the cap from 32 teams to 64 teams. That's a drastic change, requires a drastic change in how the tournament is run, and there was a small piece, as there is sometimes, that was left over that said that the third place match would be a best of 5 series. And that was initially when we had an actual third place match set aside, not this particular one, the losers finals, but an actual third place match that would then be played for third place for the monies that applied to. That ended up getting scrapped when we raised it to 64 teams just because scheduling required more matches. So that just kind of explains what was going on. Unfortunate. I know that teams are upset about it, but it was just something that got held over initially, and we apologize for that. But we're going to go ahead and move into our next map. It looks like we're going to be heading to Blizzard World again here, Celestial. Definitely intrigued to see what is going to be utilized by these two teams. We know that CPA really loved that double shield on this map. The question is True Damage going to match that or meet them with something else?
I'm thinking that, well, as we look at our teams right now, True Damage is going to be going with something else. They're going to be going with the Ball Sig right now to try and combat the CPA double shield. So again, could definitely work. That Wrecking Ball is going to try and dislodge everyone from behind those shields. Noctis is going to be on the Mercy, so that is going to give them a little bit extra kind of, I guess, insurance when you can get that res back in. So you have to make sure you perish in a safe location for the Mercy to then res you, which is a whole other thing you have to deal with. But I think that True Damage really does have a nice lineup here. Fix has been able to do some incredible work on that Zenyatta, some incredible Discord orbs allowing for some disgusting damage to be coming out. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see True Damage ending up do it on this great defense right now.
That is true. We are going to see a little bit of me twirling my beard before we get back into the scene here. We do see CPA making a very good rotation here as we see them on the attack to start things off. Crawley getting that initial pick on the Young. That is huge right now. Ends up missing the accretion. Will that end up biting him in the keister, though? As Pure is trying to hold this line. It's not going to be enough right now. Crawley on this point, trying to sustain the best that they can as they slowly chase the slow-moving Fix on that Zenyatta. Looks like they're going to be the only ones that are going to be able to get away from this fight, as now a minute has been taken off the clock.
Yeah, great defense there, really using all of their abilities and toolkit to really put in the work and allow this double shield to not get set up in a place that would allow them to bunker down and do what they do best. Technically, it's a triple shield because they got that Brig with the shield as well, so they are just really trying to protect themselves as much as possible. So Dynamite trying to get out, trying to get some of that damage as Gig goes behind and may get caught out.
Yeah, you really got to be careful as that Wrecking Ball, especially when there's so many stuns. Gale is able to find Fix there in the end. You do see the pulse invested. Andy didn't have that immortality on the line, but the damage may already be done here for CPA. They might still be able to make their way in, but this high ground hold is making it very difficult for CPA to get their hooks into Objective Alpha. That's going to be another minute down as we go ahead and see True Damage continue to hold.
These Ashes are absolutely amazing right now. They are really getting those high-value dynamites right now. As the Ant Matrix is coming on, and they're trying to get onto this point now with the Minefield of Gig soon to come out. There it is.
There it is, the Minefield invested, but the damage already done by the Bob, or by the Ash rather. Now the Bob being sent onto the objective to start claiming this objective point. Minute 30 on the clock. As everything gets cleared out, they gotta be able to try to keep Snozzler away. The Pulse Bomb just barely able to get in, but they're going to go ahead and get staggered out. 3:45 now on the clock as CPA gets to take this high ground.
And CPA has the means to do so. They have the means to go and try and continue to steamroll through this. We were watching on the match beforehand how it was very difficult. We didn't get past this Streets phase of Blizzard World, but now CPA on the attack has 3 ultimates, 3 high-value ultimates, and with Gale getting picks like that, it may be very easy for them to get through this.
Beautiful pick, but unfortunate they had to abandon that high ground. That may cost them, just a moment off of that turret. It could cost them some damage that could have been done, picks that could have been made. But it looks like they're going to be able to pick it right back up. The Transcendence utilized by Fix. Interesting. Not exactly for certain why you'd use it on yourself. Maybe just didn't want to get staggered out, but Snozzler is still going to end up getting taken down. CPA still moving their way forward with 2:45 on the clock. The stagger picks, they keep coming in.
Yep, and here comes the Flux trying to catch somebody, but the Immortality is going to be there to stop any real damage as the Bob comes out to really try and just dislodge them from this high ground.
All right, well, it is successful as of right now. The accretion doesn't find the value it's looking for, and now a Bob invested for True Damage. Daydream sending in the Robotic Butler to hold the line here on the objective. Gravitic Flux is able to get a trade there as they finish things off. And Daydream going to be able to continue to get picks as Snozzler dives deep into the back line. 2 minutes remaining on the clock, just shy of objective Bravo. CPA don't have an ultimate online to spare, so they either have to build something else up or be creative with their play.
Yeah, I definitely think that they are in a quite disadvantaged spot right now. They don't have the ultimates, they don't have the positioning. It looks like they're trying to take the high ground right now, but it is going to be very difficult to do so, especially when an Ant Matrix comes out.
That's true. You're coming out with the accretion, ends up finding Andy, but the cleanup is still there for Crawley and the rest of the team. With both Wrecking Balls out of the fight, they're going to be able to make some space here with the ground units. The accretion trying to find fix, but they end up investing the Transcendence to be able to hold that line. Minute 15, as we see True Damage trying to retake control of that high ground, and will be successful in doing so. They'll push back CPA just shy, 5 meters shy, as a matter of fact, of objective Bravo.
I think that was the third or fourth Transcendence that Fix has used right now. They are farming the damage and healing right now, already at 30% to their next one. If they could build it as quickly as they have been, they may be able to get it up all the way into this fight and give them that sustain that they need to try and stagger and hold themselves onto the payload for as long as possible. But that Bob is going to be able to do that job for them on the side of CPA.
That's absolutely true. Immortality invested from CPA to keep everybody alive and take Gig out of the action. The Bob gets invested as we see the shields coming out for them to be able to hold on to this low ground despite all the damage coming in from above. Now the Bob being sent in from Daydream gets melted into oblivion, but is that enough? Pulse Bomb and the Minefield being invested by either side, but it's going to come down to the Bongos. Overtime getting ready to take away. Noctis has that rally online, but they ain't going to need it. They're going to be able to clear the point just barely, grabbing objective Bravo and adding a minute 30 to the time bank.
What an incredible rotation coming out from CPA. They recognized how close the payload was to that objective, so they just went underneath because they were able to minimize any damage that was actually coming in, and what they were then able to do was use the environment to their advantage. They were right there, and in order to contest, True Damage needed to come down to them at that point, and they hadn't been able to get much damage off because the high ground was minimalized through that. Oh, Daydream with a dirty headshot, and CPA is doing a great job continuing to move this payload up, giving respect to that Ant Matrix, but it is soon going to run out, and that is going to be the go button for the rest of these ultimates to come out.
That is true. The Dynamite not going to get in the back line like they hope, but with the Immortality field down, it's going to be up to this Gravitic Flux to create some space. Transcendence, though, to save the day. Gravitic Flux now coming out, finds the entire team of CPA with 20 seconds remaining on the clock. There's only so much they can do, but Gale putting on a clinic surgical precision with the Viper. The Bob is invested, but it's going to get melted into scrap metal, and Gale has this Bob ready, online, and willing to unleash on the unsuspecting True Damage.
True Damage had some great ultimate usage. They're getting like a 5-6 man flux, but it just wasn't enough as CPA is continuing to roll in as the Bob comes out from here now, and they are just absolutely the Bob comes out from Daydream there and just absolutely going crazy.
That is true. We see Gale just putting on an absolute clinic here with 0. Sheesh. Just whipping around the objective, trying to hit anyone with the back of those pistols. We will see in overtime objective Charlie captured, but True Damage have a chance to be able to turn this tide as long as they have some time on the bank. Looks like we're going to have a DC here on the side of True Damage. Connection issue. Unfortunate. It happens, though. But thankfully it happened now and not during the match. That could have ended up giving CPA a much larger time bank for them to be able to come back with. But now it's the goal of True Damage. They have to get to that objective with more than a minute on the clock if they want to just be able to attack Point Alpha without giving a second chance to CPA.
Yeah, but the way that CPA was playing, it's going to be very difficult. And I know we saw last time on Watchpoint Gibraltar just how the attack phases went. The attack phases were just constant steamrolls. But again, if CPA does what they have been doing and they use this double shield composition that they have been able to use to really just lock down this objective, to lock down the streets phase, if they do get that far, then I think CPA can really take this and just completely take the series right here, right now. But I don't think True Damage really wants that to happen. So I think they need to change something up a little bit. They were able to win a couple of fights here and there, but overall, we saw just how they were able to make it all the way to the end. Granted, it was with no time left on the clock, but they need to have some incredible attacks if they want to have a minute plus on that clock for attacking.
That is true. It looks like we might be able to go back in here shortly, hopefully, if they're able to get their player back in. Of course, they're using their first of 2 pauses on the field. They'll be able to get Pure back into the fight, hopefully, especially with what Pure's been playing, either on that Sigma or on that Diva. Hopefully they don't end up DCing again, because those are some of the more difficult ultimates to be able to get online quickly, and losing that player in the middle of a fight is never a good sign.
Definitely not. And we hope that Pure remains not having any sort of connection issues going into their attack phase. And it looks like they may be going double shield as well. Whoa. Again, they are on the attack, so you never know. They might change it very last minute. But CPA doing what we have seen them do best so far, and that is double shield once again. Gale on this Ashe, though, I have to say, has been popping off right now. Such high value dynamite, getting so much damage off, absolutely clicking heads as well. I do have to say that Gale really is putting in a lot of work for this team of CPA right now.
That is true. And looking at what True Damage is looking to come out with, they want to match what CPA is putting on the table, except they're going to use Snozzler. Well, I actually thought it would have been a smart move to try to use Snozzler on that Symmetra instead of just moving them around to just melt down those shields as quickly as possible. But, you know, they think they've got the skill on that Tracer to hold it together. Massive dynamite, though, coming in from Daydream. Moray puts them up to 30%. On that ultimate advantage. Zero working their way into the back line, looking to get that cleanup if they can. Have to come in for the recall, though. But we see True Damage falling incredibly low. There's not going to be much more. They're gonna... Whoa, Ant Matrix already coming out. Going to turn the tide of this fight rather quickly and rather dominantly. That's going to allow them to go ahead and take control of Objective Alpha, and that pick onto Zero means nobody's going to be there to contest. 5 minutes as they start making their way into Objective Bravo with the payload in full steam.
Andy was just a couple of seconds off of that amplification matrix to match it, and that could have saved them the point right there. But it just seems like True Damage getting a lot more healing, a lot more damage off right now, and Fix has that Transcendence, so they're going to also have another support ultimate to keep themselves in these fights. So Pure also at that Flux. I mean, this ultimate economy right now for True Damage is absolutely incredible.
Right, well, you see the pick coming in early. Pulls bomb, takes down the Immortality. The Bob invested in the back line from Daydream. Looking to get some value on that Gravitic. We see Gale just rocked out of that blast from the Viper. Almost gets taken down again due to the hold that's coming out from Ace, or from Gig, rather. They're doing such a good job of holding this high ground, and CPA is having to tuck tail and run right now.
Yup, and they are trying to do as much as they can with the Flux coming out from Crawley, and as well as the Rally. Zero on the Widow now, trying to get some of these picks out of here, but there's just a lot of things, but it looks like everything is going CPA.
That is true. They do have the spawn advantage, and there's the click on to Snozzler. A Zero obviously feeling that the double sniper is more advantageous to them at this moment. Let's see if they are able to hold true damage off as the timer ticks down at the 4-minute mark.
Yup, and Ace of Spades having that bongo is going to be able to give themselves a little bit of space, but True Damage has their support ultimates once again, and it looks like they're going to rotate just right outside, try to stay on this payload for as much as possible, minimizing their exposure outside. Bob getting committed to the fight, though.
All right, well, with Bob in the fight, that's going to be able to stave the bleeding just a little bit here for CPA. Bongo's also invested, but Hyung has that Amp Matrix online. They might be able to create some space with it, but the picks are just too much for True Damage right now. CPA are going to be able to continue to hold this line as True Damage has to go back to spawn once again.
Yeah, CPA, I mean, their positioning is really, really good. They're holding this high ground, and even when True Damage tries to minimize their exposure to the high ground damage by going underneath, they recognize that and move accordingly to it. And so, again, it looks like they're going to try to make their rotation around to your perspective's left side, try to get through the underground, and try to just minimize their exposure to damage for as long as possible. But again, I don't know if that's going to work without being able to dislodge CPA from this high ground that they have such a strong hold of right now. Oh! What a headshot from Gale.
Wow, Gale. All right, we see Gale Adelaide taking down everything and anyone in their way. The scrap metal just falls. Daydream's Bob annihilated right now as you see Zeralicious in the back line. 2 minutes remaining on the clock as True Damage tries to take control of this high ground, but it really just is not enough right now. Gale's Bob is going to create some space. That robotic butler paving the way right now. Nobody's paying attention to Snozzler on the card, trying to push it in closer. Thankfully, they're able to get back into position and make it work in their favor. That Gravitic Flux is going to help them at least push Pure back to the safety of their team.
Yeah, and you know, Snozzler's out here trying to move this payload as best as they can right now, trying to make sure it doesn't fall too far back, but the entire team looks like they're trying to get on, and they're trying to get this payload to the end now.
Yeah, I mean, the Amp Matrix is going to provide them all the damage and healing that they need to be able to push in. It's just going to be up to CPA to see if they can withstand. The trades come in. Ace of Spades and Fix do end up going down as Young literally tried to put the team on their exo boots as they're just hopping around trying to make sure healing is everywhere and anywhere that it needs to be. Snozzler has the Bulls Bomb online. The spawn's right there. Sticking right to the cheek of Noctis, but the trades, they keep coming in. There's nothing that they can do, CPA. The spawn hold is just too hard right now, and the Transcendence coming out from Fix is just going to allow Snozzler to get away. They're going to be wanting that back for this next fight.
Yup, that spawn was just so much. It was way too much for them. But with Zero getting taken out, again, it's not going to be much because the spawn is right there and their Tracer. They're going to get right back into the fight. But Daydream is going to have that Bob, which is going to be able to contest for them, and that allows them for a little bit maneuverability.
That is true. We'll see the Gravitic Flux coming out from Pure, trying to make some space. There it is. Double kill, triple, quad kill, team kill. Ringing out loud and proud. True Damage's time bank has been shaved down by the players of CPA. So a minute 30 only now on the clock as they make their way into the castle.
Yep, and again, as we get to the end here, the spawns are going to continue to favor CPA. Those spawns get longer and longer for True Damage as we get further and further along here. But CPA, again, even though they are on that defense and they have the spawn advantage, they have a lot of ultimate fuse. Oh, both Amp Matrices coming out.
Whoa, Amp Matrices for days right now. Gravitic Flux comes in, but the Immortality Field is there to save the day. Snozzler coming in with the Pulse Bomb is able to go ahead and get that cleanup onto Ace, and is still staying alive long enough to try to get that follow-up damage onto Crawley, if at all possible, but the Bob is invested from Gale. They're going to have to pull back again at that final fight territory with only 40 seconds on the clock. True Damage, gotta make a move. This is match point.
Yep, and Fix does have that Transcendence, and that is gonna, yep, there it is, getting procs right now. They have to go, and they are needing to use everything they have right now.
Hermetic Flux comes, and the Immortality Field, I don't think on the line for them to utilize. Snozzler coming, popping in that damage. The golden box of victory is right there, but CPA might have a chance to be able to get Zeralicious back on that objective. Let's see if they can touch in time. Somebody is on that point. We see Ace of Spades swapping on over to the Wrecking Ball to be able to hold the line as best they can. Daydream almost has that bomb online, sends it into the back line. Is going to start cleaning it up. The Robotic Butler gets slept though. Noctis get the sleep dart off, but it's not going to be enough. There's just too much damage on the point. This series is tied up once again on this map. Only 1 minute on the clock for True Damage and CPA, and one of these teams have to choose if we're going to map 3.
Yup, and if we repeat anything that we saw going into our first point, our objective alpha there, they took them pretty quickly, if I am going to say. So that is going to be pretty easy for them to go ahead and try and take that and move the payload for as long as possible. But again, we've seen both teams get held up in this streets phase. So once we get there, that's really what's going to make or break these teams at this point, if they can even unlock that payload. Because if one of these teams wants to send the other team home right now, just full hold them. I mean, easier said than done, but like just full hold them. You can do it. Come on.
Just full hold them, Forehead. That's the easy way to make it happen. I don't know what else that you are expecting, but we're not seeing a lot of swaps from either side. No one is looking to really change things up, except for Noctis and Fix still being on those on that Zenyatta and that Brigitte. Really trying to keep Andy safe as best as they possibly can. It's going to be up to CPA. They have to be the first ones to be able to get a tick on that objective, or I hate saying this, we may go to a map 4. That is a possibility if they draw here.
Yes, it is, and I don't necessarily want to go to a map 4. I love seeing Overwatch, but I don't necessarily want to do that. They are being really aggressive right now after the Immortality has been committed.
All right, both Immortalities down. CPA got to create the space, able to get the roll up onto Pure, and Gale is going to be able to start getting those follow-ups. First stick on the board, no tie territories here on objective alpha. CPA are tired. They just want to get this done and over with, and if that means they got to take it all the way to Point Charlie again with only a minute on the clock, they're going to make it happen.
Oh, I would not be surprised if they did make it happen, especially looking at the way that this team has been playing, how well they recognize and have been able to adapt to what True Damage has been throwing at them. Gale, almost at that Deadeye, that is going to be able to zone and create a lot of space for them, but Young has that amplification matrix, and we saw just how deadly. Oh, but Gale's getting taken out!
Gale not going to be able to get that Deadeye on the line, but the Amp Matrix is going to be able to help them continue to rotate their way on that payload, just trying to get it as far as they can. They'll get it to 64 meters, but that cleanup was clinical from True Damage. They sharpened their blades, came back, took them out. But remember, they only have a minute on the clock, too. They got to grab Objective Alpha and get as far as CPA did. Otherwise, True Damage, they're going to be going home. Still money in their pocket, but not nearly as much as you'd see from you'll see CPA fighting for in the next round.
Yup, that is true. There is a lot of money on the line with the very fight right now, because if, as you said, True Damage does lose this round here, they're losing a little bit of money that they could have gained if they did go into the grand finals. Because again, That's what this match is for. Who's getting third place and who is going on to those grand finals to go against G-Force and, that insane Strider Wrecking Ball. But that is a match for another time. That is for later tonight. Right now, we have this match in front of us between CPA and True Damage going head-on, double shield once again. Who do we think is going to be able to do the double shield better? Is CPA going to actually be able to hold them for a bit longer than what True Damage was able to do?
That is true. CPA just have to be able to hold that line a little bit longer. But remember, Young had that perfect Ant Matrix right on time for them to be able to open this can of worms on Objective Alpha. So I find it interesting seeing a Gale on that soldier, seeing the legs come out when there's not really a lot of room to work. I mean, I guess it provides a little bit extra healing to try to help things out, but that may take away from Noctis building up their Ant territory. Look, Young already up to 34% right now. If they can make this work for them, they will be able to take this point rather quickly.
Yeah, they need to take out Hyung right now. Ace of Spades, trade for trade right now, so we are still even. So that is going to be very difficult. Andy getting difficultly low, and there they go.
That is true. We might see the comeback of a lifetime right now. Gig and Snozzler able to get their picks. They want to take it to the map 3. They want that chance to be able to get there as best as they possibly can, as overtime now ticks away. 64.67 meters is the goal. They just got to be able to get it around that tower, but it's going to be up to CPA to stop them right now.
Yep, and it looks like CPA is trying to get set up right now onto this high ground, allowing themselves to get as much poke damage in there as possible. High ground is, the high ground for the reason. It does such a great job and minimizes your exposure while allowing you to put out as much damage as possible. Snozzler looking for a great target for this pulse bomb, and if they hit it, it's going to be very dangerous for CPA.
That is true. They got to stay on that point. Immortality field fed in the right time, but Zero Religion is there. Then we see the Ant Matrix coming out. They are just doling out the damage. Overtime now ticking away. Nobody is going to be able to stay on that point. And CPA, they slam down their stabs. They Gandalf, do not pass. And they will go ahead and head on to the finals, where they are looking to get revenge on G-Force.
Yes, they are. I mean, what an incredible play from CPA. They've been in the losers bracket for just a little bit now, and now we just saw them win their 2 matches, and I think they are very deserving to be going into our grand finals to go against G-Force. But again, if you have been following this tournament for a little bit now, you know that G-Force is nothing to mess with at all. Yeah. They are in the finals, in the grand finals, for a reason. So it is going to be a very difficult fight ahead of us.
That's absolutely true, Celestial. We're going to go ahead and take a short break so that we can get Juggle God in here to bring you on home in the grand finals. It has been an absolute pleasure being here on the Toronto Defiant channel. A pleasure casting with you, Celestial.
Yes.
Don't go anywhere. We're going to be here with the conclusion of the Toronto Defiant Holiday Bash in a few minutes.
Rolling. So how long have you been following Overwatch League for?
I've been following since the start, 2018. I even left the Twitch subject.
And do you love it?
I love it. I usually just spam it whenever I'm at XCC chat.
All right. What does Overwatch mean to you?
So Overwatch means to me is not just a game, it's a way of communicating with other community members in the Overwatch community. And you get to see it in person at this moment. This is why I'm here, and it shows how much bonds we've made and strong connections we have forged with each other. Yep. That is, yeah.
That's good. How long have you been playing Overwatch, and do you love it?
Only started playing only got the game a year after it came out, so I haven't played as long as anyone else. But I like the game. It's very fast paced compared to other shooters and or other games I'm used to. So it's fun.
What was the question, sorry?
What is Overwatch? Let's just go with this. How you enjoying the event so far?
Bro, it's super lit. I can't lie. It's super nice seeing, the whole gang, people I've been typing with for a year and a half, Finally good to put faces to it. I've seen the homie Mac right here. I've been talking to this guy for a year and a half. Seeing him in person first time, it's good because these people are a second family, So it's really good to meet them in person, It's nice. Very nice.
That was awesome. All right, so tell me about you and the Defiant. What do they mean to you?
So I've been a long-term Overwatch fan. I remember watching some of the Alienware monthly tournaments back in 2016. And it was really great when Toronto finally got their own Overwatch team. Been a huge fan. I live several hours away, so it's always been very difficult to eventually meet people.
Missioning out.
Fantastic. This event to see everyone, bring everyone together. It's been a huge part of the esports community, which is something that's growing. And it's fantastic to see so many people here today having fun.
Okay, awesome. Okay, how are you enjoying the event?
I'm having a really good time. It's really good to see people after so long of not having social interaction. And it's really good to see Defiant fans, especially because so far for the past couple of years, we've been talking over Discord, right? So a bunch of these people I'm meeting for the first time in person. It's really cool. Really cool.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, what does the Overwatch community mean to you?
Yeah, it's basically a second family because I've been a part of the Defiant community specifically for 2 or 3 years, almost 4. And it's almost like I've grown up with these people in a way, and just seeing each other again after COVID has meant a lot to me. And yeah, these are really special people. We have a special connection, and it's a connection. It's like a lifetime connection that you hope to sustain over the years. So yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, good evening and welcome back to the exciting conclusion of the Toronto Defiant Holiday Bash. We've got two fantastic teams coming your way. G-Force with the help of Strider on the wrecking ball going up against the CPA team. What was the Controversial Players Association? Yeah, Academy.
Players Academy, there it is.
Controversial Players Academy, who saw them in the winners quarterfinal rounds, but fell to them 2-1. They're coming back to try and make their case in this grand finals against the team that hasn't lost yet. My name is Warren Juggle God Hammond, joined on the mic by none other than Celestial. How have you been, my friend?
Doing great. Been casting the last couple of games. You know, I've been loving seeing how CPA has gone through this losers bracket right now, how they've been able to make their way back to try and redefine how this tournament is going to end up. And I can't wait to see what they want to bring out during this best of 5 first to 3 series that we have for our grand finals.
Yeah, it is sure going to be an excellent matchup. These two teams, as I mentioned, they played once before already in the winners semifinals, where G-Force took the win 2-1, sending CPA down into the losers bracket. But they are one of the very few teams that has taken a map off of G-Force, so I anticipate this to be a really exciting conclusion to tonight's tournament.
Oh, it 100% is. And now I do believe that our teams are ready. Our maps have been picked for what we are going to be going into. And for our control map, we will be going to Ilios.
Yeah, lots of long sight lines here. If we end up going to Ruins, there's the nice box point on map if we end up going to Lighthouse. And of course, there's Ilios well with the gaping maw in the middle. But these teams are raring to go. They have started loading in, and we're going to join in on the action momentarily.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how these two teams are going to shape up. CPA has been shown to either go with the Rush Brawl composition or the Double Shield composition when it comes to our control maps. So it really depends on what they're feeling. And as we are loading into Lighthouse for our first map, it looks like CPA is going to be opting for the Brawl, trying to get in there fast with Noctis on the Lucio and trying to really put out the damage with Ace of Spades on that Reinhardt. And G-Force is going to be doing exactly what we expected with Strider, going to be on the Wrecking Ball.
And here they come. There's going to be a TP out of point on the side of G-Force. Despite all that extra speed they have, they still want to get there even faster. They want to make sure that they are set up and ready for whatever CPA is going to bring them. CPA going to take control first of this mini health pack room underneath this cage. They're going to look to try and stage there before they make their move to point as it unlocks in about 5 seconds. But they're going to have to get by Strider, who has found them right next to the coast. Comes in for a slam. Going to be stunned just a little bit, but a CPA, Gale Adelaide falling first for in favor of G-Force. Another couple picks come in favor for them, and they are going to come away with this point capture first.
Coming on this Hanzo, their aim is on point right now. They are in tune. They are focused. They want to take this win as quickly as possible. If we're looking at ultimates right now, Strider already 72% to that minefield. And with this Lighthouse, how enclosed that it is, if they throw it on the point, CPA is not going to have many places to go. Zero really needs to get these hacks and high-value hacks onto Strider if they really want to make any progress. And this is a very long rotation CPA is taking to get up on this high ground to meet Ultimate Wave.
Yeah, very, very long rotation, but it looks like it's going to yield at least a little bit of success as they are able to take them off the high ground. Starting to move to a point now, but Ace of Spades shield is already gone, and that's really rough for their chances to come into this. Ace of Spades finds Strider as well. Dragon Strike thrown into point now to try and split some of that CPA team, which is successful on for a couple moments. The shield of Ace of Spades going down low once again. Now the picks coming in favor of G-Force once again until the EMP lands. Troy coming up with a nice pick on the Li Mu Yang. But Strider is back now with a minefield to try and stall out point as long as they can. Zerocious goes in for a hack, but Strider swings away too quickly for them to catch.
Zero is really trying to get this hack onto Strider, but just hasn't been able to really land it. And CPA still hasn't been able to even take this point just yet.
No, they haven't. They've been pushing furiously against this wall that has been presented by GeForce. Shatter comes in from Ace of Spades, catches Strider. They're out of the fight, and that is a big boon to them. Magic Mayfall, though, not to be outdone. They've popped the rally. Yumu Young uses the Transcendence as well, and that's going to give a tremendous amount of staying power to this GeForce side. Self-destruct thrown in by Croy, but it's not going to find any kills this time around. We've got trades on point, and now that Strider's back, things are going to be looking a little rougher for CPA. Magic Mayball has just respawned, but they've got Ace of Spades out of the fight as well. Pummy goes off the side, and with 99% on the board, CPA has to come back with something now, but the kills just too heavily in favor of GeForce.
I am I mean, I was listening to you. I was watching exactly what happened during that fight, and I'm very confused on how we ended up here still. CBA had such a dominant performance going very much into that fight. They just weren't able to clear out the point at any point. Strider was able to come back over and over again, and they have a very mobile squad there, very mobile composition. They just kept coming back and able to stall over and over again, and they were already able to build up those ultimates before that fight really happened, and so that allowed them to get that remaining ultimate charge that they needed to continue to just keep stalling over and over again. CPA now transferring over to the Ball Sigma composition, realizing that the Brawlness isn't necessarily working as well as they need it to be, not being able to get all of that damage and clear off the point as well as they needed to.
Now we've got Strider taking a very forward position here on Ilios Ruins. Not going to be any snipers to be seen this time around. Both teams opting for something much more close quarters pick composition from each side. Gale Adelaide gonna find the first pick on the Limu Yang. Pummy falls shortly thereafter, and now CPA has an opportunity to really seal this deal, but Strider, not to be outdone, takes Gale out of the fight. Ace of Spades, though, gonna take things in their own hands and flip the point for CPA.
Yep, very good. This is their first definite fight win that we have seen during this map. Definitely a little bit of a difference now that they have changed this composition, so I'm glad that they recognize where they were lacking and how to change that. That just shows us their adaptability going into this. Zero getting very close to that pulse bomb right now, and if they can land that onto Magic Maple or the Zenyatta, that is going to be huge value for them, and really taking out those supports is going to be great, because, you know, without the support, you got no healing, and that is disaster for the rest of that team.
That it is. In addition, you're not going to have that Discord as well, which is so crucial to these compositions. These compositions are all built about, you know, collapsing on one particular target, and right now that looks to be Gale Adelaide. They're taken out first in the fight once again, and now that the levee has been broken, the water is rushing in, and GeForce is taking this point under their control.
Yes, they have, and it is going to flip at 53%, which is nothing to be upset about. But again, they do have some ground to make up right now. Limu Yang is going to have that Transcendence, which is going to give that incredible sustainability to the rest of GeForce if they do get into any trouble. But Andy has one of their own, so that is going to make for some incredible plays. Oh, Andy's going out a bomb, which is going to catch Gale Adelaide.
Gale just not having a good day so far on Ilios Ruins, taken out of the fight early on, I believe 3 times in a row now. Strider looking for an off angle, maybe somewhere to drop this minefield towards the back line, but it's gonna be the pulse bomb that comes in and does that instead. Ultima Web finds a fantastic one right there, takes out those supports, and with that, the fight is over.
Yep, and they are continuing to hold on. They have made up that ground because they're not going to be able to lose a fight within this few percentage to get to the 53. They are going to pass CPA in terms of percentage now. CPA and GeForce have so many ultimates at their disposal, and Pummy right now looking for that hack, looking for that EMP. There it is!
And it catches both supports from CPA, which are removed from the fight expertly and quickly by GeForce. Once again, this fight is over in very rapid succession.
Yeah, they know how to use their ultimates to their full capacity. They only needed the EMP, and they were able to get rid of the rest of the team. Still holding on to the minefield, the Transcendence, and the rally. Oh, such defensive ultimates that will allow them to stay on this point and keep this point for such a long time. And there comes the rally from both sides.
Now we're really going to see the aggression start to come out from CPA. They know they are entering last fight territory. Minefield committed by Ace of Spades. Not going to find anything this time around. Excuse me, by Strider. Not going to find anything this time around. But they are able to take the other hamster off of the back, or send them back to spawn, rather. Fry coming up now with the Sigma trying to touch point. They eventually get somebody on point at the last possible moment. Gale Adelaide now with the Deadeye. We've seen how deadly they can be, but somebody, again, has to touch point as the Fates drops the minefield now on the point. Andy using that Transcendence to keep themselves up. They've almost got the point flipped back in their favor before the EMP comes in. And now it's just going to be a free shooting gallery for the rest of GeForce, that is, if they can keep themselves alive, because both supports are down right now for both teams. This is just an all-out brawl. Whoever can get more picks in is going to come away with this fight win, and it's going to be GeForce.
Very, very dominant from GeForce. I mean, just look at the way that their team works together. We saw when Pummy, with just the EMP onto the supports, just using the one ultimate, they were able to take out and completely wipe the rest of the team. That just shows just the amount of teamwork and incredible shot calling that is coming out from GeForce right now, and showing us why they deserve to be in these grand finals. So great job on GeForce. CPA doing a great job in that second map, recognizing what they were doing wrong going from the first map to the second one. They were able to change off of that rush composition to the ball Sigma composition, which they did do better on. They were able to take the point, which they weren't able to do on that first map. So it did show a little bit difference, but it wasn't enough just yet.
No, it wasn't quite enough, but they are hoping to turn the tides in their favor next on King's Row. We are headed back to the most classic map of Overwatch, and I am really excited to see this matchup because GeForce ran the Wrecking Ball composition both on offense and defense to great effect. And I know CPA is going to be coming out with the brawl, so this is going to be an exciting matchup of very different styles.
Yep, I was looking at and listening to your talks with Ethan earlier about just ball in general, but for some of our viewers who weren't necessarily there at the beginning of that, as a ball player on King's Row, if you're going up against what you know is most likely going to be a rush brawl composition, what are some of the things that you are going to be looking for as the ball player there?
You're going to be looking as an entire team to really try and surround and take as many angles as you possibly can on that brawl composition. If you're looking at attack in particular, Wrecking Ball probably going to flank around to that high ground completely behind the team, but just about as far as you can get, while another teammate starts to take an angle through Hotel and the core of the team really takes the point, right? You're going to need to see this kind of like three-directional like surrounding happening from GeForce, again, if they go out on the Wrecking Ball, which I anticipate they will.
I would not be surprised if they did. I would be way more surprised if they didn't, considering they have Strider on there.
Yeah, exactly. And when you do that, when you start to surround that brawl composition, you can kind of force them back into that corner right behind the Hotel, to the point where they've only really got one toehold that they can put on point. And if you can push them off that last little bit, then you can really find success on that ball composition, on first point in particular. Each point plays a little bit differently, but to give you a little bit of an idea, that's likely what GeForce is going to be looking for.
Well, it definitely seems like it is a little bit complicated and needs a lot of teamwork. Definitely needs a lot of teamwork to work. And if we have seen anything from GeForce in our last match of Ilios, they definitely seem to be talking and communicating very well. So if any team is going to be able to pull off such a complicated strategy with ball, it is definitely going to be able to be GeForce against some sort of brawl and rush composition of CPA.
True, but Ace of Spades has been absolutely tremendous on the Reinhardt, so I am not counting them out yet. And Brawl really is the name of the game when you go to King's Row. It is so well suited for it. It is so tailored towards this kind of composition that it is going to be a challenge, I think, for GeForce to come away with a win here. They're going to be coming up against, I think, the hardest test that they've had yet.
Yeah, but GeForce, they did win against CPA at the earlier on in this tournament. But I think CPA, now that they know how GeForce plays, what they're going to be looking for, they definitely can anticipate a little bit more of what GeForce in Strider and Lee Moo Young and Magic Maple, all of their positioning and how they do end up playing. And Pummy on this Hanzo again, we saw them on Ilios, how just they were able to click heads and put out so much damage. CPA is going to definitely need to use those shields and defense matrices very well to ensure that the rest of that team is protected, especially because they have some very squishy heroes.
That they do. In particular, Gale Adelaide having a hard time staying alive right now. He's been the first target, I believe, in just about every fight from GeForce. Strider once again coming out on the Wrecking Ball, but look at this!
Ooh.
Swapping over to the Reinhardt. This is fascinating. We're going to get to see the Strider ride today. Ultimate Web over to the May as well, and I kind of like this. Now they've got CPA in kind of an unenviable position. They were coming out expecting the ball, but now they have to play against this Reinhardt. Ace of Spades going to get frozen, taken down early. Magic Dayball dealing the final blow right there. And with that, this point going in force to GeForce.
You know, when you see that composition, when you're looking at Rush and Brawl compositions, you don't usually necessarily play so far back. Rush and Brawl, it's in the name. You rush in, you brawl, you hit that W key, and you hit mouse 1, and you go. That is how you play that that composition. But as you said, GeForce took CPA completely by surprise because they were expecting the ball to come out. And because CPA was already, you know, on their back foot, they had all their weight back to try and make sure that their back line was there, to make sure they could deal with the ball. They weren't ready to hit that W key and deal with the rest of everyone else.
No, and now we see the wholesale swaps that came in from CPA as well. They don't have the Sombra anymore. Swapped over Zero just to the Bay. Andy is on the Baptiste now, and what a shatter coming in from Strider to start things out. Amplification Matrix now committed as well. It's going to be Ace of Spades falling first, and as soon as that ride is out of the fight, it's just free reign for the other team to start shooting.
Yeah, without that huge Reinhardt shield, you leave your entire team very exposed. You do have the defense matrix from D.Va to give a little bit more of that protection, but that only lasts for so long. When you have a big Reinhardt shield, it covers such a huge area for such a good amount of damage that without that meat shield as well from Reinhardt, the rest of it, you just keep going and going. GeForce, oh, Pummy's gonna pop the Deadeye though.
Wall's going to come out to clear it out of the way, though. But in the meantime, Gale Adelaide has found Strider. An excellent use of the May wall there from Zerocious to section them off. Now Blizzard being committed by Ultima Web right as that Deadeye comes out from Gale. It's going to be stopped in its tracks. 0.92 meters left to go for GeForce to try and capture this point. Self-destruct thrown in as well from Croy, but it's not going to result in anything other than a little bit of time bot. But now look at this. CPA is pushing forward pretty hard. But Randy's going to be taken out of the fight, so they have to back off now. It's just the heals that Noctis can provide, and those aren't too many. Ace of Space taken out of the fight, and in short order, GeForce is going to be able to capture Street.
Yeah, Strider was able to get back pretty fast with that charge of Reinhardt, and if that was any place for CPA to really make a difference, it was there, because the spawns are relatively even for both sides there, and that was really the spot CPA needed if they were going to keep GeForce onto the streets phase, but they let it go, and so we have to deal with this now. Now we have Zero almost at that Blizzard, but a huge shatter comes in.
Catches 4 members of CPA. Andy was quick on the draw with the Immortality Field, though, keeping the members of their team alive. Ace of Spades not quite lucky enough, though. Deadeye does get a counter pick, and now with the Blizzard from Zerocious, it's going to be CPA coming up with a nice defensive hold.
There they go. It may be a little bit too late, but they finally did stabilize. They finally were able to take a fight win. GeForce does have a 4-minute time bank, though, to finally get this across the edge there. And they have a lot of ultimates to do it and some incredible teamwork that we've seen.
That we have, but Pummy comes in with the Deadeye. It's going to be taken out almost immediately. Blizzard gets eaten by Croy. Ultima Web's not anywhere to be found. And once again, CPA is going to hold on to this defense.
Very good, but again, GeForce only did use one ultimate that Pummy was the only one to use the Deadeye, and I guess GeForce with their shot calling did recognize the fact that it was a lost fight, but they're going to re-engage with the D.Va Bomb that catches Noctis.
That was absolutely incredible. What a recontest coming in here. Gary Adelaide now trying to put some pressure on Pummy on the side. Sound barrier needs to be used to keep their team alive. Andy's out of the fight though for CPA, and that's crucial because they had that Ant Matrix coming online. Now it's G-Force all day long. They're pushing in hard into the spawn of CPA. They're gonna push them back as hard as they possibly can to see if they can't get this point captured without another full team fight. Shatter comes in, lays down Croy, but there is one touch coming in from the side. Noctis is there on point now on the Lucio. Croy pops the self-destruct to try and clean the point as long as they can. Deadeye from Gale doesn't find anything this time, but there's picks on either side, and that means that it's going to favor CPA as long as they can keep them coming. But Tommy is just proving too much of a force to be reckoned with. Ace of Spades, the last man standing, and with that, G-Force captures.
You know what name I see a lot in the kill feed? And that is Limu Young, because last match in Ilios as well, on the Zenyatta, they were able to put out some incredible damage. Now, looking here on the Baptiste, they're also putting out some incredible damage. Limu Young is taking the support role to an entirely different level right now, almost making it a DPS role and allowing for so much more damage that CPA has to deal with right now. And so that is really putting a lot of pressure on the backline and the tanks especially, because the tanks are the ones who are supposed to soak up that damage. The Reinhardt with the shield, the D.Va with the defense matrix, they have to be doing that protecting because no one else can do that besides the tanks, really. I mean, you have the Mei that can, block up or use their Mei wall for a little bit, but those things only last for such a little bit and don't really protect the rest of the team as well as a Reinhardt shield or the defense matrix. So the fact that Limu Young and the rest of G-Force is putting out so much damage that Ace of Spades and Crawley can't even really deal with is absolutely insane, and CPA is going to have to do something to deal with that right now. They have to change up their strategies to go in a little quicker and just kind of bulldoze through the rest of G-Force before they can take too much damage getting there. Because what I think they are doing, they're taking a little bit too much time to get into position, and if they go a little bit faster, I think they can get it.
That's a good point. If they can increase the tempo a little bit, if they could bring the fight to G-Force, it can result in a lot of success for them. We see CPA starting the rotation now through the choke. They're going to go around the Monzada statue. Maywall comes out from each side. It's going to isolate a couple of members of each team, but nobody's going to fall as a result of it. Strider does go down incredibly low, but the immortality field from Limu Yang was there. So excellent play from their support to keep their main tank up. Now it's going to be Ace of Spades, though, finding Strider on the side. Then the second Maywall came in was a lot more successful for CPA. They're going to get one tick on the board, most likely two, and I think a third.
Did you see that? They went in fast, and they won the fight.
Yep.
I swear, I sometimes I know what I'm talking about, people. I do play the game. I do understand. I swear, I understand. They went in fast and hard, and they just absolutely took over G-Force there, and that was such an incredible fight win for them. Look at the ultimate economy for CPA. They can take this and roll with it as long as they don't mess this up.
That they can enroll, they are. But we've got a freeze coming out now. Blues are going to be committed. Gale Adelaide, though, getting a nice Deadeye onto Strider. CPA has the potential to move this card pretty far after this fight win.
Yes, they do, and continue that into the later stages of Streets phase is the hardest part to do because your spawns start getting further and further. But if we, again, look at the ultimate economy, this is such a great way to track how well these teams are doing. And you need to have a good cycle so you have an ultimate for every single fight. We have Ace of Spades on the Earth Shatter, we have Probably on the Bomb, we have Noctis on the B. We have a lot of ultimates here for CPA to use going into this next fight. G-Force is coming up on a lot, though, as they use the High Noon coming out from Pumming.
The High Noon is able to catch Ace of Spades mid-Earth Shatter as well, stopping them in their tracks. G-Force going to be able to take this defense for their own.
Oh, and what a wall right now, trying to stop everyone and just get those staggers, sending them home. And so G-Force with a great stabilization there really is going to completely change the momentum. But it looks like CPA is going to be taking a different rotation going up and around, trying to get behind G-Force so that they don't necessarily get stuck at Arches, because Arches is a very good chokehold. Every time I cast, I will always say how incredible Arches is. And so it looks like they are trying to get around that and go to the corner corner instead. And I would not be surprised to see a lot of bombs coming out here.
Yeah, I think that's going to be on the menu today. Maywall comes out from Zerocious. It's not going to isolate anyone too dramatically. They're going to back up to this corner to allow themselves a better opportunity at defense here. Here comes the first self-destruct from Croy. It's going to find Pummy. Yeah, Adelaide uses this Deadeye as well. Not going to find any value there. Ultimate Web pops the Blizzard, trying to keep as many members of CPA frozen as they can. Shatter thrown in from Strider. They barely have any life left to hold on to, though, and with that, CPA is going to continue forward into the third phase of King's Row.
Yep, and they are going to have a very nice time bank to do so as well. Maybe not as great as what GeForce necessarily had, but it is definitely a good one nonetheless, especially when we're coming into the end phases of King's Row, when the spawns favor the defense so heavily. So now as we're looking at this, we really need to see Ace of Spades just make sure that they are protecting the rest of the team to get those ultimates up and make sure those ultimates get used, because we want to make sure that all of them get as much value as possible, and Strider needs to be looking out for that Earth Shatter.
That he does. Here comes the self-destructo and the Blizzard. The Blizzard is going to almost take out members of CPA. The Shatter blocked by a Maywall as well, but it's not going to stop the damage from coming in from CPA. They've still got the advantage here. They've got the numbers. Andy has just respawned, so they're going to be back into the fight relatively soon. But this part is going to get on Victory's door just about. Strider's come back into the fight now, and with Andy rejoining as well, CPA is back to full strength too.
Yes, but they're going to continue to roll and take out Strider. And again, as we said, without that Ryan shield, it is very difficult to keep it going. With a nicely placed headshot from Zero, they're going to send GeForce back to spawn. See GeForce having one last push now if they want to make sure anything happens. And Strider goes right back to the ball where they're comfortable.
Yeah, that they are. They're going to have to try and stay alive for a while, and it's not going to be on the cards this time for them. Self-destruct goes away harmlessly. Tommy tries to pop the Deadeye, but it's going to be Gale finding them before they're able to get it out successfully. Sound barrier online as well. Noctis comes up with a boot, and look at that. CPA got a little bit more in the time bank.
CPA really showing us what is up right now. I mean, we saw them just such a great attack there. I mean, they really were able to use all of their abilities to the best of their ability, really. I mean, a little redundant, but that's what it was. And just really showing us why they deserve to be here once again. Now, GeForce, they do have a little bit of a smaller time bank, but they don't have the element of surprise anymore. And that's what really gave them that first point on their first attack. They don't necessarily have that anymore. And if we look at our past attack from CPA, that did kind of go, the brawl did kind of favor CPA a little bit, if you look at that. They don't have that element of... Go ahead.
Yeah, you're certainly right. That element of surprise is gone, and now CPA... they've shown that they have a little bit of an edge in this Brawl v Brawl matchup. But GeForce appears to be still staying true to the Brawl here on King's Row. They're gonna try it once again. But I'm gonna be curious to see if they stick with it, if they're gonna be able to crack this egg that CPA has presented themselves with.
Yeah, and it looks like CPA may be still in the back phases. I would not be surprised if they do move up to face GeForce a little bit closer to the choke. Yep, there they go now, because they're not surprised with what Strider is bringing to them.
No, they're not this time around. They know what to expect. Maywall going to come out to try and isolate a couple members of each team. Strider goes down low. They are going to be taken out after that. Immortality field goes down very quickly, and CPA coming up with a very dominant first fight win.
Yup, this is exactly what we were saying. The element, without that element of surprise, I think CPA might have the edge when it comes to Brawl v Brawl right now, and GeForce is going to have to deal with that. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Strider and the rest of GeForce go over to that ball composition, because I don't see why it wouldn't work. They know how to play ball. It does work against Brawl, and so I feel like they could do it.
I feel like they could as well, but they're going to keep going with the Brawl composition, at least for this next push. Immortality field now out from both sides, and once again, Strider falls first. Without that main tank to lead the way, things are looking rough for them, and CPA just having their way with the rest of the team.
Yep, and look at the ultimates for CPA right now. Again, they just have so many, and the rotation of them is continuing. G-Force is only at their support ultimates just now, and Pummy is going to have that Deadeye for a little bit of zoning, but the tank ultimates are nowhere near where they need to be to take this point from CPA.
No, they are not. Ace of Spades already has the Earth Shatter, probably getting close to the Self-Destruct Eve as well, but nothing coming online yet for Strider and the rest of G-Force. There's 30 seconds left to go, and with the Shatter connecting like that, this is all but over. CPA has found a full hold on King's Row during the second attack from G-Force.
Yep, and here come the stagger picks, the little things that they need to be able to touch. Strider's going to be going onto the ball now. Maybe a little bit too late, in my opinion, but they have to touch somehow. Oh, dirty.
Yeah, what an excellent pick coming out from Gale, preventing the touch, and that's going to do it. CPA holds on very strong.
So right now, the best G-Force can do is send this to a tie. That is the best they can do. If they can somehow full hold this, they can tie it. But Juggle, let me ask you this. We didn't get to necessarily talk about this earlier. We talked about the attack phase. If G-Force wants to come out with a ball on defense here, is that viable to not give up even a single tick? Because I feel like with such a mobile composition, sometimes you need to give up a little bit of space to allow yourself to get around the team, to surround them. So would ball even be viable here on defense right now?
I'm really not sure if it would be. I would be hesitant to play it because, like you said, so the brawl composition, they're going to want to take early fights and take them fast, right? Whereas the ball composition that wants to have an extended poke phase. And with that extended poke phase, it comes the responsibility to potentially give up point percentage, and they can't afford to do that right now. So wisely, I think G-Force makes the right decision to go back to the brawl composition.
Right, but it is, again, a little scary considering how dominant CPA compared to G-Force on this composition really is. And I would not be surprised to see CPA take this in a single fight right now. G-Force has to really turn it up a couple of notches right now if they want to, at least, if they want to tie this.
Yeah, that's true. They don't even have the opportunity to win this map anymore. A draw is the best they can hope for. We're going to see both teams rotate around the Mondada statue once again. Maywall going to come out early from both sides, looking for that opportunity, looking for that advantage. And there it comes for CPA. Strider's out of the fight. Anyhow, it's going to be D-Mech as well. And with that, the dominoes start falling in favor of CPA. They're going to come away with this first point capture and map win. They're gonna equalize the series, and we have got a game on our hands.
Woo! 1-1 now. We're going the distance. This is grand finals. No team wants to lose, and it looks like we are not getting a full shutout. There's no reverse sweep even able to be had right now. So these teams are just gonna keep going back and forth because it really just depends on the map. And if we do look going forward, talking about map picks, I would not be surprised to see some map now that is going to be favoring ball. We're going to be going to our escort map now, and G-Force is going to have that pick. So we are definitely going to be going to an escort map that favors ball.
I think you're absolutely right. But before we go and find out what our next map is going to be, we are going to take a short break here for the players and ourselves. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more exciting Overwatch action between G-Force and the Controversial Players Academy. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. We are back and ready to jump into the action once again. If you are just joining us, where have you been? But more importantly, GeForce and CPA are tied right now. The Controversial Players Association coming away with a win that wasn't controversial at all. They had that handily at the end there of King's Row.
Yes, they did. And with a dominant performance on the Brawl composition, GeForce will be looking to move away from that. And by doing so, they have chosen Watchpoint Gibraltar as our escort map. Definitely looking to go back onto the ball composition where Strider and the rest of GeForce feels a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, I think this is going to be quite the boon for them. I anticipate them having a distinct advantage here. And, you know, like you said right before the break, we could be going like back and forth because both of these teams look so good on the compositions that they favor. They're just dominant on them. And this is really, it's going to be a seesaw of a match, I think. We're going to see it swing one way, then the other, back and forth until we finally get to control point again, where we'll eventually crown a winner. I'm predicting it now. We're going to map 5.
I would not doubt that at all. But as you said, we're like, it's really going to go back and forth. And I think CPA, if they want to take this series, they need to do so on a map that GeForce ended up picking for the ball composition. But what I've seen from CPA casting in the matches before is that on these types of maps, they do like double shield, but they also do like to run the ball composition. So it can really go either way, especially when you have Strider, who is, you know, like the #1 ball player in NA. NA, exactly. So it's a little bit difficult going up against that when you're trying to ball v ball. And double shield, that's kind of ball's purpose as well, to dislodge everyone from the shield. So it's very difficult to choose how you want to play against this, especially on a map that is going to favor this style of play.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I wonder if we aren't going to see Winston come out from the side of CPA. You know, maybe a double-double or a 6-man dive coming out even potentially. It plays, you know, kind of similar to a Brawl. It's kind of like the Winston version of a Brawl, as it were. So we could see the act coming out, but no, it appears that CPA, or rather GeForce, going to come out with a ball composition just like we thought on defense, but in spawn at least CPA hovering over a similar thing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're gonna try and mirror the rest of GeForce. I mean, it's gonna be a very difficult ask of CPA again, because we've seen GeForce in action. They've gone to the grand finals on all wins. They didn't lose a single thing running ball diva, running ball compositions. This is where they shine. CPA is asking a lot of themselves right now to try and mirror this composition.
That they are, but they've certainly got the tools to do it. Gale has been absolutely tremendous as a DPS player for CPA during this entire tournament. So I have faith in them to pull up and pull forward with something big here. They're gonna give Strider a lot of pain on that Wrecking Ball, I am sure. But Zerocious comes out first with a pick onto Pummy. Nice little tech there from Strider to get onto the high ground, but tech isn't gonna win you the game. It's gonna be up to the picks so you can get it. And right now, CPA is ahead.
Yes, that is exactly right. But and with CPA, looking at this Transcendence ultimate charge already, 53%. That is going to be huge going into the latter parts of this fight, especially since they're building it up so quickly. They may be able to use it in the later parts of this specific fight already.
Yeah, there is absolutely a chance that they'll be able to, especially if these fights go on as long as both of the teams want them to. Remember, they want an extended poke. They want to try and find those picks. With time and with patience. And so far that patience is paying off. There's now a pick onto Andy and Ace of Spades. Noctis falls as well, and with that, GeForce puts a stop to this card.
Yup, that was really what they needed. They needed to get those supports out of there as quickly as possible, and now GeForce is definitely where they want to be in terms of ultimate charge. Limu Young has that Transcendence almost up. Magic Maple has that rally almost up. They have so many defensive ultimates to stay where they want to be on this defense, to keep their positioning, and so CPA has no outings. Oh, huge EMP!
And an excellent timing in there from Strider with that. pile driver. Both supports down and out of the fight once again for CPA, and they're sent packing once again.
Oh, this is not good if you are CPA right now. But again, we have some ultimates coming up, but I think they need to attack this just a little bit differently. They need to isolate someone. They have the Zenyatta for that Discord orb. They need to isolate someone and just target focus them. They need them out of the fight, and then from there, they can move on. But a huge pulse bomb gets knocked us out of the fight early, and they're going to have to go right back to spawn again.
Yeah, no chance for them to build their rally this time, and the Transcendence wasn't going to be there in time to save them either. Now it's back to the drawing board, back to spawn, and back to trying to come up with a plan to break through what G-Force has come up with on this defense.
Poor Andy getting staggered out. Pulse bomb coming in out of nowhere, but doesn't really get anything. And now we're at 1 minute and 20 seconds with almost 5 ultimates coming online. So I think CPA has the means to get what they need. And with that pick, that's going to be the opening.
Yes, that is. That means that Strider's going to be able to put a lot less pressure on the back line now of CPA. And they've got those support ultimates ready and online, ready to go. Here comes the self-destruct to open things up. It's going to clear quite a bit of space for CPA and the rest of their team to start to walk in, especially on the back of this rally. But here comes the EMP from Humya. Catches 5 members, everyone crucially but Andy. Andy escaped from an excellent play there from that Zenyatta to stay away from that danger and to save their team, because that was a tremendous EMP. And now Ace of Spades has laid down the mines on the point. Strider is out of the fight anyhow, has been demeched, and this point will in fact be capped by CPA.
Andy saved that. Andy 100% saved that entire push with the recognition that that EMP was coming in. They were able to press Q a little bit faster than the EMP was able to come out and save that entire push with that Transcendence. Amazing recognition and time reaction from Andy there. And without it, I don't know if CPA would still be in this. So definitely give a nice little shout out to your supports when next time you see them.
Absolutely. I will be sure to do that. Haka comes in onto Zerocious. They're going to go down very low, but fortunately those supports were there to keep them healed up. Hack coming in onto the high ground on Strider, but he's going to be able to shake that off with relative ease. And we see both these teams just starting rare, but EP comes in again from Pubby. He is building these at a breakneck speed, and this one results in a couple of kills. CPA on the back foot right now. They need to come away with a pick here quickly, and that's what they unfortunately are unable to do as Strider continues to push through this CPA team.
Yeah, I mean, G-Force really is just showing us what they are made of. Again, ultimates coming up. Their positioning is ridiculous. All of these fights are just absolute chaos. You can't really tell what is going on. CPA is getting lost in the sauce very, very quickly because of just how many different angles G-Force is coming in at. And as we were talking about at the top of the broadcast, that's what these compositions thrive in, and G-Force is doing some great target focusing with that Discord orb once they do isolate some of these members from the rest of the team. And so CPA just needs to do a little bit more as the rally comes out.
Hack comes in on Strider. They're going to be taken out of the fight almost immediately on the back of some excellent focus fire from CPA. Here comes the rally now from Magic 8-Ball, but it's going to be the EMP that hits. That might do the real damage. Ultimate Weapon, though, not to be outdone. Finds the counterpick on the Ace of Spades, and now Noctis falls as well to anyhow in the baby diva form, no less. They're going to get their Mac back right after helping Ultimate Weapon take out Andy. And with that, G-Force is primed to hold on once again. And now CPA has less than a minute to try and push this card.
Oh, this is insane. And Pummy has got another EMP for this next fight. I mean, this is like just drinking water for Pummy right now. This is insanity. Strider and Anyhow also have their tank ultimates up, and this is going to be a very difficult push for CPA, considering they do not have many tools to work with. Gale needs to get a really nice hack on to Strider if they want any chance of making it in here.
That they do. Another ultimate just now coming online for G-Force. They've got 4 in their pocket. Here comes the Andy. Catches Andy. Andy is taken out immediately by Pummy. And now the pressure can really start to be put on by the G-Force side of things. They've got what they need to finish this out right now. Gale is out of the fight. That means Strider can really start going ham on that hamster. And That is certainly what they are doing. Pile Driver's going to take Ace of Spades out, and this is going to be as far as CPA is able to get the card. A little bit over halfway through second point.
We were talking about it. I mean, just look how dominant G-Force is on this composition. And if things go the way that they've been going so far in this match, CPA needs to step it up just a little bit more on this defense, or G-Force is going to take this win. And then what'll happen is CPA will choose the next map. It'll be a brawl map. But then we'll go back onto a fifth map of ball-centric map type. CPA needs to do something now. If they want to win this tournament now, they need to do something crazy. They need to do something drastic in order to stop this tear of G-Force and this ball composition, because it is absolutely disgusting. Look at how, Pummy, on that Sombra, they're just farming EMPs like there's no tomorrow. Strider is getting an insane amount of minefields. Limu Young, insane amount of damage coming out from them as well. I mean, CPA is trying right now to go with something different. They're going to be doing the double shield, but again, G-Force, they have the ball. They have this disruption composition, sort of. And so they're going to move them from the double shield. I don't know how well this is really going to work against such a well-oiled machine such as G-Force right now.
5, 4, 3.
It's just gonna be very, very difficult for them to really do anything here. And it looks like as we are coming out, they are going to try and do as best as possible for the rest of the team right now. Let's see. Oh no! Juggle, are you here? It seems that Juggle is not here. I don't know what happened to Juggle God, but I'm here, so I'm gonna try and cast as best as I possibly can here. CPA gonna do their rotation through the server room, and they are just really trying to eat up and kind of get that poke damage and try and position themselves in a way that this double shield can lock down the rest of this island here. And Strider going to go in for a quick slam, trying to dislodge them as best as they can, but really isn't able to do very much right now because of how locked down they are. They're in a very small server room right now, doing a great job right now. Now, I'm going to go see what is going on with everything, and hopefully we can go get Juggle God back.
Tactical visor ready for deployment.
Right, Gal does now have that tac visor up, and CPA doing a great job right now, but the payload is still moving because Pummy is on it, and so they're doing a great job ensuring that it continues to move, getting it right to the doorstep of the Alpha charge there, and I am trying as best as possible. Okay, we did lose Juggle God. I wasn't sure, so I was just gonna keep casting. Oh, hello, hey everyone. So CPA is doing a really good job on this defense. Pulse Bomb going out doesn't catch anyone just yet, but they are going to continue on this Tyrell. Gale getting Strider out of the fight, and this double shield does seem to be working a little bit better than trying to mirror out. Probably does have that flux now, and the bongo drum is going to be coming out from the Ace of Spades, and because of that damage boost, anyhow is going to get taken out of the fight. And right on the doorstep of capturing this point, CPA is again doing a great hold, and if we're going to continue looking at this ultimate economy on CPA, they're doing a great job. But Pummy, if we look at Pummy again, even though they just got taken out, they have that EMP, and we've seen how incredibly useful those EMPs have been, and that can be very, very deadly for the rest of CPA. And so if we continue to look at G-Force, they have almost 6 ultimates going into this. If there is any time to try and take this point, it is now. Hello. Oh, still solo. Okay, great. CPA, the fight breaking out, rally getting used by Magic Maple right now. Again, GeForce really needs to take this. If they're going to invest so much, EMP coming out from Pummy, it does catch the Ace of Spades, and that is it. Noctis does get hacked, but they are able to use that rally once again. And so, they're trying to go in as best as possible. CPA still holding on to this minus 30 seconds now for GeForce to try and take this. And I was just talking about how CPA needed to do something drastic, and they were able to do that. They are doing such an incredible job right now, and I am very excited. Juggle, are we back?
I am back, as a matter of fact. I am so sorry. The internet at my house just died suddenly. So we are back in the action, and 2 seconds left to go. Somebody from GeForce has to touch. They're in there at the last possible moment. They have to come away with a fight win here. They've got the self-destruct, which they're going to throw up, but somebody has the touch point. They're there at the last moment. Strider has the minefield ready to go, but they are short on life. This double shield composition proving a little bit too much right now for GeForce to be able to handle. CPA coming back in this. The overtime wick starting to tick down, but Pummy has found a pick on the Ace of Spades. They go down right before they were going to get that supercharger as well. Magic Maple out of the fight, so it's just Lee Mu Young's healing on point now. The minefield is on point as well. Stick comes in right after Pummy's taken out. There's still trades happening on point, but in the end, it looks to be going the way of CPA. They've got an advantage right now. It's just Ultimate Weapon Magic Maple on cart. Ultimate Weapon down, and that's going to do it. CPA comes up with the win on Gibraltar.
We were talking about how right before you abandoned me, Juggle God, how CPA needs to do something drastic, and that is exactly what they did. They completely changed the tide of how this entire series is going to go right now. I mean, just look at this. They were able to win on a map that was supposed to favor Strider and GeForce's flow of play, how they wanted to play this entire map. And they were able to stop that. That is going to completely change the rest and the way of how this series goes from here on out.
You're absolutely right, because now if GeForce wants to come back at this and win, they're going to have to take a win off a map that CPA picks. And we've seen just how effective those picks have been so far for each of these teams. We're going to be headed onto an Assault-style map next. So it's up in the air. It's going to be the first time we've seen an Assault map this entire tournament, I believe.
I do believe so. We have not seen an Assault-type map. We haven't seen 2CP. So it'll be interesting to see how GeForce wants to play this. So Juggle God, map is ready. What is our map? Where do we happen to be going to?
We are going
Volskaya Industries.
Yes, we are. I think this is a good choice as well. Lots of opportunity for a Wrecking Ball or a dive composition to find success here. I think if you're looking at the Assault style maps, probably one of the better choices that you can make. Temple of Anubis, pretty good as well, but Volskaya, I think, is where you want to go.
Okay, great. Because right before we did get our map pick, I was going to ask you as our resident ball god here. I was going to ask, what map do we choose for 2CP and ball? But as you just mentioned, it looks like Volskaya is a good pick. So I'm very excited to see how they do that. And now, do we think that CPA is going to run that as well? I see them running double shield again, to be honest, on defense at least.
I see that as well, because double shield is very, very powerful, especially on first point defense. You can put one half of your team on one side of the point, and you can put the other on the other half of the point. And when you create that really powerful crossfire, it becomes hard to approach either one of those sides without taking significant poke damage. And that's exactly what this double shield composition wants to have happen. It's going to be up to, once again, Strider to come in with some kind of disruption to knock out this bunker composition.
Yeah, and we weren't able to really see that too much on Watchpoint Gibraltar. They tried to dislodge as much as possible, but it just really wasn't working as well as they needed. But I definitely think that because this is going to be on high ground when it comes to Volskaya, definitely that boop coming out from a ball is going to be a lot more deadly and a lot more advantageous for the attackers there, because when you have your team on completely different steps of ground, it can be very difficult to protect or heal that other part of the team.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you go with some kind of a wacky strat like pulling up a Symmetra as well, then maybe you can swap back and forth between the two sides, but that's typically not going to be the case. I don't anticipate seeing anything like that here either. But both of these teams definitely bringing their A game today. And one of the things that I think is cool is a lot of times you see these teams that go down into the losers bracket, they get tempered by the flames with which they have gone through, right? They become stronger for the experience. They have to stay in game set, in the game mindset for so they they may be coming back onto this a little bit cold, whereas CPA, they've just been plowing through.
Yeah, that is true, but GeForce did take our first map. They didn't seem to come in too cold. They were ready. They definitely they ran through it for a second there. So maybe again, it could just be the fire that has been ignited under CPA. They know that they can do this. They've been, as you said, through the losers bracket. They've won map after map after map. They have this fire under them, and I think that they have the confidence now that they can win this entire thing and take home that prize money.
That's right. The $2,000 first place prize is on the line right now. CPA has GeForce at match point on Volskaya Industries. So this is GeForce do or die moment. They have to come away with a strong showing here. Otherwise, that $2,000 in first place prize is going to go to the Controversial Players Academy.
And they don't want that because they want the money for themselves. I mean, they're playing Overwatch. We're all having fun doing that. But I mean, they also just want the money too. It's definitely a nice little incentive for playing Overwatch. Is. Without it, I mean, that's why we had to double the entire participant block for everyone. I mean, there were so many teams in this tournament, so many incredible Overwatch players who wanted to hop in on this tournament. And again, I'm just glad to see that Overwatch still has such a great community after it. I mean, I'm still looking in the chat, looking at how many players came out to still support all of your tier 2, tier 3, and if you're jumping in here from other divisions and everything, it's so nice to see that everyone is still out here playing Overwatch and just trying to have a good time.
Yeah, that's what we're here for at the end of the day. I mean, we're all here because we love this game. We may love to hate this game. We may hate that we love this game, but we love this game. And that is the truth. And that is why we are all here. We love these players as well. They have been playing their heart out today for us. And gosh, it's been so back and forth between these two teams. I mean, think about this for a moment. Right now, we have the exact same scoreline that we had when GeForce sent CPA to the losers bracket. If you're looking at every single map they played, they're completely tied at this point. These two teams are very evenly matched. I think it is no surprise that we are seeing them both here in the grand finals today. Both of them absolutely deserve to be here.
You are absolutely correct, and they are really just showing what they are made of. And I think that all of our players are ready now, so we will finally be heading into our map of Volskaya Industries very, very soon, and you will be able to see how GeForce wants to come back after that loss on Watchpoint Gibraltar. A very disappointing loss to them, I would assume.
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely got to take the wind out of your sails just a little bit. You go to Gibraltar, which is just it's the quintessential dive map, in my opinion, for Overwatch. And to not take away a win right there, that's got to be deflating. But we know that these players are top players, and they have top mental as well. They're going to be able to put that aside, come back in to this next map, and show us what they're made of. GeForce going to start on the defense once again.
And again, it looks like we're going to be seeing similar compositions to what we saw on Watchpoint, where CPA is going to be on that double shield, which they have been for most of this tournament. When they can go on double shield, they go on double shield. And GeForce is again on that ball composition, which, you know, that's their whole name, that's their whole gimmick, that's their whole thing. Pummy on the Hanzo. If they are going to be, if Pummy is going to be what they have been this entire tournament on this Hanzo, they are going to be very, very deadly, and CPA is going to need to make sure they put these shields in some ideal places to minimize all of that damage coming in from Pummy.
Yeah, and it certainly will be pummeling them, as it were, from afar. Getting those tree trunks into these shields, gonna chunk them down very, very quickly. CPA is going to get a nice rotation through the right side. They're going to be able to do it with minimal damage taken as well. Zerosh is looking for an opportunity to come away with a hack, but they're going to get spotted out and have to force themselves away. Ace of Spades now looking for an opportunity to get a little chip damage as well as they continue to rotate around to the high ground. Strider meets them, though, with a pile driver, but it's going to be Pummy who goes down first. Gale Adelaide with a nice pick. This attack is going well so far. They've got themselves in a great position. Strider going up onto the high ground again, trying to put pressure onto the back line, onto Noctis in particular, and they're able to get a pick onto the multiple web coming in to help them as well. But crucially, there's 2 ticks already on the board for CPA. Somebody has to touch from GeForce, and it's not going to be Lee Moo-young as they meet their demise as well. This attack from CPA going tremendously well, especially now that Ultimate Web and Strider are both gone. They're going to get first point on their first push.
Oh, right now, this double shield composition is proving a little bit too much for GeForce. They need to figure out how to get around these shields and really isolate some of these members of CPA. Because if they don't, this is going to be a very quick end to the series that GeForce has been waiting for such a long time, who have fought through the entire winner's bracket for. And that is not something they want to lose to very quickly. It's 5.5 minutes on the timer as the window comes out from Andy.
Yeah, that window is going to be absolutely tremendous. Magic Mayfall has already met their demise. Pummy throws a Dragon Strike through, and it is going to take out Ace of Spades. But is it going to be enough to stymie the bleeding that has already started? 2 ticks on board already, and there's over 5 minutes still left on the clock. GeForce has to mount a defense here, otherwise this may go very quickly the way of CPA.
Oh my. Jeez. I mean, that's why we hate 2CP, right? There's a lot of reasons it's not going to be in Overwatch 2, right? There's a lot of reasons this game mode is getting taken out. One, the steamroll effect that we just saw. 2, when the steamroll effect doesn't happen, the amount of respawn and advantage that does come about because of that non-steamroll and the defense. So there's just a lot of things wrong with 2CP and why it's getting taken out. And we just saw just how powerful steamroll ability is when it comes to 2CPs, because CPA was able to gain so much ultimate charge coming off of that first fight. It was a prolonged fight, and then they were able to stay, not only prolong the fight for their ultimates, but prevent a lot of ultimate charge coming from GeForce while staking their claim on the objective. So, I mean, while there was that steamroll ability that we all hate, CPA played that so well that you can't be too mad at the type of game mode that we are playing. But now, GeForce is going to have to try and come in very hard, very heavy, and try to figure out a way through this defense, because they weren't able to do it on Gibraltar. So now they need to be thinking, they need to be scratching their brains, figuring out how to get past this double shield.
That they do, and they've got a tough ask ahead of them. 5 minutes on the clock for CPA. They need to get these points captured quickly and efficiently. Strider going to be taking a flank around the coast side to try and find a different angle to come at the attack, but already Lee Moo-young meets their demise. Going to be taken out by Andy, the other support from CPA. So, with Strider well into the backline and no Zenyatta at the moment, that push is done.
Yeah, and I was gonna cut GeForce a little slack, saying maybe they're tired, but no, CPA should be the ones who are tired. They've been playing constantly forever. Ooh, big slam coming out from Strider, trying to break up this double shield.
Yeah, nice pile driver yields him quite a bit of ultimate percentage. They are almost halfway to their minefield now, and that could be critical in them trying to take this point. We see an Discord orb onto Croy, but it's going to be removed and given onto somebody else. Another excellent pile driver coming in, and this time it's going to result in a kill. Gale Adelaide down and out of the fight, but they're going to be a counter pick on board as well as Andy pops this amplification matrix to try and get in a lot more damage. In fact, it's going to go very well in favor of CPA. Controversials of Players Academy looking anything but right now.
I mean, this is absolutely disgusting coming out from CPA. What is Gale doing? Why is he in the spawn? Oh wait, that was Strider who tried to escape all the way into the back. You silly goose. Anyway, CPA having a very strong defense, and again, it just looks like they can't isolate somebody for that Discord orb to go onto and for them to target focus. It is very difficult. Ooh, pulse bomb getting magic maple, and that without your brig again is gonna be very difficult to continue this push.
That it is, but they're going to try anyway. Immortality Field comes up to keep members of CPA alive through that big Dragon Strike that came in from Pummy. Not going to result in a kill, but Ultima Web does find one with the Pulse Bomb, and the respawns do heavily favor G-Force, so this is their opportunity to start moving in. This is their opportunity to shine, especially now that Strider takes Gale Adelaide out of the fight. They had the Tac Visor ready to go. This has certainly got to be going the way of G-Force this time around. We see the Gravitic Flux used, and now DeRoche is able to find a pick on the Strider, so they're not done yet. Ace of Spades pops that, excuse me, pops the bongos as well, and with that extra damage gone as well, G-Force got to be able to take this first point.
Yep, and they desperately needed it, going down to less than a minute and a half now, especially when CPA has a 5-minute time bank going on, and now this is the time for GeForce to go and try and take this point from them. But they had to use so many ultimates in order to take that point that they don't really have many going into the second point. CPA, on the other hand, has so many defensive capabilities right now that I don't think GeForce is going to be able to roll right into this.
No, I don't think they will. I think they're going to have to take a dry fight here, try and bleed away some of these ultimates from the Controversial Players Academy and see if they can build some of their own. We see Strider taking a very long flank right now. Zimu Young comes up with a nice headshot onto Zerocious. That is an opportunity now for GeForce to push in. Gale Adelaide pops the Tac Visor to try and keep away some of the aggression that's surely going to be coming in, and to help with the respawns, because now so much time has been burnt off. They're back to full strength. Zerocious is out of spawn and back in the fray.
Yep, and here comes a stick on the pulse bomb, but it's not going to catch anything. CPA doing a great job. The Dragon Strike is going to catch Ace of Spades, but the numbers are still favoring CPA.
That they are. CP Academy just too strong on their defense right now, and already another minute and a half has been burned off the clock for GeForce. They're down to just 3.
Yeah, but if we're looking at the ultimate economy, they accomplished what they needed to. They are getting those ultimates back up. Hummy did use that Dragon Strike, which maybe should have been saved for this next push in order to actually go through with it, but we have the 2 tank ultimates. We're gonna have the 2 support ultimates. They have the means necessary to try and really attempt for this point here. Crawley does have the Flux, and that could put a dent in the plans if Lee Moo Young does not necessarily get that Transcendence or is taken out of the fight a little bit too early. CPA has to recognize this and get these supports out of the fight very early on if they want to hold on to this fight and win this right here.
That they do, and they have the opportunity to do it. They've got the Gravitic Flux online. Andy has the Amplification Matrix as well. We're going to see Lee Moo Yang forced to use that Transcendence to keep their team up through that Flux. Anyhow, now going to pop theirs this time around. Can they find more value? It's going to be Ultima Web trying to put in a little pressure on the back line. Doesn't find the kill they need, but Ace of Spades is out of the fight. They just about had that Supercharger ready to go. Here comes the Tac Visor from Gale, putting in a lot of damage. Members of GeForce trying to hide as quick as they can, but they're not finding life at the end of this fight. They're just finding more death and being sent back to spawn, but GeForce coming back in and out. Magic Mayball has popped the rally. Crawley's out of the fight. Ace of Spades has to use this Supercharger. Is it going to stay long? It looks like they're unable to get a clear angle on it, and that's going to allow the Controversial Players once again to respawn and come back in this fight.
Yeah, this is just such a prolonged fight that I don't know if this is really what they need. But the Pulse Bomb is going to come out and take out Ace of Spades, and there are a bunch of trades coming every way.
Yes, and these trades still going to favor the CPA side of things. Anyhow, does come up with a pick onto Zero-ish. And now, this could be GeForce's time to shine. They may be able to come away with a point capture here. They've got a little over a minute on the clock. If they can finish with over a minute, then they've got an opportunity to win this map. But if they don't, then it's just going to be a draw that they can hope for. And it looks like that's what's going to be in the cards for them because CPA has come back alive. They've got the kills to hold on to this point. Now there's less than a minute for GeForce to try and make something happen.
The only ultimate that they have right now is Limu Young's Transcendence, which is getting procced right now, and that is not the time that you want to be using it when you have only 40 seconds left on the clock.
With 40 seconds left to go and $2,000 on the line, GeForce is planning furiously their final attack. They have to come away with something big here, but it's going to be anyhow with their Gravitic Flux that has to come up big. They're the only one close to an ultimate online now for GeForce. But Hummy takes Gale Adelaide out of the fight. That is a great opening opportunity. Swapping over to that, Widowmaker is subsidizing. Zerosh is out as well. This could be an opportunity for them to come back in it. But like I said before, the best they can hope for is a draw. But with Ultima left out of the fight, things are not over yet for CP Academy. They can bring this back in their favor. Magic Mayfall pops the rally, but they're gone as well. This is all but over for GeForce now that CPA is coming back in with all these ultimates. Gale Adelaide with attack visor and overtime taking over. That's gonna do it. The CPA are gonna be your grand finals champions for the Toronto Defiant Holiday Bash.
Oh boy, what a series. And to be completely honest, not necessarily what I expected, but an incredible series nonetheless. I did think that we were going to be going to map 5, to be completely honest, but that was, wow, what an incredible play. What incredible plays coming out from CPA, and they will be claiming the $2,000 grand prize for themselves now.
That they will. What a way to end this series, to end this entire tournament. I mean, we started with 62 teams, and look at the two that we were left with. GeForce and CP Academy. What a phenomenal showing from both of these teams. But at the end of the day, it's gonna be CPA coming away with the win. Congratulations to them. It was off some tremendous play, and they're slogged through the losers bracket as well. Controversial players, I don't think so. Confident players, more like it. They are coming away with the grand prize here today.
Yup. And again, that grand prize is sponsored by TD Bank, a great sponsor of the Toronto Defiant. So again, thank you for the sponsorship and allowing us to have and host this incredible tournament that allowed such a great community of players to come together once again.
Yeah, and what a fantastic time we have all had here today. I mean, it's just been nonstop action, starting yesterday, right, with the group stage and continuing today through the playoffs and grand finals. It's just been a tremendous pleasure to get to cast and work with all these players and to watch some fantastic Overwatch. Before we close things out, I want to give some special thank you to Jukes, Evanescence, Venetius VTG, Acronator, Captain Jack, Frozen Goggles, and of course, Will English IV. Thank you all so much, the people behind the scenes making this happen, working tirelessly to bring you the phenomenal Overwatch that we have seen today. So thank you from the bottom of my heart to all of these people involved with the production.
Yes, again, thank you. I extended that thank you as well, because without you, this would not be possible. This entire thing just wouldn't have happened. So again, I would like to say thank you as well. And before we do sign off, a thank you to all of our viewers for your continued support to ensure that this kind of thing continues to happen. You know, it's a great opportunity for all of our players and for all of you Overwatch fans out there for just to have a good time watching some Overwatch.
And I almost forgot to thank one more person. We had Lord Thethan as well, the caster. So that should round out the entire staff, I believe. If I forgot someone, I am so sorry, but I do extend my thanks to you as well. And what a way to finish this. I mean, 3-1. Controversial players coming back from an early deficit from GeForce as well and losing to them early on as well. What an incredible showing from them. Now, before we sign off for the evening and say our goodbyes, do you have any final words for us, Celestial?
Yeah, just continue to play Overwatch, continue to support Tier 2, Tier 3, all of your Tier 4, continue to support everything that esports related, because we all just love this community as much as possible, and we really want this type of thing to be, more mainstream, of course, because we all love it, we all have a good time, and we all get to meet some incredible people because of it. And last thing, of course, gotta shout myself out real fast. If you want to be updated in all of my casting endeavors, please make sure to follow my Twitter down below, right there, at Celestial Cast, and to just keep up with all of my casting endeavors, because I really do enjoy this job. And make sure, I'll let Juggle do it himself.
Yes, be sure to follow me as well if you've enjoyed my casting. Be sure to follow all the socials for the Toronto Defiant, especially. Make sure you're following this Twitch channel. Follow their Twitter. Follow anything else you can find. But just don't follow them home, because that's illegal and stalking. So, I'm going to leave you with that. But thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in today. It's been an absolute pleasure. My name, Warren Juggle Godhammond, been joined on the mic by Celestial. GG's, and see you next time.